It's all in your head, Cheese. You're imagining things. This isn't real. Hey guys. School? It ain't school. I'm working. And probably within the next few weeks, hopefully, fingers crossed, I will also be moving.
Danger
Not
zone.
very far, just the other side of town, but that will put me within 5 minutes walk of the office, which will make my life a lot easier, and will mean that I can start working full time instead of 4 days a week, so I can start making money hand over fist, relative to what I'm used to anyway. And then I can buy even more stupid shit.
Отказ систем. Смотри экран.
Let's fucking go. Not sure how much I'll catch though, cause DND. But let's fucking go.
So, today's stream is going to be something a bit different than usual, at least to start with. We'll probably do some DCS later if I've still got the energy for it. But we're going to play a standalone game version of a very highly customized Half-Life mod. Like, they customize the shit out of the engine for it. I do not know how well this is going to play with OBS because I have never tried streaming this before. So we will go on a journey of discovery together. And this is also one of the rare occasions you guys will see me playing what is essentially a horror game on stream. Not like Monster Closet, well, kind of Monster Closet horror, but yes. I'm a little bitch, so this should probably be very funny. There's a reason I don't usually play horror games. How's work? It's really good so far. Everyone there is really cool, really chill. It's a really, like, interesting job, and it's one that actually, like, matters. It's like a real job where you do stuff that has an actual impact, like an important one. You don't just sit there twiddling your thumbs for, you know, no reason, so a number goes up somewhere. So that's good. It's starting out a little slow because end of year you got like change freezes and shit, so things don't break over Christmas. And also I came into it with basically very little prior knowledge, which is fine. They want people who they can train up, not necessarily people who come in thinking they know everything. But it means that to start with, like I kind of have to get creative in finding things for myself to do. But as I pick more things up and start sort of figuring out how things work and learning skills which I can use, it should make me a little busier. Twiddling thumbs jobs are the best. Maybe for you, if I'm sitting there twiddling my thumbs all day with nothing to do, I get bored out of my fucking skull and it will burn me out incredibly quickly. I'll burn out faster from having nothing to do than I will from being overworked. Thought you went back to school. I was... Okay, so it's complicated, right? I was studying, and then I just had the horrifying realization I was studying more than a year ago. Anyway, so I was studying, but I was going to change courses to one that was a bit more specialized in what I was interested in. The problem was that they were all full, so I couldn't get into it. So I had to wait for basically an entire semester to try and get it the next time it came up, and the same thing happened, and at that point I just gave up. Because another opportunity presented itself, which is, you know, it's the kind of thing I would never have bothered to even apply to before, because I thought, like, there's no way I'd get a job like that. Why bother? But I did. I got the job. So the hand of God has reached down from on high and snatched my like random impoverished shit kicking ass off the street and put me in a very like stable, cozy job with good pay. It's really weird, and the hardest part of adjusting to it is actually like adjusting to the fact that that happened and now I don't have to worry about money all the time. It's strange. It's good strange, but it's strange. Hey Marduk. I hope you're not on drugs, because that could be a problem. No, you're not on drugs. I am indeed alive. So, actually, this is because I don't want to cut this song off halfway. This is a good opportunity to talk about what is / will be going on with the stream. Because I am now working 4 days a week and soon will be working full time, I don't have as much time to stream anymore. Essentially just weekends, or at the moment my 1 day off in the middle of the week. I will not always have the energy to be able to stream during my time off work, because I'll either be catching up on stuff I couldn't do because I was at work, or I'll just be like, I can't be fucked. So regular streams will probably not be a thing for a while yet. I might be able to do regular streams again once I move, because if I'm like 5 minutes from the office, then, you know, I can stream when I get home from work of an afternoon. I can, I've got less things stacking up over the week to get done at home, so that makes it easier again. And we might also be able to bring the armor streams back. I haven't done any armor streams since, like, I don't know, fucking October or some shit, September or October, just because A, I haven't been able to get up early enough, and B, when I had been able to get up early enough, it's because I've got to go to work. Like, I can't stream when I'm supposed to be going to work halfway through a mission. So once I move, that will shift the timings around to the point where it's actually viable for me to do armor streams again, and then as soon as the mission finishes, run down the street to work. So fingers crossed for that. But at least for the next probably 3 months-ish, streams are just going to be where I can fit them in. So there may be like a stream every second week. There may be 2 streams in a week. There may be no streams for a month. I don't know. It happens when it happens. Full-time job. What did I get? It's like IT related, government. So not only is it my first actual like office job, but it's also my first IT related job, so I've got a hell of a lot of learning to do. But it should be really interesting. It's already been extremely interesting finding out how things work. Alright, I'm gonna, before this shit, no. Alright. No! God damn it! Okay, it hadn't quite got into the next song, so it's good, we can cut it there. Junior tester? No, that's what I thought I would get. That's actually what I expected I would get, because like I'm pretty good at spotting things. But no, it's not that. It's like I think technically it's like a systems analyst role, but at the moment it's more like whatever they can figure out I'd be good for doing. Basically they're just going to throw stuff at me and see what I'm good for, and then from there I can kind of figure out what I want to focus on. Which is actually good, because it means I get to try out a whole bunch of different things that I would not have thought I'd be good at, but I might actually turn out to be really good at them. What is this EU time stream? Yes, I made a special effort to drag my ass out of bed before 9 AM on a Sunday, so I could stream at a time you guys would be able to catch. Anyway, that's enough fucking rambling. Let's do some gaming. And hope that none of my setup has ceased to work in the like month or so I haven't used it. Hello? Well, that works. Okay, that works. Welcome to Paranoia. So, before we get into it, some background for those that are not familiar with this. Paranoia was a Half-Life 1 mod. I don't remember when it was made. It would have been like probably mid-late 2000s, because the game is set in like 2008, 2009, I think. So it's running on Gold Source, which is the Half-Life engine, which is hello, are we back? I swear to fucking god, man. Hopefully that's another thing that stops happening when I move, is the regular fucking power surges in the early / mid-morning that I have not figured out the reason for. I do have a UPS, the problem is I'm a monkey, and I haven't replaced the battery, because I keep forgetting to do it, and so for years I've had a UPS with a dead battery. So it's basically a very big paperweight at the moment. But yeah, hopefully when I move to the new place, I also will not have constant fucking power surges when I'm trying to do shit. Give me a moment to make sure just everything's still functional after that wonderful little interruption to the stream. And now I've got to restart the game, and now we cross our fingers because this has a similar issue I've noticed to what Cliffs of Dover does, where OBS will hook the wrong window, and it seems to run in 2. So I may need to restart the stream again, briefly, to get OBS to hook the right thing. But anyway, so Paranoia was a Half-Life mod made in the late 2000s on the basis of Gold Source, which is the Half-Life 1 engine. It's loud. I might need to adjust the music volume, but Gold Source was itself a highly customized version of the Quake engine, which those of you who have watched the Half-Life 25-year anniversary documentary will have, you know, heard about how that happened. They were basically given the engine, like, oh, here, have this. Boy, what a time to be a game developer. And then this itself takes Gold Source and modifies it. So, once we get in game, you'll start to notice it supports certain graphical things that you will never see in another Gold Source game, and that's because of the tweaking these guys did. So, let's start a new game. I think we've got the right window hooked. I'm just going to have to tab back once the game's running to make sure. We'll play on medium difficulty, because difficult is going to be way too much for me. I'm not good at this. And I just need to check. Oh, it hasn't hooked the right fucking window. Okay, I've got to really quickly restart OBS. Hope longest of starts. Okay, it should be working now. It should be. Fingers crossed. So, resume game. Hello? Yeah, okay, it's working. We missed the little title card in the bottom, but it basically says that it's, we're in the Russian Federation, in case you didn't guess. I think it gave us a date. It was like 2008, 2009, something like that. And we're in a military base. So. Oops. Hang on, I just gotta get used to the controls again. So this is where the game starts. You're in your barracks. And we've got a whole bunch of things to give us a clue as to where we are, in case the game didn't just tell us. 2nd of August 2008, from the personal diary of Alexander Kalashnikov. I've really been going downhill during the last 6 months, both morally and physically. 6 months in the hospital without seeing the guys, without training and shooting. It's worse than I expected. Everything has to begin somewhere. My hands are no longer accustomed to the cold feel of a rifle's metal, nor my ears to the detonations. I had a lot of time to think about all this. I've examined my views on various things, including my ability to stay in the service, and I reached the conclusion that I cannot exist without it. I have seen a bunch of guys in that same situation. It happens a lot. In a few days, I'll take up athletics again to get back in shape, and I'll start shooting at the range. I don't know what the command will offer me after such a turning point in my life. Where will they send me this time? This is our guy that we're playing, by the way. Alexander Kalashnikov. That's us. So he's obviously just got out of hospital. We don't know what for yet, but presumably, like, he was injured during the course of his service, and it's the late 2000s, so maybe he was doing some ready or not turbo mode down in Dagestan. That could be what's happened here. We don't know yet, though. So anyway, this is your little barracks room. We got some little nice photos there on the wall, which is presumably meant to represent this guy's service. But there's not a whole lot to do in here besides read that diary entry. So, and this is the opening to the game. So you can wander around the barracks and do some exploring. Okay, fair enough. Vasily Kazantsev, 5th of August 2008. I mean, when I recall the operation at the palace, that's Storm 333. That was the Soviet operation to do some restructuring of the leadership of the Democratic Republic of Afghanistan. That was like the opening, essentially, of the Soviet intervention in Afghanistan. When I recall the operation at the palace, I get sick and I want to cry just like a child. I'm not an expert at keeping a diary, but a faint hope glimmers in my weary soul that someone else will experience at least a little bit of what allowed me to survive. A quiet evening, a quiet evening, the silence broken occasionally by the chirr of the cicadas. And then a burst of fire and my buddy's face is blown to bits right beside me. I hardly managed to hide behind a column and pull the pin out of a grenade. Who would have thought that one's hands can shake so badly? And he, Vovka Kolomzin, we went to school together, then the army, contract service, and we ended up in Alpha together. Alpha is the anti-terrorist group under FSB control. Used to be under KGB control. FSB is the successor to the KGB for, like, the 3 people that don't understand that relationship. We were proud of the fact that we were the best of the best. When they picked only 1 in 30 men, we still managed to stay together. And where did all this lead us to? To a quick death far away from the motherland? I thank God that I was able to get out of there, and I pray to never again get into a similar situation. So, yeah, we can now make some educated guesses as to why he's having a shit day. And that's an old map. That's a map of the Soviet Union. And there's a photo from him in his service in Afghanistan, we could imagine. 3DS Max 5. There's a lot of nice little details in this, littered around the barracks. It's quite well done. Hey Giggles, good to see you, man. Excited to see people eat shit in the full fidelity MiG-29 for flying it out of trim. I can't wait until they have to figure out how the fuck to use the radar. Like, once you actually have to have all those extra controls bound, and then you have to figure out where they are in the cockpit in case you miss something, oh, it's gonna be great. Probably a lot more people taking off without the damper enabled as well, which is gonna be hilarious. Oh man, that one. It's gonna be really good. There's going to be a lot of things on that jet that FC3 either abstracts or does it automatically for you, and it's going to make people eat shit so much. It'll be brilliant. Hey Carl, good to see you. Personal diary of Mikhail Gorokhov. 1st of August 2008. So it's August 2008. That's our setting. First week of August, apparently. It's pouring down rain outside and it's business as usual. Training at the range has been suspended. Having touched the pencil to my tongue, I reach my notebook to darken its snow-white pages with my next entry. I'd like to pay adequate tribute with this article to my comrade, Nikolai Lichko, who died bravely during the operation to free the hostages, the innocent children and personnel of the school in Beslan. Fuck, when was the Beslan school siege? It was like late 90s, I want to say. I do know this, it's just my memory's failing me. It was like late 90s, very early 2000s. We made the assault in the evening, and as soon as 30 more students and 2 teachers had been evacuated, Vasily Nishkov successfully placed a remote-controlled mine and a fair-sized hole was blown in the school wall on the western side for the assault on the terrorists. For those lacking background, because I just realized some of you weren't even alive when this happened, this was during the ongoing shit show in Chechnya. I think this was either between the Chechen wars or it was during the Second Chechen War. Like I said, I can't remember. Oh, 2004. Okay, so it was more recent than I thought. So this was like sort of following on from the Second Chechen War, because the First Chechen War was 1994-95, like end of the year 94, start of the year 95. And then the Second Chechen War was from 2000, kind of carried on lower intensity and with a lot of terrorist attacks and stuff for several years afterwards. So, one of the Chechen militant groups, there's a lot of deep lore involved here, but essentially, Chechnya had experienced some unpleasantness during the Soviet Union because their population was perceived. The Chechens had been fucked over basically since the Russian Empire came down and started taking control of the Caucasus, right? Chechens and Russians didn't get along. And that continued in the Soviet Union, and that combined with the historical memory of being fucked over during the Empire led to the Chechens being perhaps a little less hostile to the Germans when they arrived than the Soviets would have liked. This resulted in collective punishment by Stalin once the region was retaken. Basically, the vast majority of the Chechen population got internally exiled to Central Asia, to like Kazakhstan, mostly. A lot of people died. Pretty much everyone like lost their homes and had to start over. Families were broken up. All the usual fun stuff that happens with massive internal demographic fuckery under government control. And then Chechnya, particularly the cities, the demographics shifted because Russians and Ukrainians and, you know, all the other Soviet nationalities started flooding in to take the place of the Chechens. And then after the whole secret speech and denouncement of Stalinism and all of this, after a while they thought maybe we should undo this, and they started bringing the Chechens back. Smallish numbers to begin with, and it immediately caused problems because, you know, these people are coming back to their homes that they were forcibly removed from and finding that they basically had their place taken by Russians, Ukrainians, Latvians, whoever. No, I'm not. I'm not even up to that bit yet, Gilson. Good to see you. Cheers for the sub. And cheers as well for the sub, Garfield. I missed the alert for that earlier. So, a shit show begins to form. There's a lot of, like, ethnic tension building. The Soviet Union's somewhat able to control that, but it is, like, noticeable. It's a problem. There's, like, race riots and shit through the 50s and 60s. The problem's kind of simmering away until, as the Soviet Union begins to come apart at the seams, and even more Chechens are finding their way home, it turns into a full-on crisis. The Russians want to retain control of Chechnya because they consider it to be an integral part of Russian territory at this point, because it has been an integral part of Russian territory for, like, you know, the past 150-odd years by now. We're up to the 90s, right? Like, early, mid-90s. Well, when the Soviet Union actually collapses, the Chechens basically tell the Russians to suck them off and declare themselves independent. This is an even bigger problem than normal separatism because the Chechen leadership is largely composed of very, experienced and or high-ranking Soviet military personnel. Oops. Including general staff from the Soviet Air Force. So these guys are, not fucking around. They know how to handle themselves. Anyway, I'm gonna oversimplify dramatically here. If you want to know this in detail, you'll have to do your own research, because I don't want to risk missing important details or getting shit wrong, and I don't have time to go into the details myself. But, essentially what happens is, there's some back and forth over, whether this can be done in a slightly less, extreme way. There's negotiations, there's sort of sides feeling out each other about, can we do this in a way that preserves some kind of workable relationship. That all falls apart, and in right at the end of 94, around Christmas, Boris Yeltsin, in his infinite spirits-fueled wisdom, decides to just send in the army. Now, at this point, it's 1994. It's been, a while since the Soviet Union collapsed. The army is not doing so well. Really not doing so well. And at this point, they haven't even had a chance to issue new uniforms and shit, so the majority of the army is still wearing Soviet uniforms with Soviet, the red star with the hammer and sickle, because they haven't even had a chance to replace that. This is the level the Russian army's at in 1994. It's largely, they had conscription in the Soviet Union, the Russians still have conscription. It's largely a conscript army. The training standards have not done well since the Soviet Union collapsed, because when the Union collapsed, so too did the infrastructure required to train and support a conscript army of that size. Their equipment's not been maintained properly because they can't afford to do it, and shit's getting flogged on the black market because people can't fucking survive, because, the wonderful shock therapy which was introduced to give them a working market economy actually just caused an economic genocide, and we pretend that we didn't have any involvement in that and it never happened, but, it's almost like Russians have a reason to not trust the West. So, this is the backdrop of what happens when they go into Chechnya. It's all really, bad no-no stuff. They get their shit pushed in. Completely get their shit pushed in. Because their own leadership are incompetent and or drunk. They're extremely overconfident, even though they should know that the guys they're up against know at least as much about fighting a war as they do, because they did fight war alongside them. As I already covered, the Chechen leadership were, officers up to general staff in the Soviet military. Well, the average Chechen rebel was a Soviet infantryman, or a Soviet tankist, or a Soviet artilleryman. These guys fought in Afghanistan, often alongside some of the guys that are still in the Russian army. And so they knew how to fight them. They knew what they would do. They knew how they were trained. They knew how they would operate. They knew all of the weaknesses and strengths of their equipment because they'd fucking used it themselves, right? This was... I don't know if I'd call it a civil war, but it was very close. It was thematically a civil war. Or no, it was mechanically a civil war, even if thematically it wasn't a civil war, because they were two separate-ish entities. So yeah, it's really shit. Everyone's having a really bad fucking time. And because the Russians are having a really bad fucking time, they get very fast and loose with the rules of engagement. A lot of massacres happen. A lot of generally heinous shit happens. The Chechens... In the first Chechen war, there were incidents of them doing, really gnarly shit, but not to the level that came later. Because at the end of the day, these guys are still former Soviet citizens. These guys are still largely fighting guys that they either lived with or fought alongside. They're fighting people they know, and that they probably have at least some level of respect for still. So it involved dirty shit on both sides, but it wasn't what it would turn into later. There's a whole bunch of fuckery. There's like assassinations going on amongst the Chechen leadership because there's power struggles happening there. And then there's a lot of behind-the-scenes fuckery with the Russian state security services trying to game things from, from behind the scenes. Well, one person who had previously had heavy involvement in FSB attempts to fuck with the former Soviet republics was Shamil Basayev. I think it's still an open matter of debate whether he was actually an asset of either the FSB or GRU, which is GRU's the Army Reconnaissance. FSB is, as I said, the replacement for the KGB. It went from Komitet Государственной безопасности, Committee for State Security, to, was it? I'm gonna fuck up the gender and fucking case and stuff on this because Russian grammar's a nightmare, but like, Federalny or Federalnaya Sluzhba, yeah, Federalny Sluzhby or Sluzhba Bezopasnosti. I know I fucked that up, don't at me, but that's like Federal Security Service. But same thing, essentially same thing. GRU is the Army's military intelligence. So you've got like your state security and your military intelligence, they're two separate things, but they do a lot of the same stuff, like they overlap a lot. Anyway, there was debate whether Basayev was a GRU asset or not, because he kept popping up like during the wars in Abkhazia, during a lot of the fuckery that happened in Central Asia. They had a lot of civil wars there because of demographic things going on after the Union collapsed. Basayev was a piece of shit, like real absolute fucking piece of work. This guy was... Oof. And so him and his buddies continue doing, little bits of cheeky terrorism around the place after the Russians withdrew from the First Chechen War in 1995. The outcome of that war was kind of inconclusive. The Chechens, the Chechen Republic of Islamic Republic of Ichkeria, or whatever it was, the official name of the state, I forget. They were able to continue, but they still had leadership struggles going on, and things were not going very well for them domestically because the Russians had just rolled in and turned the place into the moon and then left. So they weren't having a good time either. So Basayev and others like him, who were a lot more radical and a lot more keen on the idea of just doing violence to whoever they could get their hands on, that combined with the fact that a lot more foreign fighters were flooding in, Mujahideen coming in from, all the other recently destabilized Islamic countries in the region, as well as from some of the other former Soviet republics. So if you think of the timings, a lot of shit is going down in the Middle East right about now as a result of either things that Israel is doing or the United States is doing. And these guys have just had a lot of combat experience fighting either of those two places, and now they are looking for somebody else to punch up. And they see fellow Muslims in trouble up in the Caucasus and decide, I'm going there. So you've now got foreign fighters who are going to have a lot less reservation about shitting where they eat, because they are not where they eat. And you've got a bunch of actual psychopaths like Basayev on the loose. There is a wave of terrorism across Russia, not just localized to southern Russia in the surrounding region, but going all the way up to Moscow. There is also further debate as to how much of this was false flagged because Putin used it as a means to seize power, and how much of it was actual terrorism. I am not even going to touch that with a 10-foot stick, because that would require me several days and tens of thousands of words to even begin to cover, and I am not doing that right now. So, by 2000, Putin is coming into power and consolidating his position. There are a wave of really bad attacks across Moscow, and also just ongoing attacks in southern Russia, more local to the Caucasus. And the Russians decide they've had about enough of this nonsense, and they're going to go down and do something about it. Again, this time they are a little more prepared, and they send a lot more firepower down there. There's a lot more direct involvement from state security and internal troops rather than just the army. So there's a lot more door kicking and shit going on, and just you know, leveling stuff to the ground because fuck it, we don't care anymore, versus what happened on the, you know, in the First War where they were actually sending in the army to try and seize and hold ground. This is just fuck it, we're gonna break shit. And then they install a Russia-friendly leadership, which persists to this day. This is where the Kadyrov dynasty takes over running Chechnya. And the Russians essentially are happy to leave it with, well, we'll let the Kadyrovs run Chechnya, and it'll happen on the condition that they're loyal to us. We'll give them a degree of autonomy, and they'll be loyal to us. And this is the situation that persists. Anyway, the Beslan school siege was one of those operations carried out by Basayev and his friends. Beslan, for my DCS bros, you'll know roughly where that is. It's a bit west of Vladikavkaz. It's a like mid-sized town, kind of right at the foot of the Caucasus Mountains, and it's not actually within Chechnya. So Chechnya isn't covered in DCS. It'd be a little further to the east of what's on the map. Beslan was part of Russia. It was part of one of the other republics that make up Russia. And so the Basayev and his buddies seized this school, like reasonably large school, while there were kids in it, and it turned into a massive hostage crisis. Very long story short, the Russians went in guns blazing, because I think even if they didn't, it was going to be roughly about the same outcome, and a lot of kids died. It was very horrible. This is also, to give it some context, Basayev and his buddies had previously seized a hospital in one of the more major cities in the area. I think it was about half a decade earlier. It was after the First Chechen War. They'd already seized a hospital, and even before the security services got in, they just massacred people. So, like, the Russians are not fucking around with these guys. Like, they fully expect no matter what happens, they're going to kill a lot of people. So, anyway, Beslan school siege was a massive clusterfuck, caused a lot of deaths, massive grief. The Russians responded about as you would imagine when it came to dealing with the Chechens, and to this day, there is ongoing problems in the region. It's more low-intensity stuff where they're kicking in doors and blowing up like a building that's got a bunch of suspected militants in it. It's more like policing operations now in the Russian counter-terrorism context of policing operations, which is to say driving a BTR through the wall after you've hit it with about 5 different thermobarics and seeing if anything is still like vertical, and if it is, just blasting it until it's not. When in guns blazing is somehow an understatement. Yes, it is. FSK, not FSB yet. I'm sorry, Gilson. Let me catch up on chat. Love the camera computer, yeah, me too. I saw one word here and I know just how bad this one's gonna be. Yeah. Well, now everyone does. Now everyone does. Yeah, the Full Fidelity 29 was confirmed at the end of the 2024 and Beyond video, Shiny. Marduk using moon runes here, but yes, Federalny, no, Shtatny is, that's your equivalent. It's Sluzhby. Ross streaming, is this real? Apparently it is, although it almost wasn't, because I had a power surge right at the start of the stream, like 2 minutes into it, so I had to restart my PC, and then OBS wouldn't hook the right window, so I had to restart the stream again to get it to hook the game. So, I'm just waiting for something else to go wrong. You missed a phenomenal event during the build-up to Chechen Declaration of Independence. What was their fucking official name? It was like Ch-R-I. I think it's Chechen Republic of Ichkeria. And then at some point they changed it to Islamic Republic of Ichkeria or something. Because I should note, like, Chechnya is, you know, they're majority Muslim. But they're a very specific variety. Like, this is going to be like assumed knowledge for probably anyone in my viewership who doesn't live in a Western country, but like for all my fucking whitoid bros that just view everything outside of their own borders as like this nondescript mush, Islam is not, I can't even speak now, Islam is not like a fucking monolith, right? There's different varieties of it. There's different sects which don't like each other, like we have, you know, Catholics and Proddies in Christianity. They have an equivalent, they have Shias and Sunnis, and they don't like each other very much. And then even within that, there's different varieties. And because it's such a large religion that spans such a large area, and because a lot of the areas it ended up spreading to are not, shall we say, the most, like, technologically successful countries, usually not because of their own fault, but because of everyone else fucking with them, all these little regional varieties developed. I mean, even in Western countries, where we have had a lot of sort of cross-pollination and stuff happening over the past several hundred years, even we've got this going on. Like, the US has all these fucking weirdo Christian sects which keep spreading to other countries like fucking herpes. Similar thing with Islam. They have all these different varieties of it, and the Chechens had their own specific variety of it, which is a bit different to how you'd imagine, like, another, you know, like, say, from a bit further south. So, they're not, like, really hardcore fucking stereotypical fundamentalists, right? Until, like, the 2000s, when all the Mujahideen came in, and that became an issue then. But, like, to start with, these guys are moderately okay with the idea of having a somewhat secular Chechen state. And then that just went out the fucking window. Russians sent a detachment of MVD to Grozny. They landed as they dismount, I guess you mean, like, debussed. I'm assuming you're on your phone, it auto-corrected you. As they dismantled, they were probably about to get dismantled, they were met by the Chechens. The Chechens stripped them of everything, including watches, rings, and glasses, before sending them back on the plane. Yeah, that sounds about right. And again, this kind of gives you an idea. At the start, things were relatively civil, and there was some degree of respect going on. Because, like I said, these guys they used to be neighbors. Like, they knew each other in many cases. They lived near each other, or they knew each other from army service back in Soviet times. Things like that. They may have even had, like, family connections. Any war that takes place in the former Soviet Union is essentially a civil war with extra steps, including the ones that happen now. I'm not going to get too far into that because I'm sick of everything to do with it, but they're all interconnected, which makes it even worse. It's a real deal because it took less than 10 minutes to stop talking about Soviet history. You're not wrong. 525mm heat rounds were fired into the school, along with God knows how many shoulder-fired RPGs and RPOs and things. What was missing was an hour-long preparation bombardment and would have been a doctrinal Soviet attack, pretty much. 23 was done dirty in the trailer. Yeah, they could have done a little more with it, I think. I'm not sure how much of that was due to time constraints of, like, what was ready and what wasn't, and how much was due to them being like, oh, we want to put more of this stuff in, so just fuck it, put in, like, one shot of the 23. The Kiowa got done dirty as well, but the Kiowa's been getting done dirty in all of the and Beyond trailers, and again, same thing, I'm not sure whose responsibility the lack of Kiowa footage is. Change was when what's-his-face, Dudayev, the Air Force general? Because it was, who was it? It was, Dudayev was the leader originally, he was a general of the Soviet Air Force. And then, I can never remember his fucking name. The other fella that was, I think he was like a lieutenant colonel or something like that. I know his face, but I can never remember his fucking name. You know the guy I'm talking about. Yeah. Because he got done in too, I think, fairly quickly. Hello, what's that? Horror? Yes, we haven't got to the actual, like, horror part of the game yet. And yet we're already into the horror because this guy's diary is talking about the Beslan school siege. So I was just bringing chat up to speed on what that exactly was. Because I, myself, had a horror moment when I realized there may be people in this chat who actually weren't born yet when that occurred. Fucking terrifying. Anyway, yeah, and the Islamists gain dominance. Yeah, when you have a lot of foreign fighters who are more radicalized flooding into a place, and your local leadership is getting bumped off because it's perceived that they aren't doing enough, that's how that happens. There was a lot of fuckery involved. And, I've covered this before, like, it's like the blue eyes phenomenon in the West, where no matter who we're fighting, and what part of the world they're from, there's like subtle implication or not so subtle implication often from veterans of these conflicts that they're convinced they were fighting, you know, the Russians back in Soviet days. Like the stories about blue-eyed Vietnamese pilots, right? That actually did happen in Korea. We know that because the Soviet records tell us. In Vietnam, no. Vietnam, they had Soviet instructors, but they weren't in combat roles, and they had Soviet advisors in ground roles. Like this, often Soviets were running the air defense from the ground, but they weren't flying fighters and shooting at Americans. It's just a neurosis that the Americans develop anytime they get their fucking shit wrecked by someone they perceive as like racially or technologically inferior. They make up the excuse that actually we're fighting a superpower in disguise with a Scooby-Doo mask. The Russians do the same thing. The Russians do the exact same thing. So anytime the Russians go put down a fucking uprising in one of their territories or something they think is one of their territories, or they're fighting some sort of conflict and they get their fucking shit wrecked, they assume that it's because of the Americans. In Afghanistan, yeah. But Chechnya, I don't know about that one, Chief. Even if there was involvement, it would have been back, sort of behind the scenes fuckery of helping funnel arms and get people from the Middle East to Chechnya. It wouldn't have been actually fighting there. But the point I'm getting at with that is the Russians and the Americans, as always, are more alike each other than they realize or want to admit, and they both make up the exact same fucking cope for why they lose to, like, inferior enemies. You know what got done really dirty? MiG-17F. They might not have submitted anything. I don't know if they've submitted anything, because ED has to actually have the thing to put it in the trailer, right? Like, it's ED that make those videos. So ED has to have it, and they have to have it functional to a certain degree so they can record something with it. And I don't know if they do for the MiG-17F. They might not have sent anything off to ED yet. Did a deal with the devil, the Islamist, and got done in? Yep. Then there's Theater Rescue in Moscow. Was it a theater? Yes! Yes, the Theater Rescue. Oh boy. So, that was a visit from the Good Idea Fairy. And it would have worked, actually, if they'd been a little more careful how they executed it. And, if, like, allergic reactions and little variances in personal drug tolerance didn't exist. Because what they did was they essentially flooded the fucking ventilation system with Fent to try and knock people out, but they slightly overcooked it, and so they actually just killed everyone. So you have the US cops who are like, they have this existential terror of exposure to fentanyl. Everything is like, they have nightmares that like the bad fentanyl man is going to come and just throw Fent powder in their face or something while they're sleeping. In Russia, the cops are the ones causing the fentanyl. Anyway, yeah, it was the Moscow, was it Moscow State Theater? It was a theater in Moscow, big theater in Moscow, and a very large number of people were killed, like hundreds of people. And to a large degree, I think the high death toll wasn't because of the knocking them out with Fent thing. It was because they couldn't get medical attention to them quickly enough to, undo the effects of knocking them out with that. Anesthesiology is a really, really highly paid, highly qualified job for a reason, kids. That shit is like, you get the slightest number off a bit and you've just killed someone. It's the difference between someone being fully conscious but unable to communicate that fact while they're having fucking surgery performed on them, so they can feel everything and they're aware of everything, but they can't move or communicate, and them just being killed outright. That the little tiny like cunt hair in between those is anesthesiology. Don't fuck with that shit unless you're qualified. Blue Eyes S-75 operators. Yes, there was at least one PVO officer who made ace during the Vietnam War as a SAM battery commander. That's probably where rumors came from of Russian flying aces, is they misunderstood. He was PVO, but he was ground-based PVO. Read the New Year's MiG-17 report. It's basically done except systems. So, I had a look at that post, and I noticed, boy did I notice, some typos on the labels. I sent them some pictures highlighting what they are and suggesting some wording that should be changed. Now, I should point out, I'm not actually a native Russian speaker, obviously. My Russian is pretty basic, but I can tell when something's off, and then I can run it. I know who to ask to make sure it's right. So anyway, we got that all sorted. I sent it off to them, and hopefully that will get fixed, because it looked pretty decent. Like, there are some little bits of the art here and there, like some of the edgeware's a bit, that shouldn't really be edgeware there, or it's a little obvious that it's like the default substance painter stuff, but overall it doesn't look bad. Like I like the little sort of, the uneven paint where it's been painted, where they painted over damage. That looks good. And the labels themselves, like, they've got the right font for most of them, which, like, barely anyone even bothers with. It's extremely rare somebody will go to the effort of sourcing correct fonts or making correct fonts to do that, which just made it even more noticeable to me that the labels themselves were wrong. So hopefully that gets fixed. There are some things that, in the interview, I think it was Ligma did, there were some things with the flight model, particularly around stall behavior, that didn't look right to me. Which I don't remember if I have the aerodynamics manual for the MiG-17 buried somewhere in my hoard of bullshit, but I might. I know I do for the MiG-15 and the MiG-19, but you can't use documentation for a completely different aircraft, obviously. But particularly the way where even in a 90-degree bank turn, when it entered an accelerated stall, the nose would kick outwards, like negative G to the outside of the circle. That just didn't seem... It felt scripted. It doesn't seem quite right that it would bunt forwards no matter what the orientation of the jet is, if that makes sense. And there were some things that they may have just been, you know, the kinds of things that fall out of your mouth when you're talking faster than your brain can keep up, but there were some things said in that interview that don't jibe with how aerodynamics work. So I'm a little on the flight modeling side of it. I'm hoping it's just me being worried over nothing, but we'll see how we go. But it looks pretty decent. And one of the interviews where, I forget the guy's name, the German guy was talking about all the documentation they'd sourced, and I think he said he had like a relative that was in the LSK, the East German Air Force. That's really promising. Having someone on the team that's like got a personal connection to it and is really interested in sourcing the correct documents, that's good to hear, and I like that. I'm just, some things with the flight model I'm a little, but we'll see. One fun fact about Beslan. At one point, there's a four-way firefight between the MVD, FSB, armed relatives of the hostages attempting to storm the school themselves. Yes, because... and the terrorists. So another thing, like, more context for this whole, why this turned into such an absolute goat fuck. Russia is not... Okay, so Russia's a very, like, centrally controlled state, right? Very centralized, basically all power that actually does anything is centralized in Moscow. We all know that. The West can't shut the fuck up about that at the moment, because they use that as some sort of gotcha. In terms of how shit actually works on the ground, it's very different. Russia is not multicultural in the same way that your average Western country is. Your average Western country is multicultural because a single ethnic group overran the whole territory, claimed it for themselves, and then started eventually letting in or bringing in consensually or not, people from other backgrounds, usually to do the shit jobs they didn't want to do. So, for example, the US is multicultural because white man decided to just genocide the original inhabitants, take over all his shit, and then realized actually building railways kind of fucking sucks. Get the Chinese and the Irish and the Italians to do it. So that's how America became multicultural, because basically they needed someone to do all the shit jobs no one actually wanted to do themselves. And eventually it turned into, this is kind of like working for us really well. Maybe we should like just let people come here if they want to, and just run with it. That's how your average Western, air quotes, country is multicultural. Russia is multicultural because it took over someone else's territory and then was basically like, you can just keep doing your shit, we don't really care. We'll run all the big, like, high-level state-scale stuff, but, like, we don't give a shit. You can keep your language, you can keep doing your religion, who cares, whatever. Now, that isn't to say that they never tried to Russify populations, they never, like, obviously that happened. Policy on it flip-flopped during Soviet times. So initially the Soviet policy was korenizatsiya, which was basically everything within an area is done in their own language according to their own customs. So everything in the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic early in, like in the sort of early to mid-20s, well actually it was 20s through to I think 32 or 33 they reversed korenizatsiya officially. So yeah, it was like about 10 years from the establishment of the Soviet Union in 22 to about 1932-33 when Stalin decided he was going to start breaking shit. So everything within the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic was done in Ukrainian. Everything within the Kazakh Soviet Socialist Republic was done in the Kazakh language. Things like that. And even within the RSFSR, different regions would operate in their own language and according to local customs. Well, anyway, Stalin came in and decided, fuck that. Stalin himself was Georgian, by the way. He came in, decided, fuck that, we're going to Russify everything as a Georgian. Are you noticing a pattern here? Austrian goes to Germany, decides Germany is the best and to Germanify everything. Georgian goes to Russia and decides Russia is the best and to Russify everything. Weird. Anyway, so, yeah, I took my meds today, I actually remembered. So they had that policy, they reversed it, and, you know, Russian became the lingua franca of the Soviet Union, and things became more oriented towards Russian culture, but they still didn't do things to the degree the West started out with, of just like, your culture is going to not exist, we're going to teach you to be white. They didn't do that to anywhere near the degree the West did. And so Russia is a lot more of a patchwork than you would think, especially because of the contrast between that and the way its government works. So, southern Russia, around the Caucasus, is still largely these different ethnic groups. Some of them have, like, some of their cultures and languages have survived better than others, because particularly during the Russian Empire, there was a lot of really overt genocide happening. The Circassian people basically don't exist anymore, and they're, like, all of their culture and language got fucked, because the Russians just decided they were going to delete them, back in the like, mid to late 19th century. Very well documented. It was some really nasty shit. In fact, if you look at the news right now, just substitute a certain settler colonial fucking apartheid state, substitute the Russians for that, and then substitute the original inhabitants of that land, who are also, you know, actually technically the ancient relatives of the people doing it, substitute that for Circassians, same thing. Anyway, Bantustan's more or less, yeah, kinda. So, that area around the Caucasus in southern Russia is still largely like all these different ethnic groups, and they might have a slightly different way of doing things than European Russians do. So yes, armed relatives of the hostages started turning up, and you ended up with a four-way fuck fight. And this isn't the only time there has been a four-way friendly fire fuck fight involved in this region. It happened a lot during the Chechen wars themselves as well, because the Russian state security and internal troops and the Russian army maybe don't identify each other very quickly, because they have different uniforms and different equipment, or maybe they just don't like each other. They don't like each other very much, and that turns into an argument, and the argument turns into fuck you, have an RPG. I'm not joking, that happened. Yeah, it's a mess. It's a fucking mess. Maybe I shouldn't have picked a Sunday to play this game, because this is going to turn into a 10-hour stream. I can already tell. Hang on, I got to tab out so I can actually catch up on chat here. My bad. Some typos. Yes, Cotty, I was trying to be diplomatic. Are there weapons in this game? Yes, there are quite a few, Rob. We'll get to it. We'll get to it. What I understand so far is this game is a narrative-based game for discussion on real-life events that is greater horror than any science fiction. You're not wrong. Like, the first chunk of the game, if you're, like, a pro gamer, you'd clear the barracks in about 5 seconds flat. You just run through it. I'm the kind of person that will explore everything and read every piece of lore that's littered around the world. Like, anything like Deus Ex, any of the Deus Ex games, fucking Cyberpunk, anything where, like, there's a computer with people's emails on it, or there's, like, letters and journals, I will read every single fucking one. I will explore, like, back alleys just on the off chance there's a piece of, like, somebody's left a book there or something. Yeah, I'm that kind of person, so that's why I don't usually play single-player games on stream, because you guys would be bored to fucking tears within about an hour. Because it would be maybe 5 minutes of gameplay, and then just me reading a bunch of shit to myself. Give me a lot to ponder. Hey Rob, good to see you, man. Stall at less AOA at high alt kind of makes sense from how Mach number changes the aerodynamic. Yeah, but that wasn't really how it was. It wasn't really how it was described, and some of the terminology kind of. We'll see. We'll see when it comes out, right? It's still to get past ED approval, and there are people at ED who I know will be looking for anything like that with a fucking microscope, so... I've got to scroll down. Oh my god. We're discussing Beslan. Yes, we were. Federations are harder, even in liberal democracies are difficult. Don't start me on liberal democracies, please. I don't want to get myself in trouble. How many minutes have passed? 43? Like, yeah, about 4 minutes. We're in the third optional lore screen. Thank you very fucking much, Gilson. Because I went down the other end of the barracks first. Okay, let's actually finish reading this. Hang on. Let me just... I'm gonna catch up on chat. Cyberpunk was over the top with that. Kinda. Remembering the amount of useless lore there is in the tutorial. No need to read video game emails if it's important to trigger a waypoint of journal entry. Yeah, but they might have something actually interesting. I don't care if it progresses the game. It might be interesting. Cannot wait for the 2-hour discussion of the T98 cutaway. Oh, fuck, I forgot that was in this. Oh, shit. Uh-oh. Isn't a democracy if it isn't liberal? I have strong fucking opinions about liberals. In the liberal ideology sense, not in the American understanding of the word sense. Okay, we made the assault in the evening as soon as 30 more students and 2 teachers have been evacuated. Vasily Nishkov successfully placed a remote control mine. A fair-sized hole was blown in the school wall on the western side for the assault on the terrorists. According to our information, practically all the hostages had already been freed, and Alpha finally was able to put all its might into the struggle with the terrorists. I condemned Vasily to death. Sending him in alone would have hardly made a difference, but I wasn't ready to risk the whole assault team at once. After we breached the passage, Private Nishkov went in armed only with a rifle and 2 smoke grenades. 2 other soldiers and I waited at the gap in the wall. A few minutes later, he was at the gymnasium and moved into the school corridor. We heard a burst from a submachine gun, the cry of a wounded terrorist, and the sound of a falling body. It provided enough diversion to allow us to drag 2 frightened little girls through the door on the right side. Then we snuck in and cut off the terrorist's escape path. We took the scumbags down, but Vasily never came out. We don't know what would have happened to the little girls if he hadn't decided to attack immediately after we blew the wall up. Because Gilson's even more fucked up than me, he probably remembers the casualty numbers off the top of his head. I don't, I just remember it was really fucking bad. Okay, let's keep going. So this was our room, so this is the way we go. Ah, Vichard, exit. We go this way. It's the only set of open doors anyway. What's in through here? We can't read these because the resolution's too low. Small saving grace there, chat. Otherwise I would try. And here's the armory. Complete with the standard issue armory wall posters of how to disassemble your rifle. Which you'll find in like every single Russian military base ever.
Разрешите доложить. За время моего дежурства никаких происшествий на посту не было. Извините, я на посту.
Okay, he won't talk to us because he's on duty. He takes his job very seriously. Post 8, the barracks. Shift change log. I accepted the I'm not going to bother to read the times and dates. A.A. Silov on duty. The loud snoring of Private E.O. Petrochenko at approximately 1:20 woke up half the company. What a Chad. The privates attempted to put Private Petrochenko down by democratic smothering. But the attempt was prevented. No other incidents were observed. I need to use that term more often in my life. Democratic smothering. And then, next shift change, on duty, GK Khrenov. Private O.L. Nikolaev was noted drunk and accompanied to the guardhouse. The location where he was provided with alcohol was not ascertained. No other incidents were observed. Okay. Average day at like late 2000s Russian military outpost. No, I don't think this goes anywhere. No, can't open that. 2008, Georgian vacation soon this summer. It's August. The game is set in August. So, yes. These rooms seem very decently sized. Are we an officer? I think we actually are. I don't recall it. I don't remember if it said it in the fucking journal, but I think we are. And then we can't do anything up here, so back down we go.
Отказ систем. Смотри экран.
Belated Merry Merry and Happy Ross.
Hey newbie, cheers man, appreciate it. And same to you. You've missed about 4 minutes of gameplay and probably more than 40 of me ranting. We're playing Paranoia, which is a very old school Half-Life mod. This is a standalone version. Oh yeah, this is the enlisted barracks. So we are indeed an officer.
В окне автобуса поплыл
Wanna say we're like a major or
наркоман,
something?
а тёлки тупо сбились в кучу, машут, что-то кричат. Ну что ты, в армии нахуй?
Мы отдыхаем, пожалуйста, не мешай.
О, теперь ты в армии.
На месяц до
Да.
дембеля, пусть лучше
Кругом
дурки шуршат.
затылки мудаков тебе подобных блестят, и мысль одна на все снует по ним вперед и назад.
Some of you,
Здесь я
maybe,
нахуй.
may
О,
recognize this.
теперь я в армии. Нахуй.
Not the language,
Теперь я
but
в армии, нахуй. Всё,
it's You're in the Army now by fucking... Who was it?
Потом мой распределитель, 100 дебилов в трусах, а дальше форма, бля, учебка, бля,
Status quo, I
присяга, бля,
think.
затрах ты, сука, в армии, нахуй.
Except it's a very vulgar Russian version of it.
Нахуй.
Сержант разрешил перекурить.
Я задремал на дне окопа, и мне снится
отдыхаю.
кровать. Я задремал на дне окопа, и мне снится кровать. Я слышу крик.
Oh, another journal. Let's annoy this guy.
На месяц.
Very vulgar version of the song.
Шуршат.
Святыню дембеля мы будем отмечать до седины.
Just spicy
В этот
lines,
день
yeah.
Мы будем пить и пиздить всех, кого хотим, мы были в армии, нахуй. Мы были в армии.
Crime and Punishment, Chapter 6. Oh, he's been reading in his downtime. We've got a fucking poet here. Suddenly he heard a clock strike. He started, roused himself, raised his head, looked out of the window, and seeing how late it was, suddenly jumped up wide awake as though someone had pulled him off his sofa. I never realized that I write a bit like Tolstoy did with a shitload of commas. He crept on tiptoe to the door, stealthily opened it, and began listening on the staircase. His heart beat terribly, but all was quiet on the stairs, as if everyone was asleep. It seemed to him strange and monstrous that he could have slept in such forgetfulness from the previous day, and had done nothing, had prepared nothing yet. Fuck, I'm I didn't come here to be attacked. And meanwhile, perhaps it had struck 6, and his drowsiness and stupefaction were followed by an extraordinary, feverish, as if it were distracted haste. But the preparations to be made were few. He concentrated all his energies on thinking of everything and forgetting nothing, and his heart kept beating and thumping so that he could hardly breathe. First he had to make a noose and sew it into his overcoat, a work of a moment. Rodion rummaged under his pillow and picked out amongst the linen, stuffed away under it, a worn-out, old unwashed shirt. From its rags he tore a long strip, a couple of inches wide and about 16 inches long. He folded the strip in two, took off his wide, strong summer overcoat of some stout cotton material, his only outer garment, and began sewing the two ends of the rag on the inside, under the left armhole. His hand shook as he sewed, but he did it successfully so that nothing showed outside when he put the coat on again. The needle and the thread he had got ready long before, and they lay on his table in a piece of paper. As for the noose, it was a very ingenious device of his own. The noose was intended for the axe. It was impossible for him to carry the axe through the street in his hands. There you go. You get a free dramatic reading of classic literature. What more could you ask for on a stream? You've got recent history of the Caucasus and political history of Chechnya, highly abridged version. You've got a dramatic reading of fucking Crime and Punishment. What more could you want? I'm about to break out a fucking noose. There you go. There you go. We're fully immersed in the experience of 2000s Russian army life, as attested to by Max's most recent comment. Please don't ban me, Twitch, for joking about that. Please don't. If you need help, it's out there. Just ask somebody in chat and they can give you the relevant numbers to call. But fully immersed in the experience of a Ross. Okay, another arsenal. Armory, that's the word. This one doesn't have a syllable count.
Разрешите доложить. Я с оружейных комнат глаз не спускаю.
Good to hear, son. Alright. Has your sister told you what happened to her? That she fucking concussed herself at work? No, she hasn't, but Mum has. Fucking idiot. Literally, I went in to, like, ask her if she needed me to grab her a drink or something, a couple of hours earlier, because I happened to be in town checking out flats. I saw her a couple of hours earlier and she was fine. And then by the time I get, by the time I have dinner, I get a message from Mum saying she's fucking concussed herself. Absolute monkey. Metal roller fell on her head. Oh, if a metal roller fell on her head. Oh, workers' comp, workers' comp, workers' comp, workers' comp. I have to ask her what exactly happened. That'd be actually really funny. Because she's been, like, really fucked around at work and just getting shifts dumped on her, like, one after the other. So it will be hilarious if they now have to deal with an actual workers' comp case. I would die laughing. Hey, buddy. He's not going to talk to us. He's antisocial. Oh, hang on. Can I go through here? No, I can't.
Добрый день. Надо бы в столовую сгонять.
We've hit our first load zone. Okay, so remember how I said this is running on a modified version of Gold Source? You may notice
Магазинным питанием и воздушным охлаждением ствола.
normal mapping.
Механизм АК курковой обеспечивает ведение.
This supports normal mapping. It supports a bunch of other things too that Gold Source doesn't natively support. Because in true Russian modder style, these guys decided what the engine already gave them wasn't enough and they were going to just start tinkering with it. which made the original mod. This is the standalone version, remember, so this has had a few polished passes on top of it and is not actually running on top of Half-Life. It's running on top of the engine modified, but like a separate thing. The Half-Life version, the actual original mod, was pretty unstable, as you might imagine from Russian modders. Ray tracing? I don't think so. Is it? Oh no! Oh, I'm gonna have to fucking restart OBS every time it hits a load zone. Are you fucking shitting me? Oh my god. Stand by. Slavic gaming experience. I have to restart OBS every time I hit a load zone because this is doing some cooked shit where however it renders is not getting natively hooked by OBS unless OBS is started after the game is running. It's like Cliffs of Dover, except even more munted. Maybe I should have played the original mod instead of the standalone. Maybe that would be like less of a headache. No, the thing is, like, it's I don't have to restart the game. The game plays fluidly. The game plays wonderfully. The problem is it does something that, I don't know, reinitializes the fucking rendering engine or some shit, and OBS doesn't hook it. Why are you like this? I swear to God, please don't take this the wrong way and think that I'm trying to be, like, offensive here, but I swear to God, like, just Slavs in general, and more so the further east you go, are autistic. I swear to God, they find the most complicated, ass-backwards, difficult way to solve a problem, and I can say that with confidence because it's exactly how I operate as well. I do the exact same fucking thing. I can tell because that is also how I would have done what they just did. And like, look at DCS, look at the level of detail on the train models in DCS. You never see a train up close in DCS, never ever. Even if you're bombing the train, you never see it up close. Look at the detail on the train. They're fully interior, like, they have full interiors modeled. Tell me that's not autism. Someone at ED is like so far down the spectrum, you have to shine a black light in their direction to see them. I'm totally here for it, but like, come on. It is the tune. I think this was actually the first place I ever heard this song. All officers have been ordered to undergo training at the medical unit. Hurry up, they're already waiting for you. They might be already waiting for me because I spent 40 minutes giving a fucking history lecture, hey. Can I read that book from here? Probably not. Small Mercies. Who are the ones that made Normandy 2.0? Yes. They also did a bunch of maps and aircraft, I think, for Great Battles. Oh, we got a book! Shift change log. Post 3, training unit. N.K. Svedlov. There were no incidents during my period of duty. Lucky bastard. Then he was replaced by B.L. Gorodkov. In the period from 1900 through 1920 hours, Private A.N. Mamedov tried twice to read an evening prayer. Devout Muslim, presumably, from the name and the fact it says evening prayer. He was reprimanded and sent on a pilgrimage in the direction of the medical unit. Fuck me. I love the way that they word things in this game. Russian is such a beautiful language. What's this? Papka для bumag. I don't know what a bumag is. It's like a workbook or something.
Подождите, когда я освобожусь. Мне некогда с вами разговаривать. Я пока побуду здесь.
Annoy the shit out of him. What's he doing? He's hacking something, clearly. I want that camo PC. Hey, chocolate, cheers for the resub. Yeah, samesies. With half the case gone too. Authentic Russian gaming rig right here. camo print and the fucking case is missing because otherwise it'd overheat. My old PC used to look, without the camo, but like the same general case design and the fact that the case had no sides on it most of the time, that's how my old PC used to look. Because if I put the full case on, it would literally turn into an oven and cook itself. And you've got your standard classroom posters, Automatic Kalashnikova, your automatic AK rifles, your AK-74, your AKS-74, the folding version. Then you've got your grenade launcher, the GP-25. And then Pulemyoti Kalashnikova, your RPK-74, and the PKT? Huh? Why PKT? PKM. These guys are infantry, not tankists. Same gun, just different firing mechanism. Is that? Oh, right, that's the use for him, so I can annoy him more. And then over here we've got our SVD. And this actually shows you the fucking... Oh, this is the fucking, there's like a cutaway of the actual internals of the... It's like 2 pixels big, so you can't see anything, but I can tell you what it is. So the one on the left is a cutaway of the rifle's inner workings, and the one on the right is the wound channels. These are the wound channels for a fucking 5.45 round. Or sorry, no, 7.62 rounds. This is AK-47. Interesting. Can't go any further that way. You've missed hell, nearly an hour of it. Yes. You've missed barely any gameplay, but plenty of me fucking rambling about shit nobody cares about. Aha, it's the mess hall.
Ох, где мои 18 лет?
Having fun there, bud? Never seen a training thing go, this is exactly what you're going to do to a target that you hit? Hmm. Well, that one does. Look, they've even got all the different cuts of meat in here. So if you, like me, have a single neuron, you don't forget what you're doing in the middle of your job, and can just cheat off the poster.
Сегодня у офицеров будет шикарный обед. Мне нужно работать.
Okay, better not disturb him, he's making our dinner, he might spit in it. Noose joke didn't need a suicide helpline reminder, the poster to it, however. Fair. Another thing on point is a washable paint layer on the bottom of the wall. What do you mean paint? Those are tiles. Oh, you mean, yeah, here, the washable paint. Yeah, yeah. That's not just a Russian or Soviet thing. That's a common thing. My school actually did that, my high school. So my high school, the original buildings were built in the mid-20s. And then the new ones were built in like the 60s or 70s or 80s or whatever. Like the new ones were double brick, like everything built in Australia after the 60s, and were shit. The old buildings were built, you know, in the typical style of the sort of mid to late 20s, but they were not maintained at all. In fact, one school holidays part of the ceiling collapsed in one of the upstairs maths rooms, which was very funny. At one point, the principal's wife, who worked at another school, I think, or something, or at a hospital, came into possession of a fuck ton of paint. And so they had the genius idea that they'd repaint the school buildings, because they badly needed repainting. Our school went from, you know, standard sort of off-white walls kind of thing to, it looked like this, except worse colour scheme. The top was like beige and the bottom was battleship grey. I don't know where she sourced the paint from, but it was probably a military installation, or like the most depressing fucking hospital on earth, because it was like beige and battleship grey. It was so bad. And like salmon pink and like pastel green in the new part. Oh fuck, it was awful. But the same thing, it was painted like pale upper half, darker lower half. We want to go this way, I think. Yes, this way. Wait, no, not this way. Fuck. How did we get here? My meds, I did remember them today, and they have kicked in partly, but they haven't kicked in enough for me to remember where the fuck I'm going. I think we go this way. Yes, we do go this way. It's another loading zone. Oh, motherfucker. Okay, I got to restart OBS again. I forgot how many loading zones there are in this game. Back in a second. Definitely in the running for my most scuffed stream to date, between the power outage that happened right at the start of the stream, and now this. Are we seriously doing this? What else am I going to do, Gilson? I could just not play the game on stream. I guess that's an option, but I committed to playing this on stream. I promised a few people I'd do it, and I wanted to do it myself, so that's what we're doing. Can you get it with window capture? I could probably, but I don't like using window capture because I don't want to accidentally dox myself when I tab out. Or show you, like, the embarrassing number of obscure fucking topics I'm interested in this week. I think we probably could do it. But, yeah, I can't be asked. I'd rather just tab out. Fuck you guys. We're committing to it. We're tabbing out. Don't have anything else on your desktop? Banned illegal, sorry. My desktop is just jam-packed with shit, and most of it's shit that I don't know why it's on there. But if I do anything to reorganize it, I'll make myself sad. What a cheery looking example of Soviet/early Russian Federation architecture. Oh yeah, I'm a major, there we go. Tavarish Mayor. He still calls me Comrade Major. It's fucking 2008, he's still calling me Comrade Major. Talked about paint for 10 minutes straight, not that kind of stream. Talked about paint for 10 minutes straight. We won't get surprised. I don't know about that one, Chief. I mean, given the right prompts, there's a chance of it happening. But I'm not doing it because I don't want to get banned.
Привет, майор. Загляни ко мне на склад немного позже.
Drop by the warehouse. In fact, I will, because I need to later on. We have to go through the warehouse to get somewhere else we need to go. Whitewash directly on brick? Yeah, hell yeah. Святое дело. Родине служить. A sacred duty. Service of the motherland. There we go. I can read at least some Russian competently. Учебный корпус. This is the training, like, training detachment, or training department, training, what's the fucking word? The training... Why can I not think... The part of a fucking educational institution that handles a particular that's the training one. No, depot... Corpus is like body, faculty. Training faculty. My own faculties are fucking spread from arsehole to breakfast today, clearly. Хозяйственная часть. That one's beyond me. And then FSB. So this isn't army. This is FSB. And then Veche number. Fuck if I can do the numbers. 2000. 80 and something. I can't make out the last number. It looks like a 0. So the down the bottom, Vecha, Voyna Chust, which is military unit. So this is something unit. Chust is unit. So Soviet and then Russian military units, and I think a bunch of the post-Soviet republics do this. I think Ukraine still does it. I think some of the Central Asian ones still do it. The NATO members don't, to my knowledge, because it doesn't really work out with how NATO organizations work, but every unit has a distinct number separate to its name. So it'll have a name. It'll be like the, 69th fucking dipshit brigade or whatever, but it'll also have a separate military unit number. Farming? Wait. No. Yeah. Sovkhoz. Okay, yeah, farming. Yep, I see it. I'm not used to seeing the word farming in full. I'm used to seeing the abbreviation for farming. Kazarma 1, barracks number 1. There's the gate. One of the gates. Is this legible? No, thank God, because I'm not reading all that.
Товарищ майор, разрешите доложить. Никаких происшествий на посту во время дежурства не было. Извините, я выполняю приказ.
Контрольно-пропускной пункт. This is your, like, movement control point for the gate. Early Russian Federation flag with the washed out blue? No, it's just faded by sunlight. The washed out blue is more like MiG cockpit kind of shade. It's like almost sky blue. How does this game tie into Stalker? You know, they could potentially occupy the same cinematic universe. They don't have any official crossover, but they could and you can tell there's common inspiration between them, but they could totally occupy the same cinematic universe. Stalker happens in Ukraine, and this happens in Russia. You'll see why as we go into the game. Medsun Chust, that's a, what's the word, portmanteau, where you take a syllable from each word and them into each other. The Russians love doing that. This is the, like, sick bay, essentially, the medical and sick bay wing. So we've got to go in there, because they've got to tell us we're fit for duty. I just want to see if there's anything we missed around here. And the glorious fucking Bukhanka ambulance. I just want to see if there's anything interesting down here. I'm not going to torture you by walking the whole way, we're going to jog. Work off some of those pounds. Kazarma... Is it Nomer in Russian? I was mixing up German and Russian for a second there. Nomer 2.
Так, похоже,
Second
ресторан
barracks.
передел. Придется менять.
Okay, I think that's roughly where we came out. Yeah, that's where we came out, through there, so not missing anything. Oh, except that glorious Soviet age poster, oh, like mural, I guess. I love the old murals you find in Soviet military bases. A lot of them still have them, or they're like, a lot of the abandoned ones in Germany still have them. There's a really, really good mural at Fino, which was the base that the MiG-25 detachment operating out of East Germany operated from, Fino. It's awesome. It's got like MiG-25 streaking up towards the fucking stratosphere and like missiles and shit. It's so good. It's common to have German and Dutch words. Yes, the Russian language loan words heavily out of German because of a lot of crossover between German and Russian aristocracy and royalty back in the Empire days. There's also crossover that came through my tribe, using bits of German and bits of Russian until the Russians kind of picked it up from us. There's also a lot of French loanwording in Russian, because French was used as the language of the aristocracy for quite a while, and Catherine the Great was very much a French Kuma. Kuma being a very appropriate word in her case. Okay, hang on. Let me find something that I can... 1 second. Bear with. Oh, I know. Let's do a funny. Let's do a funny. So that if I do accidentally show you something I don't intend to, you get a good background. I need to... And we have to remember to fucking change this back around afterwards. Display capture, and then we turn off the game capture. Hello. And then we hope that OBS hooks. If this doesn't work, it's going to be very, very funny. And, Hello? Display capture? Oh, no, there we go. It doesn't know which monitor to capture. There we go. Okay, it does work. Thank God. There we go. There we go. Okay. And I just walk back through the load zone because I'm a genius. Now I need to get chat up on my screen so I can see. But yeah, there's a lot of French loanwords in Russian too. So my alert audio / the thing you hear if something goes badly wrong in something with an RI-65 warning system. Отказ систем, смотри экран. Écran may sound familiar to French speakers. There's a reason for that. They literally just went, ooh, we're gonna borrow this. That's a French word for screen. Meanwhile, screen in the sense of like covering or protecting something is a different word. That is zaslon. So the MiG-31's radar is screen as in like covering something, zaslon, whereas screen as in you read it and there's stuff on it is ekran. But there's also the KV-1E, which is the KV-1 ekran, which has armored screen. So I don't fucking know. They probably use both interchangeably. I'm not advanced enough in Russian to actually realize or to actually know like what the fucking go with that is. Zaslon translated as barrier. That's probably the better translation. Yeah. So ekran is screen and zaslon is like barrier. Even though an English speaker would probably use the words screen and barrier interchangeably in certain contexts. Man, context is a fuck, isn't it?
Солдат спит, служба идет. О нет, меня тошнит. Моя голова, она болит. Как мне плохо.
Oh yeah, we're in the fucking sick bay, aren't we? I was about to say someone's malingering, but then it's like, actually, this is the sick bay. Maybe he's not. Oh, yum. There's a book here. Curtain? Oh, fuck, curtain as well. Oh, shit. See, when you're talking about your own language, you never think about shit like this. When you're talking about someone else's, you realize, oh my fucking god, what are we doing? UAZ 4506, I don't remember the model number for the Bukhanka, but yeah, UAZ does produce them. Time to hit the civvy street. Is that Russian soldier implying he wants to attack non-military targets? I mean, it's 2008. He could be. French loanwords in Russian was the one that threw me the most. There's a very strong historical connection between France and Russia, both because of the imperial connection between aristocratic and royal families back in the day. Sorry, I'm rearranging my desk a bit. Both because of that and because of, you know, the whole Napoleonic era thing, the allegiance between the French and the Russians, the breakdown in allegiance between the French and the Russians, the very much not an allegiance between the French and the Russians, and then the conturned, I just invented a word, the return to cordial relations afterwards. Yeah, there's a lot of crossover. There's a lot of historic crossover between France and Russia. There's also a lot of historic crossover between France and Poland, because Poland formed like a major linchpin in the sort of geopolitical strategy of Napoleonic era France. I'm not going to start on that, or we'll be here for another 3 hours. So, yeah, there's a lot of French crossover in Russian, and that continued both sort of incidentally or coincidentally, I guess I should say, and deliberately through Soviet times. So there's obviously well, if you know about it, there's obviously the Normandy Neiman Squadron, which is a French volunteer squadron that flew for the VVS. They flew Yaks, mostly. They also, I think they started with like Hurricanes and a few other things, but they ended up flying Yaks. Normandy Neiman were a very high-scoring squadron. They were guards, I think they were a whole regiment, rather, because, you know, Russian Air Force is organized by regiment, and then the squadrons fall under a regiment. It's different to in the West, where you tend to mention squadron, and the wing is the thing that's talked about less. It's kind of the reverse with Soviet and Russian organization, because they organize at a higher level because they've got more stuff. So Normandy Neiman was very, very highly regarded. I think they were very rapidly promoted to a guards regiment. There were a fair few French aces that made ace on the Eastern Front, flying for the Soviets. And when the war finished and they went back home to France, they were actually gifted their aircraft as a thank you to take back to France with them. So for a brief period, the Armée de l'Air operated Yak 3s. At least the handful of them that the pilots didn't immediately say, actually, this is my plane, it was gifted to me, I'm keeping it. So yeah, that was a thing. But there was also some, as I said, coincidental crossover. MiG, Mikoyan and Gurevich. Artyom Mikoyan was the brother of Anastas Mikoyan, who was very highly placed in the Soviet structure. He's the younger brother of Anastas. So that's his origin story. They came from, like, it was a bit nepotism, but also they both came from very poor backgrounds, so it's Soviet nepotism, where they actually did bootstrap themselves up from nothing, but then they got nepotized even higher. You know, people talk shit about the Soviet Union because, oh, they have no formal training or experience. They used to be a fucking dirt farmer, and now they're running a country. It's like, yeah, they kind of got there on merit most of the way. It's just when they got to the upper echelons, it started getting a bit fucky. But yeah, that's Mikoyan's origin story. He was an actual aircraft designer. He worked under Polikarpov. He did Polikarpov a bit dirty right before Polikarpov's death. And the earliest MiG designs were very, 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 very visibly influenced / derived from the later Polikarpov designs. So if you look at like an I-185 and the what was it? The I-200, I think, was the original index for the MiG-1. You can see it's very, very closely related. So that was Mikoyan's story. Gurevich was he was one of my lot. He was a Russian Jew, and he went to study in France. He studied at L'École de fucking arsfuck. I don't remember. It was some specialized French aircraft design technical school. He studied there in the same class as Marcel Bloch. Now, those of you who know your history may know that Marcel Bloch, he was a big deal in French aviation, right? Before World War II, he was one of the premier French aviation guys. And he put out a significant chunk of France's military aircraft in the lead up to World War II. And then he dropped off the face of the earth, and so did the Bloch name. Because during the war, his brother was killed while fighting for the resistance, and he changed his name legally to adopt his brother's nom de guerre as his surname. So Marcel Bloch became Marcel Dassault. And if you want to take a crack at some conspiracy theorists, between him and Gurevich, this is like the class of whatever year it was, Zog contingent. What can I say? We're good at designing aircraft. So anyway, Bloch became Dassault, and then Gurevich obviously became the G in MiG. So these two guys were in a class together. I don't know how much crossover there was there, if they were friends, or if they talked a lot, or if there was like collaborative work going on between them. Obviously that was very early in their careers. But it's one of those little things where one of the premier French designers of all time and one of the premier Soviet designers of all time had this, you know, kind of deep lore personal slash professional connection. And there was actually quite a significant influence back and forth in design ideas between the French and the Soviets. I don't know how much of that was intentional and how much it was just like, these people think kind of like us, what are they doing? But yeah, there's a lot of crossover. For example, the MiG-23 PD, the Delta Wing lift jet prototype that was kind of the safe option against the swing wing version, which was the radical option, because nobody had done it at that point except the Americans, and the Americans hadn't even got it working properly yet. The MiG-23 PD had very distinctly Mirage-styled intakes. Not to say they copied them, I doubt they did, but, you know, the inspiration is the same. The Soviets were already using the annular intake with the shot cone, and what is a Mirage intake if not just a MiG nose cut in half and put either side of a fuselage? I'm not going to get into the whole they copied shit because it's dumb. But anyway, you can see the influence going both ways. How did we get here? We got here because I was talking about how there's so many French loanwords in Russian, and we got there because I accidentally started speaking German instead of Russian, and then it was brought up how there's a lot of German and Dutch loanwords in Russian. I took my meds. I remember how we got here. That's how you can tell. That's how you can tell if I've forgotten my meds. If I remember how we got on a tangent, half an hour after the tangent has been reached. Anyway, Oblomov, Chapter 9. Where are we? To which happy corner of the world? Okay, before we do the dramatic reading, let me tell you guys, you've got it easy today. So, my specific dosage of Dexies is in short supply globally. Don't ask me why or how. If it was in short supply domestically, I'd know how, because I would know. But it's in global shortage. Because fucking reasons, I don't know. So I could either get a lesser dosage and just have to deal with that, or I could be given a higher dosage and then just have to do some chemistry shit to titrate it down to my actual dosage. I got the latter option, so I got an emergency prescription. So I'm usually on 50 milligrams, not straight Dexies. That would, well, if I was on 50 milligrams of straight Dexies, I'd be speaking the language of the ancients. But it's the slow release stuff. It's a little bit of Dexies mixed in with an inert amino acid, so it breaks it down over, like your digestive system breaks down the bond between them over time, and the Dexies metabolize, and the amino acid just, you know, it does something else with that. It's inert, doesn't do anything. So I went from my usual dosage of 50, while the only one I could get a prescription for on short notice was 70. And I was given instructions, you know, that's a significant jump. It's only 20 milligrams, but it's a significant jump in dosage. So maybe, like, don't just take it normally, maybe titrate it down, which is what I've been doing. Except if I'm, like, really fucked up in the morning, and it's before work, and I can't be fucked, and my eyes are too bleary to even read the fucking measuring cup, I'll just take the whole thing. I did some science the other day. I was so fucked up, I was just like, fuck it, I'll take the whole thing, and we'll see if it works. I took the whole thing, and actually I got, like, very few side effects from it. It was essentially, I felt about the same effect as the first time I took my original low dose, like the lowest dosage I was given when I started on it, which is 30 mil. So, if any of you remember the first stream where I had my meds, it was like that. I could perceive the effect of it, and I had a very slight headache as it wore off. But other than that, like, it wasn't, I didn't start vomiting or, like, have any really bad side effects or whatever. So I was like, okay, I probably shouldn't do this because it'll build tolerance to it even faster, and then my usual dose won't do anything, but, like, in an emergency I can do this and it won't fuck me up. Be glad I didn't do that today, because it probably would make me talk about 3 times faster, and my, like, train of thought would be even more esoteric. So it could be worse. It could be so much worse. Night, Cotty. Sleep well. I'll catch you later, man. Thanks for swinging by. And I'm sorry you couldn't see actual gameplay because I was too busy talking about whatever bullshit. In 2008, FSB would a conscript dare to speak to a major like that? Maybe if he knew what the major was selling under the table, or buying under the table, he would. I'm not sure how firm the chain of command was in 2008, to be fair. Also recommend a Soviet movie dealing with the impact of the 1917 revolution, its impact on the Russian-German community, since they formed a lot of the nobility. Yes, and then they had an even less fun time after World War II, because a whole bunch of collective punishment happened. And it didn't just happen in Russia. Cotty would be able to tell you guys this, but there was a lot of, shall we say, accelerated reorganization of the demographic makeup of Czechoslovakia. I find it so hard to say that word for some reason. Czechoslovakia, probably because I can't pronounce my L's properly without thinking about it. Why bother actually fixing your mild speech impediment when you can just fake it well enough that no one notices anyway? I can only pronounce L's when I'm speaking a foreign language for some reason. Because if I try and pronounce them in English, it sounds wrong to me. It makes me sound like a fucking toff. Still got a cough from when I was sick before Christmas, by the way. Pilot, my plane. Amanda Lair. Our plane, yes. The French Codex after World War II was fucking wild. They had, like, most of their equipment was British or American, because it was given to them, because they'd lost most of their own. There was a chunk of their own equipment that they captured back off the Germans, or which had been kind of, you know, frozen production during the war, and they picked up production after the war. They had a small amount of Soviet equipment that came back from volunteers fighting over there, or from capturing it off the Germans who captured off the Soviet. Oh my fucking... World War II is one of those things where you think it's done to death, but there's always some aspect of it that is just so deep lore, you'll never run out of things to study in World War II. It's nuts. It's just... Conflict on that scale is like, you will never get to the bottom of it. But yeah, they had that. They had German equipment they captured. The French were probably the... Well, the French were the second largest user of the Panther tank, because of ones that they were operating post-war. The Soviets did capture and operate some during the war, but they didn't keep them after the war because the Soviets did not have flattering opinions about them. The British captured a handful during the war, but they typically broke down in service and they just abandoned them because they couldn't repair them. There's actually a specific historical account of that happening. Cuckoo, the tank, was named because it was stolen from the Germans, because the Germans left it parked in a hayshed. The Brits found it and did a bit of a cheeky one and knocked it off. I'm not joking. This happened a lot during World War II as well. You would infiltrate into an enemy position and just literally steal their shit. The Soviets would do infiltrations into German defensive positions with, like, tanks, T-34s, and they just hitch up the Germans' anti-tank guns and fucking drive off with them. That's historically attested to in multiple situations. Like, that happened. Fuck, like, just the mental image of some of the shit that went down during World War II is really funny. Well, anyway, the Brits, cheeky lads, found a Panther just sitting in a hayshed, fueled up, ready to go, and the Germans must have been asleep, or they were off doing something else and left their tank there. So the Brits just fucking stole it. Literally got in, went, how does this work? One of them eventually figured out how to get it started, and they drove off. Like, that's actually how it happened. And then they took it back, they painted the whole thing olive green instead of camouflage, because, you know, some people's IFF capabilities are not the greatest. Painted it olive drab, or khaki, because it was the British, they probably would have had British paint. Put big, you know, the white star in a circle, the Allied identification markings all over it. Top, sides, back, front, so, you know, hey, this is our one, please don't shoot us. And then painted Cuckoo on the side of the turret, because they named it Cuckoo because they stole it from its nest. They operated that tank for, it was a series of... It was over the course of an offensive operation. I think it was at least like a week or two. It may have even been like a month. And they gave some opinions on it. They found that it handled snow and ice a lot better than the British or American tanks did. Even though it was heavier, it didn't slide sideways off the road into the ditch as much. They found that the gun was quite good at putting rounds through specific windows from a distance, but they also found that the high explosive charges on the 75mm shell kind of sucked, because the shell walls had to be thicker because of the high velocity. They had some interesting takes on it. They quite liked the tank. They had a few complaints about it. Its design, like the fact the gunner can't see outside except through the magnified optic, which was a common complaint. A few other things, but in general, they formed a bond with the tank, shall we say, until the fuel pump broke and they had to ditch it because they couldn't do anything with it. But that happened quite a bit. Anyway, the French just took a whole shitload of German stuff: aircraft, tanks, artillery, guns, like the lot. And they were like, well, we don't have enough shit, so we're just going to use this until we can replace it with enough shit. Let me catch up on chat a bit more. Artyom worked as a machinist as his first job. That makes him cool in my book, yes. It's also good to have a designer that's built the stuff. I'm going to try not to get too far into this, I swear. And this also touches on my current job, which I don't want to go into too much detail on stream, not because it's super spooky classified shit, just because I don't want to, like, give away who I work for, because then if I say something which upsets somebody, I'll get in trouble. But it ties in with an aspect of my job where, say, software architects design something that makes a lot of sense to them, but don't make a lot of sense to the people that have to either use or maintain it. Same thing when I was a window cleaner. Actual building architects have the same problem. They'll build a building that's beautiful, and I like architecture. I'm interested in architecture. I might one day say, fuck this, I'm going to be an architect. I don't know. But, and there are certain architectural styles that I think, yes, they look very nice, but fuck cleaning them. In fact, a lot of the architectural styles I do really like are nightmares to maintain. And one of the things that struck me about this was when I was working as a window cleaner, the use of glass. Using glass for, like, safety railings on stairs, particularly if it's frameless glass, is a fucking nightmare. Any curved piece of glass, but the worst thing of all is louvers. Glass louvers are the fucking bane of my existence. I fucking hate them. They are impossible to clean properly. You cannot clean them properly. Like, the best you can do is just, soap them up and then kind of run over them with something absorbent and then paper towel it off to try and get, buff out the fucking streaks. That's as good as you'll get. And then as soon as they, do their louver thing, they're going to get dirty again. Like, they're just shit. So having a background actually doing, like, building or maintaining the thing which you're then designing is really good, because you have an idea of, we can manufacture this, or we can't manufacture this, or this is going to be really difficult to replace in the field. You have that knowledge, which somebody that went through design school and, like, they never built the thing, they've only ever known how to design it, they're not going to have that. They might have all these amazing design, bits of design knowledge, like, oh, if I design this, it's more elegant, it's less moving parts, or it's less whatever. But then a machinist will look at it and go, that's a fucking waste of material, or how the fuck do I make that cut? How many arms do you think I have? Or, like, how many axes do you think this... Do you think our machine has an axis for the fucking passage of time? Like, having that ground knowledge is really good, because it bypasses a whole sequence of development where the guy that has to build and maintain it and the guy that designed it are arguing back and forth and, like, getting into fisticuffs. You can just ignore that completely if the guy that designed it also had experience building it. The amount of drawings I've gotten with infinitely sharp internal corners for no reason. Yeah, exactly. Because they have no concept of how the thing is actually built, or that, machining has limits based on physical reality. I'm gonna lose my voice probably within the next hour. This is fine. Wait, yeah, this is a horror game? It sure is. You're gonna see me fucking shitting myself, because I do not handle horror well. I handle I handle the Beslan School Siege, journal kind of horror a lot better than the things jumping out at me in the dark horror. I startle easily. It's autism brain shit, I'm pretty convinced, because when I read Temple Grandin's book, she talks about the same thing in animal terms, and I was like, actually, yeah, that's me. I'm an animal. I think like a fucking cow. Sudden flashes of light or dark, or like a line that suddenly appears across where I'm trying to walk, things I spot out of my peripheral vision that I don't understand why it's just happened, will startle or scare me. I have fucking animal vision, right? So if somebody suddenly moves on the periphery of my vision, you'll see me like tense up, because I don't know what's going on, and I'm like, are they going to hit me? Are they, like, do they not see me and they're going to walk into me? Are they reacting to something else that's happening? Like, is the building collapsing and that's why they suddenly move? I startle really easily. I have an incredibly sensitive startle response, which I can't control. but the like deep mental horror of like reading through historical accounts of this or that fucking World War II operation on the Eastern Front, like, oh, and they're just casually describing what they found after the fucking Einsatzgruppe had been through or something. Like, it's mentally taxing, but I can read that, and I will internalize that, and that'll go into my bank of, these are things that you have to watch out for. If you've ever wondered why I'm usually, not always, but usually pretty good at calling things before they happen, it's because the database in here is built of a whole lot of stuff like that. Still nothing on the Finns, Buffaloes and Fits. You gotta appreciate a good Codex merge, man. Just a country that gets shit from everywhere because they don't know who they're going to be able to get stuff from in the next week. Just ace combat fucking equipment. It's brilliant. I love a Codex. Good Codex. Speeding up again. Yes, I am. This game is an FPS. No, it's a dramatic reading of Russian literature simulator. Okay, so, Oblomov, Chapter 9. Where are we? To which happy corner of the world did Oblomov's dream carry us? What a wonderful place! There, on the contrary, the heavens seem to hug the earth, not in order that they might better aim their thunderbolts, but in order that they might the closer enfold it in a loving embrace. In fact, this is one of the... Okay, I'm going on a tangent again. Bear with me. We're getting at something with this. This is a Russian to English translation. Whoever translated this is pretty good at speaking English. I'd say they're probably fluent, but you can tell they're Russian because the word definite articles start appearing where they shouldn't. Russians and Slavs in general, because the Slavic languages, the Eastern Slavic ones for sure. I don't remember about South Slavic or Western. I think Western lacks it as well. South, I don't recall. I think South still has definite articles. But Eastern Slavic languages, like Russian, lack a definite article. The, a, those don't exist. I'm not talking about going to the car, I'm going to car. Because the structure of their grammar fills in the purpose of the definite article in English. So we use the definite article because our grammar doesn't specify, whereas because of the way that Russian works, it's, I forget the name for it. Is it case-based? I don't know, but like the specific, there's like a word for case-based languages like Russian and German and stuff, but the actual words themselves change to give the context. You know, that's why every time I try and remember what something is in Russian, you'll see me go through like 2 or 3 different word endings, because I can't remember the rules to which ending it should be. I just know that the ending will change based on the thing. And it'll do that because it's a gendered language and because it's a case-based language. So the case will change the word, the root of the word, to give you the context. English doesn't do that. English doesn't do that at all. Words in English never change. It's the other words, the way they relate to that word that gives you context. Whereas in a language like Russian or German, it's the words themselves, the specific way the words are formed, that gives you the context. And German does have definite articles because the Germans are fucking, you know, they've got to complicate shit as many ways as they can, but the Russians abandoned it. So a good way to spot a Russian speaker that is speaking English, other than if you can physically hear an accent, is they will not use definite articles at all, or they will frequently forget them, or they will use too many definite articles because they're overcompensating. And you'll see me when I'm talking, or like when I'm writing, not when I'm speaking, but when I'm writing, you'll see me start dropping definite articles if I'm talking to either people who I know speak Russian natively, or I have been talking to people who speak Russian natively, or I'm just feeling lazy, because actually it's a really good way to just make it easier on myself, because I don't... 9 times out of 10 you don't need a definite article, people know what you're talking about, so I just don't care. So here, this here, but in order that they might the closer enfold it. That's actually not grammatically incorrect. You might see that construction in older English, like Victorian and earlier era English, But modern English, you would not see that. Unless somebody was trying to be really fucking, like, one of those shitty, snobby fucking kids that thinks that just because they own a thesaurus, they're, like, God's own gift to literature. They might do this, but you wouldn't see a normal human being do this. They might closer enfold it would be like the form you would usually see, without the definite article. Good way to spot, because they used a definite article where in modern English you just wouldn't bother. It's also funny though, because as I read like bits of Russian literature, I realize I write kind of the same way a lot of Russian literature is written. I don't know if that's like a fucking ancient fucking Eastern European swamp Jew genetic fucking memory thing, or if it's just coincidence that I happen to think or write like in a similar way because it's easier. But it's amusing to me. And it probably explains why I get along so well with them, and like at every point in my life I've had at least 2 or 3 friends of East Slavic extraction. In a loving embrace. In fact, they hovered low in order that... This is... I could have written this. It's just a sentence with like 10 gazillion commas to break up the pacing. In fact, they hovered low in order that, like a parental sheltering roof, they might guard this chosen corner of the earth from every adversity. Meanwhile, the sun shone warm and bright during half the year, and withdrawing, did so slowly and reluctantly that it seemed ever to be turning back for one more look at the beloved spot, as though wishing to give it one more bright warm day before the approaching weather of autumn. Also, the hills of that spot were no more than reduced models of the terrible mountains which, in other localities, rear themselves to affright the imagination. I love it when somebody whose native language is not English goes to the effort of finding an English word, which is a word and is, like, you know, attested to, but has not been used for probably about 200 years. Werner, thanks for the Prime sub, man. Appreciate it. I think it might have been a while since I've seen you pop up in chat. Good to see you. Hope all's been going well. We are playing... We're having a very eclectic stream today. So, this is Paranoia. It's a Half-Life mod, original Half-Life mod from the like late 2000s, 2009, 2010-ish. It's a first-person shooter. It's kind of horror genre. But because it has, like, the first area of the game, you start in your barracks, and there's a lot of, like, world-building stuff like this. And I'm the kind of person that cannot help but explore and read everything there is to read, and then, of course, the natural outcome of that when I'm streaming and talking to all of you guys is I have to start going on tangents, and so we're, like, probably several hours into the stream, because I had to restart OBS several times up to this point. We're probably several hours into the stream, and we have got through about 10 minutes of gameplay. And now we're doing a dramatic reading of Russian literature, because I found it, and I'll be damned, I'm going to read it. So, fright the imagination. The VOD will be up, super, it'll be fine. Oh, also, for anyone who is wondering why there's, like, been 4 months of dead silence on my YouTube channel, I do have the previous streams from that time period exported to YouTube. I just haven't gone through and, like, fucking, tagged them up and made them public and stuff yet. I will get round to it eventually. You may have noticed I have a habit of forgetting my YouTube channel exists, and then, like, once every 6 months you'll see 20 videos go up over the course of a day and a half, because I remembered it exists, and I did, like, I went through in a block and just did all of them. That's probably what's going to happen there. They will go up on YouTube. I don't know when. It'll be fine, don't worry about it. If you miss a stream, the VODs should stay up on Twitch for 2 weeks. If you have Twitch Prime, they stay up for 2 months. Take that as a spruik of Prime, if you will, and then sub to me with it, but don't, if you can't do that monetarily, don't do it. Like, never feel like you guys are obliged to fucking sub to me, especially now, because I actually have stable income, and I am not, like, unless I do something really stupid or something really funny happens, I'm never going to be hurting for money again in my entire life. So, like, don't feel obliged to monetarily support me if you could spend that money in a better way, including on, like, charity or whatever. Like, help someone who actually needs the help. I no longer need the help. And I appreciate all of the support you guys have given me over the years. It has actually, like, seriously helped me while I've been shit kicking for the past third of my life, while I try and find some way to break out of it. And lo and behold, we broke out of it. I have stable income. I have a job which is, like, eminently secure, as long as I can control myself and not get myself in trouble. So I'm good. I'm good. If you want to support someone, find someone that needs it more than me and give it to them. You can support me if you want with money, but I would actually personally just prefer you give it to someone that needs it more than me. Like, because I probably will. I'm the kind of person that if I have any more money than what I require to survive, I immediately start giving it to friends that need it more than I do. Which is partly why I am was perpetually not in the best financial situation, because I would not save up money because I just give it away to my friends. Okay. So yes, if you have Prime, the VODs stay up 2 months on Twitch. If you do not have Prime, that's not like you don't have to Prime sub to me for it to stay. If you have Prime at all, it stays up for 2 months for you. Otherwise, it stays up for 2 weeks. Highlights obviously stay up forever, because that's a separate thing. After the VODs are not on Twitch anymore, they will eventually go up on my YouTube. Very uncommon for me to forget one or miss one, or for YouTube to decide it doesn't like me and take it down. Some of the older VODs where I hadn't separated out the audio channels yet, they will, you know, kind of come up and go down periodically as different publishing, like music publishers decide that you know, people like me can go fuck ourselves. The longer VODs on YouTube, I can't suppress audio in, so I can't go back and edit songs out of them. So if it's like I think it's over 6 hour video, you can't do anything. Like, you can't edit it unless I download the VOD off YouTube, re-edit it manually, and then re-upload it, which is A, a lengthy process, B, will degrade the video quality even further, and C, I just can't be fucked. So VOD availability on YouTube is subject to change for the older stuff. Newer stuff shouldn't be an issue. Some of you noticed the 8-hour-long MiG-21 video, like the MiG-21 Meme Academy. That went down for a period of, I think, a couple months because of I forgot to... I went AFK during the stream and I forgot to stop the music before I got back to streaming it. And because of that, it triggered a thing on YouTube and blocked the video. But it's unblocked now, or it should be unblocked now. It was as of last week, so... yes. That's the whole video availability thing. If it's not on YouTube yet and it's not on Twitch anymore, just have patience, check in like 3 to 6 months, it will be there eventually. Man is actually Sherlock Holmes. Hope you stream Info at some point in the future. I will, I don't know when, but I will. I was almost tempted to stream Control, but that would be very much like this, where I would take forever to get through the game, because that game has a lot of, like, world-building stuff to read, and that game also has a lot of architectural stuff that I would be, it'll also be a TOS stream, because there'd be, like, jizz everywhere, because that game is just, architecturally in terms of visuals. So, no Control stream now. Maybe at a later date, but none now. Plus, it's my first playthrough, and I want to be, like, fully immersed in it. But yeah, Infra will do at some point. Eventually. Wait a minute, Slow Brain reporting for duty here. Did Mamadov get beaten up for his prayers and sent to sickbay, or was he sent to sick as the punishment? I think he was sent to sickbay as a bit of both. A bit of both. Sending someone to sickbay because they wanted to do their evening prayers is a very Russian army thing to do. You know, what with their hazing problems. Which, by the way, the Soviet army had severe hazing problems too. That was something that just never went away fully. They tried to deal with it at various times. Sometimes they were more successful than others. Often, okay, so it was endemic throughout the military. Always has been, fuck, even during imperial times. And it is in any military to an extent, but the Russian military / Soviet military was particularly noticeable for it. I can tell you from not necessarily first-hand experience, because I actually had a pretty cruisy time in the military. I don't know why. I just seem to have that effect on people. Like, I don't usually end up being on the receiving end of shit like this, but I'm usually the person that looks after the ones that are on the receiving end of this. So I have seen it like secondhand, and I've heard stories of it happening in the ADF. It's the Navy for a while was in the media constantly because the Navy did it a lot. The Navy probably still does it to some extent, but it's the Navy and we know what they're like. So every military will have hazing problems. It's just, you can't get rid of that. The US military has a lot worse than hazing going on because it's a big military. Big militaries that are kind of held up on a pedestal, like the US military, like the Soviet army, because, you know, the army was the protector of the Soviet people. It's a whole thing. Once you're idolized as an institution, and you're that big, it's very difficult to stamp this stuff out properly, especially if there's not really a lot of genuine intent to stamp it out to begin with. So, a lot of the negatives you hear about behavior in the Soviet military and the Russian military are systematically true, but not necessarily true at every level of resolution. Certain units are worse than others. Certain units don't have any problems at all. For example, you know, the reaping of the whirlwind that occurred in Berlin, which is, you know, very widely discussed and used as a way to try and score gotchas against the Soviets or now the Russians, without stopping to think about what that does for the other side of things. When you're trying to demonize the guys that liberated Europe from the Nazis. That wasn't happening at every level, at every unit. Some units were very strictly disciplined, and some commanders were noted that if they caught their men looting or doing a bit of the taking without asking of other things, they would just execute them on the spot, or they'd put them, you know, in front of a fucking court-martial, and then they'd be sent to a Strafbad, and they would have a very unpleasant time at the Strafbad because that's what it was designed to do. Some other units were actively encouraged to do it, and their commanders participated. And that's at different levels too. So, you know, an individual rifle squad might not participate even though their parent company or battalion or regiment does, or division even. So it was mixed. You can never generalize that level. Hi, Izzy. How's the concussion? It was so Mum told me that you concussed yourself. That was the only detail I got out of Mum, was you concussed yourself. The detail I then got through chat, I get told by my own chat what is going on with my own sister. What a time to be alive. I got told through chat that something fell on your head. Now, clarify this to me here. Did something fall on your head, or did you cause something to fall on your head? Because if something fell on your head through no fault of your own, do not let that shit slide. I mean, even if you cause something to fall on your head through being a fucking idiot, you probably should still seek something from that. Maybe not like a big compo payout or whatever, but like something, like some sort of leave accommodation or whatever. But if something unsafe at work caused you to have a concussion, that's WHS stuff, and that's like serious, and you should pursue it. It's one of the streams of all time. It sure is. I was kind of sitting here thinking, oh, Paranoia is not that long in terms of playtime. I can have a nice short stream on Sunday, and then I won't lose my entire weekend. Since I spent the entire fucking yesterday waiting around because I had a flat inspection in the morning and a flat inspection in the afternoon, so I had like 5 hours to kill. And absolutely fucking nothing to do. So I've basically written off this weekend. Well done, me. Off work till Tuesday. I'm getting paid for it. Good, okay. I just wanted to make sure that you were, because I had this sinking feeling that they might try and get out of it. I can't mouse over to scroll up in chat without tabbing out of the game, so let me scroll up on my phone, Big Brain Solutions, because I missed something. Is it that hard to get is that hard to get used to as an English speaker? What, the the whole gender and case thing, or just the no definite article thing? The no definite article thing is easy as fuck to get used to, particularly for me, because any shortcut I can take is a good shortcut. But genders and cases are a fucking nightmare as an English speaker. It's extremely difficult to pick up a language that uses them as an English speaker as a result. And conversely, from what I've heard, the opposite is true. It's extremely hard for people coming from a language that uses a case system or is gendered to learn English, because English does none of that. There's a Matt explains it better, because Matt has a better concept of how languages work than I do, and the technical terms, but like, I think it's a synthetic language or something versus what the other word is. And English is like the one English belongs to, I think, is the synthetic one. And that's like relatively uncommon and is extremely uncommon in the Indo-European language tree. There's something silly about poetic statements which start with also, as though it's a casual addition. I start things with also all the time because that's how my brain works. You guys have probably noticed if you've ever talked to me in Discord. I don't do it as much in like long-form formalized writing, but I do it constantly when I'm writing in conversation. And sometimes when I'm speaking, because something will pop into my head, and it immediately, as the thought appears, so does the word also, and then I'll just pick that up and run with it. ADHD brain things. Thought this was a point-and-click adventure narrated by a puzzle piece. It essentially is at this point. Start collecting eBay MiG parts. I mean, I've already got a start on that. I've got an HAS1 on my desk. I was tempted to take that into work, because my work desk is pretty barren. It only has a couple of Christmas cards on it. I was thinking of taking in the HAS, because it's like a cool thing on my desk, and everyone will know, like, oh, that's the autistic one's desk. But then I realized the HAS ticks so loudly, I would get lynched within a day. I find it annoying on a long enough time scale. I would get fucking lynched, because they'd be able to hear it down the other end of the fucking building. So the current very funny prank I'm considering is buying a DV3 fan. That is the Hind /T-72 / any Soviet airliner, bomber. Wait, that is the generic Soviet vehicle air conditioning system, a DV3 fan. DV3. I'm really close to buying one of those. I'm so tempted. I even got clued into a Russian site, so I'll have to get someone in Russia to send it out to me. Or find a seller that's willing to send it international themselves. But, like, you can find them on eBay, but it's for, like, ridiculous amounts. There was one on eBay for nearly 300 Australian dollars. On this site, you can find them for, like, 10 Australian dollars. So I'm really close to buying one. They're 27 volt DC, though, because they run off the 27 volt DC battery system. So rather than running it off a fucking car battery, what I think I'll do is I'll have to figure out how to I'll have to get like a little fucking transformer rectifier, hook it up to that. Now, the other option is I buy an actual purpose-built Soviet desk fan, because there is a whole family of Soviet desk fans which are literally the same thing, just with a little more fancy styling on the mounting, but the fan is the same, the motor's the same, everything's the same, and they have the transformer rectifier inbuilt, and they run off 220 volts, because the Russian grid, Soviet and Russian grid is 220 volt. We're 240 volt, so, we just changed the plug. But anyway, the air conditioning in the building, I'm told it exists. It's like never turned on, so I'm buying a desk fan for actual practical purposes. But I thought we can make this funny at the same time, so that's my next stupid purchase. I think is a little a Hind fan, and nobody will understand why I laugh every time I look at it. It'll add to my excellent array of hilarious jokes that nobody in my team gets except me. Because, like, I don't want to give the impression I don't take my job seriously. It's a really serious job, and I really enjoy it. I do take it totally seriously, but at the same time, it's also the funniest thing that's ever happened to me in my life. Because it's just so, like, you would never figure me ending up in this role. It makes no sense at all. It's so counterintuitive, it's just hilarious to me. It will probably never stop being funny to me. And there's layers to it that... there's layers to this joke that I can't explain on stream without giving away, like, who specifically I work for and what specifically I do, which I'm not really meant to do and I don't want to do. Again, just so that, like, I don't cause shit if people say, but this representative for this department said this thing and clearly their opinion represents the whole fucking APS. Like, no, I don't want to get into that. But there are layers of this joke that go down to, like, who I work for, and it's fucking hysterical. Gilson can confirm it is very funny who I work for. Like, just sheer fucking dropping in the aisles level comedy who I work for. Not even because it's unlikely or whatever, but specifically because of the name. Anyway. Let's see. In space, no one can hear you stream. I know more about your sister than you. That's really concerning, I'm not gonna lie. But it's also not false. Metal bar fell on my head because idiots at work think cardboard boxes is a great way to prop metal bars up. Ah, the classic! Yes, that is absolutely a work cover thing. Hot girls can't shut up. As a hot girl, I also can confirm that. Don't believe me, my brain is swollen. For the first time in her life, my sister's brain actually takes up the space that her skull makes for it. What do you mean you haven't taken your mugs to work? So, I've got to wash out the most recent one you gave me because I was using it just the other week, and so it's a bit grotty. And the other one, the glazing on it is I think slightly porous enough. It makes it really hard to get the tannin stains out of it. So I was kind of thinking if I take that into work, that's like they're gonna think I'm a fucking slob, and they'd be correct. I am a fucking slob. But I thought I'd give it a proper clean before I take it in. But now it's like I actually probably don't really care because at least a few of the other people in my team are as bad as me for using the same teacup over and over until the inside is black. So yeah, I'll just take that one in. I found that fan inside a recon pod to cool the electronics. The one I was looking at buying, because the seller said as soon as it's paid for, he'll ship it anywhere. And I'm going to have to ask him to clarify, does anywhere include Australia? But it probably will. It was in a radio. It was part of a fucking radio, apparently. I don't know, I don't know if it means it was mounted to the radio as part of like a larger radio like station kind of work desk, or if it literally was used as a cooling system inside the radio. It could be either one with the fucking Soviets. Can probably run off 24 volts DC. You absolutely can. No, I know you can because people have said that it will run off 24 volts DC. I think it even runs off 12. It just doesn't run very well. But yeah, you can, like, the thing is you can undervolt things like that and they will work. It's probably not the best for it over a longer period, but will work. Like my brain, why is it like this? My night vision, my PNV57s. PNV57. I remember the abbreviation in the end. My PNV57s, they would normally run off the tank's 12-volt power system, the internal 12-volt power system, but I'm not carrying a fucking 12-volt battery around with me every time I decide it's funny to use those, so I just undervolt them off a fucking 9-volt battery, and it works. So, it'd probably work better if it was running off 12 volts, but it works off 9. Hearing Russian through the wall. I hate to tell this to you, bro, but that's probably the fucking FSB, or no, well, SVR team sitting on the other side listening in to this. That just reminded me of something really funny in Control that if I was streaming it would definitely be brought up. Control makes some tongue-in-cheek references to a certain conspiracy theory that a certain US government subscribed conspiracy theory from a few years ago involving a certain place in Cuba. And I almost fell out of my chair when I found that part of the game. I would take that to the grave. What, the fucking teacups turning black on the inside? Do you realize how common that is among, like, habitual tea drinkers? The only reason coffee drinkers tend not to have it as bad is because coffee doesn't stain quite as badly as tea does. Coffee will leave a stain, but not like tea, where like the tannin leaches out of it into the cup. Good luck sending the payment if it's inside Russia. Yeah, that's true. I might have to find an intermediary and then make sure I'm not actually doing anything naughty, because that would be funny in a bad way if I was. But it should be fine. Like, you should still be able to buy stuff from Russia, unless it's like stuff that you couldn't legally import to begin with. For a fan, undervolt just means lower RPM. Yeah, exactly. Okay, brain is undervolted. Yes, clearly. Right, let's finish reading Oblomov, the extract from chapter 9. Also, the hills of that spot were no more than reduced models of the terrible mountains which, in other localities, rear themselves to a frightening imagination. Rather, they resemble the gentle slopes down which one may roll in sport, or where one may sit and gaze dreamily at the declining sun. Below them, toying and frisking, ran a stream. In one place it discharged itself into a broad pool, in another it hurried along in a narrow thread, in a third it slackened its pace to a sudden mood of reverie, and, barely gliding over the stones, threw out on either side small rivulets, whereof the gentle burbling seemed to invite sleep. It's putting me to sleep. Yep. I was trying to stay awake for the funny of Ross getting scared, but he's putting me to sleep. Yep. Well, welcome to a Ross stream. We only do extremes here, one or the other. Oh! Okay, so it does normal mapping, and it does bloom. It does bloom. Gold Source does not natively support that. Starting to think this is deliberate stalling. That would be funny, but no, that's not my intent. It's literally, like, even when I play this off-stream, I will stop to read through everything. It's just because I'm not talking to other people. I'm not having all these thoughts to express, and if I do have a thought pop into my head, it's like a thought, not something I want to talk to other people about. Look, you even have posters about how the, like, you saw the posters of the AK disassembly, and we'll see posters of tank disassembly, now you've got posters of human disassembly. Aha. AI2, old friend.
Помогает выжить даже при самых тяжелых ранениях. Надеюсь, вам все понятно. Кстати, вас просили заглянуть на склад экипировки. Не забудьте об этом. Ставила вчера прививку солдату, а он, как увидел шприц, свалился в обморок.
The AI2 individual first aid kit. Oh, speak of the devil. It is intended for first and mutual aid, pain relief, prevention and interruption of the damaging action of bacterial substances. There is a selection of medicines in the kit, which are distributed among the slots in the orange plastic container. The low weight permits carrying up to 10 complete kits with you. It helps restore health by 25%. This is obviously a game mechanic, that last bit. The AP3 Industrial First Aid Kit. The first aid kit is intended for self and mutual aid under industrial conditions in sectors with up to 20 workers. It is used on site. It helps restore health by 50%. The AS1VS First Aid Kit. This aid kit is intended for first aid under field conditions. It is intended for the medical protection of military personnel. It is used on site. It helps restore health by 100%. So this is that one. This is the industrial one, and then this is the AI2. If you've ever played Stalker, or like you have ever been to / lived in a former fucking Soviet republic, you know what these things are. You've seen them. The fucking forbidden cheese, full of morphine and other fun things. Okay, that's all we can really do in here. Ooh. We could raid the locker, except not, because we can't pick any up. Disassembly of persons will be useful later. Eventually, allegedly, yeah.
О нет, меня тошнит. Как мне плохо.
He's holding his stomach and complaining of feeling sick. This does not bode well for the excellent dinner for the officers that we were promised about half an hour ago. So... I've spoken to the nurse, well, doctor lady. She's probably actually a full-on doctor. That's why she has an office. So I think... Head for the warehouse. Yes. Okay. We're just gonna speed run past these guys.
Разрешите пройти?
Let me pass. Bro, you weren't going anywhere. You weren't going anywhere. Sexist. Oops. My bad.
Здравия желаю. Прапорщик Сомов послал меня за вами. Он ждет вас на складе. Сегодня завезли новую экипировку. Вам нужно ее осмотреть. Я провожу вас до склада.
I've noticed some of the
Ненавижу.
audio lines initialization's a little wonky. I don't remember if they were in the mod too. It might be because when they moved to standalone it caused some mild fuckery to happen. It's not too bad, and obviously, like, if you don't have any comprehension of Russian at all, you wouldn't even notice. But
Опять была каша.
it's little bits where it loops for a second before it picks up the next line.
Вчера сдавали
Oh,
нормативы
oh,
по
oh,
стрельбе.
oh,
Я
something
лучший.
funny's happening.
У меня нет желания разговаривать. Извините, я занят. Мне нужно
Oh,
работать.
okay. They won't tell me why something funny's happening.
40. Нет, 50 отжиманий. Это вам армия, а не курорт. Я покажу вам, бездельники, как штанговать. Ты, рядовой Соколовский, пойдешь у меня завтра в наряд.
Uh-oh. Okay, let's speed it up a little. yeah, it truly is. Sklad number 4.
Точно. Сейчас бы настреливать.
Warehouse number 4. Or storage. Warehouse, storage, same thing. Okay. I don't know which way we go. This way, maybe? Oh,
Быть
another book.
дежурным на складе — это смертная скука. За что мне такое наказание? Мне нельзя покидать пост.
Shift change log, another one. NK Sverdlov. Noted and successfully averted Private NK Sudorgin's attempt to steal 4 packs of Demerol at 9:12. Then replaced by NT Merlov. A fight was noted at 15:30 among 4 privates. The fight was stopped, but 5 men had to be hospitalized. Incredible. Can I get past him? Yes, I can. Okay, we do want to go in there. I think this just loops around. It does, in fact, loop around, and then this goes somewhere else, but we'll go in this room first. The wonderful joys of late 2000s era Russian mix and match equipment and camouflage. So what's that? We got Flora. I think there's VSR somewhere in here. We got a different Flora print. Actually, no, that's not Flora. That's the other one, I think. Or is it Flora? No, it might be. This is the summer Flora print, and that's the fucking is VSR. I don't fucking know. Gilson knows. Gilson's the fucking camouflage autist. There's a version of Flora which is actually called, like, it looks like Flora, but it's called VSR. So this is all your uniforms and shit. Cool, we don't care, we're already wearing one, presumably. I hope. Or we're just running around fucking freeballing it, I don't know.
Заходи, майор. Сегодня нам завезли кучу новой экипировки. Пора разобраться, что к
New
чему.
equipment, huh?
Примерь этот бронежилет. Это новейшая модификация.
Cool.
Облегченный вес и повышенная прочность защитных пластин. Вещь. Этот шлем мы давно заказывали, но пришли они только сегодня. Используя щиток, ты можешь защитить лицо от пуль. Классная штука, особенно если тебе дорога твоя голова. Забирай и пользуйся.
We ultim
Кстати,
gaming now.
сейчас в подвале идут занятия по химзащите. Прежде чем уйти, сходи вниз и обязательно выбери для себя противогаз.
Mountain Flora could have been,
Обязательно
yeah.
сходи за противогазом.
Mountain Flora and one of the VSR prints look very, very similar.
Помню-ка. Ух.
Floor is VSR 98, yeah. So technically it's VSR anyway, it's just different VSR. Hello? Oh no! Oh, something funny's happened. I think I was pressed up against the wall as we hit the load zone. I am now stuck in the wall. And I don't think I can open the console in this. Uh-oh! Can I quick load? We'll just have to speed run through this section. What the fu- Okay, no, this is... Oh, shit. That was from my previous playthrough. Oh my fucking god! Womp womp. Okay, okay. We can't choose a chapter. Bear with me, we're gonna fucking speedrun this shit. This is so scuffed. Oh my god, I am so sorry, chat. This is like the most scuffed stream I've ever done. Oh, we're in Siberia. Okay, that's where we are. Which way do we go? This way. Out the way, beep beep. Actually cursed. Got to speedrun the tangents too. We're not going to hit any tangents. You can also tell why I am not very good at faster paced shooters, because I keep walking into shit because I'm so uncoordinated. I'm not used to this kind of movement speed. I got into gaming relatively late, especially FPS gaming, so all of the, like, real high-speed fucking shooters of the late 90s, early 2000s, I didn't play those, or I played them years and years later. My thing with shooters was always slower paced, like Red Orchestra. So, the reasons for that become evident when you make me actually try and run through something at this speed. Now, this also presents a problem for me playing Paranoia, because Paranoia uses Half-Life's movement speed, which is this, because Half-Life came from Quake, right? It used a Quake engine. So... Oh shit, I should have gone the other way, because I have to go to the fucking medbay first. So this presents a problem playing Paranoia, because I can't really handle whizzing around at this speed while fighting all the time. I have to hold down shift to walk, because there's not a toggle walk at all. So I have to hold shift to do it, so it's just ass backwards and very inconvenient to play. Proper, like, Russian jank. Also, I don't know why I'm getting screen tearing, because I'm pretty sure I turned VSync on and it's just not doing anything. Yeah. I get it. Please hurry up. I can't skip through this, I have to wait for her to finish speaking. I know this is a horrible look, telling a woman to hurry up and shut up, but, like, please? I need to go. My people need me. I couldn't even do text-based role-playing quickly either. Well, no, because I am a writer. I must stop and think about how to set the scene. I need to get in character. WASD layout's deeply ingrained in my motor cortex. It's not so much that I don't know the layout, the problem is the timings. Like, I'm just too uncoordinated to deal with the speed of it. Like, I'm a very clumsy, uncoordinated person, and I can't handle high-speed shit. Well, why are you making this all about yourself? Oh, I can't win. Shit, there I go again. All about me. Alright. Can I was never any good at bunny hopping either, so I can never get the timings right for that. Just play Titanfall then? Yeah, isn't that like really like moving at the speed of light kind of thing? Hey, I had several, but my main one was not a self-insert. I'll have you know that there was a significant chunk of you that went into that character, as well as, like, several other friends from the UK, and a good sprinkling of Private Walker from Dad's Army, and just generally only fools and horses.
облегченный вес и повышенная...
I won't dispute there being a little bit of self-insert in there, because, like, that's how you write a believable character, right?
Используя щиток,
You write what you know, which is either people you know, places and things you know, or, like, just a little bit of yourself. You don't want to write too much of yourself in there.
собирай и пользуйся. Кстати, сейчас
Max,
в идут занятия по
please,
защите.
never say that again.
Обязательно выбери для себя
Please.
противогаз.
Okay. We're going to quick save. Just in case. Okay, we didn't get stuck on the wall this time, thank God. We have a flashlight now as well. Walk downstairs without clipping through walls, I believe you. Girl, I can barely walk downstairs without clipping through the wall in real life, let alone in this. Let's be honest with
Ну
ourselves
что,
here.
дурья твоя башка? Опять забыл, что писать. Солдат должен знать все свойства поражающих газов на зубок. Если сейчас же не напишешь мне формулу, будешь в этом противогазе до дембеля куковать.
Nice.
Извините, я выполняю приказ.
А, майор, здравствуй. Ты, наверное, за противогазом. Посмотри там на столике. Можешь забрать любой, какой тебе больше понравится.
You can take the one you like the best. Ah, the privilege of rank.
Мне некогда с вами разговаривать.
Can we read his? Oh, yep, we can. Manual, using the gas
Ну что
mask.
стоишь, солдат?
To
Давай
place the standard
стреляй,
gas
мы всё
mask in the
ждём.
combat position. Keep breathing, close your eyes, put down the carried weapons, remove the steel helmet and other headgear, pull out the gas mask, grasp mask helmet with both hands, helmet being top of the mask. That doesn't translate well from Russian. Behind the bulged edge at the lower part, so that the large fingers of the hand are on the outside and the others inside it. Place the lower part of the mask helmet beneath the chin, the face part, the face shield part of the mask. And with a sharp movement of the hands upward and back, pull the mask helmet onto the head so that there are no creases and the goggles are in front of the eyes. Remove warps and creases if they were created when putting on the mask helmet. Take a full breath, open your eyes and resume breathing. Place PMK and PMK2 gas masks in the combat position. Grasp the side straps, 2 at a time in each hand. The front strap swings freely, good to know. Stretch into the sides, place your chin into the lower cavity of the seal, and with a movement of the hands upwards and back, pull the cap onto your head. Remove distortions and twists of the seal and cap straps. Be certain the seal fits tightly to your face, both while at rest and during sudden side-to-side and up and down movements of the body. It's possible to wear the gas mask in other ways too, but the user should be provided adequate training before attempting to do so. I love, the simple action of putting on a gas mask has this much fucking instruction to it, and somebody will still inevitably fuck it up. There will always be a person that, even with this, will still fuck it up. It's me! Do you own any gas masks? No. The most suspiciously proximal to bondage clothing item I have is my my fucking Heil's suit. Biological weapons. Biological weapons are weapons of mass destruction in people, farm animals, and plants. Their action is based on the use of the pathogenic properties of microorganisms, bacteria, rickettsia, fungi, and also toxin developed from some bacteria. Included in biological weapons are... So many people mix up chemical and biological. If it is a thing that is alive, it's biological. If it's a thing that is not alive, it's chemical. Even if the chemical's mechanism is like... Nerve gas, for instance. Nerve gas is chemical, not biological. It's such a common fucking mistake. Included in biological weapons are compounds of pathogenic microorganisms and the means for delivering them to the target. Rockets, aerial bombs and pods, aerosol sprays, artillery shells, and others. They're an especially dangerous weapon since they are able to cause dangerous diseases in people and animals over vast areas, generating a staggering impact over a long period, as well as because of their prolonged concealed incubation, operational period. It's difficult to detect microbes and toxins in the environment. They can penetrate together with the air into unpressurized shelters and premises and infect their inhabitants. Another thing this misses is some of them can persist in the environment for a very long time. For example, anthrax, which is, from memory, a fungus? Anthrax persists in the environment for a very long time. Anthrax is a serious problem for farming. because it persists in the environment for a very long time, it causes botulism in meat, and then that causes all sorts of bad no-no stuff in humans. Primary sign of the usage of biological weapons are symptoms and signs of massive number of human and animal illnesses that appear, which finally is confirmed by special laboratory tests. Agents of various infectious diseases can be used as biological substances. Plague, anthrax, brucellosis, glanders, rabbit fever, cholera, yellow and other types of fever, spring and summer encephalitis, swelling of the brain, typhus and typhoid fever, flu, malaria, dysentery, smallpox, et al. Along with anthrax and glanders agents, one may use foot and mouth disease, cattle and fowl plague, swine cholera, and other viruses to infect animals, to infect agricultural plants. The agents of cereal rust, potato, phytophthora, and other diseases are commonly used. It's another thing. Biological weapons aren't just for killing people, they can fuck up agriculture as well and tank someone's economy. / cause famine. Ross family versus basic physics, who would win? Yeah. Yeah, basic physics for sure. eBay listings for gas masks are not fun. It's either that or bong masks. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Well, when I was buying the fucking VKK, the altitude suit, one of the a lot of the listings were, you know, they were showing how the suit fits together, and some of the angles were interesting. And there was one which maybe it was a woman selling it, or maybe it was her husband or something selling it, but she was modeling it, and that thing's pretty flattering, I'm not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. I doubt I look that good in it, put it that way. But yeah, like, I'm not surprised. It's like that meme of the fucking Etsy seller that won't sell a Soviet greatcoat to someone because they know they're gonna use it for fucking sex. Until they can list, what was it? It was, Engel's 9 fucking, something to do with property? I don't remember. My theory is not that strong. Anything in here that's interesting? No, not really. Where's this game available? I think it's on ModDB. There may be some other places too. The original mod is definitely on ModDB. I think the standalone game's available there as well. And now, I should have... Whoop, that's the wrong thing. I should have actually read the objective. Go to the firing range. Right. Imagine reading instructions. Who the fuck does that? So then, I think we don't go through here. Excellent.
Уже уходишь, майор? Ладно, удачи на стрельбах.
Okay. So we do go out this way.
Слушай, майор, мне некогда. Здравия желаю.
I've probably taken the longest possible route to get there.
Ну что там?
I do like how, like, with these little bits of scene building, every time you walk back across the same routes, the scenes change, something's happening. Engels 12 proletarian measures against private property, that's the one. Need to remember how to get to the firing range. Through here. Through the farming units. That's another thing, by the way. You know, you might have like a small sort of agricultural thing attached to your unit so that they're partially self-sufficient. I don't know to what extent the Russian army still does that, but it was a thing that existed in the Soviet military. And the Soviet army would regularly deploy troops to assist in the harvest.
Наш генерал сегодня не в духе.
You missed the poo? I thought that was on the next one round, when you come back from the firing range and you're going to the briefing. I'm pretty sure that's the poo.
Я устал, мне пора.
We'll see on the way back out. Shift change log. K.I. Levitaev attempts at a choral rendition of a folk song. Oi, the Kalinka is blooming. Oh, crudely cut short. No other incidents were observed. That is universal in armies. That happens all the time. We had a rendition going of the fucking song from Aladdin, the I Can Show You the World one. We had that going on the bus down to the range one time. Private L.N. Vitaliev tried to leave the barracks at 7:20 under the pretext of going to the PX. He was laughed at and sent to the latrine. Private K.N. Silitsyn was sent to the housing unit in order to procure a new toothbrush for Private L.N. Vitaliev to clean the latrine. Beautiful. I love it.
Слыхал, наш прапор вчера опять был в жопу пьяный. Надо бы в столовую сгонять.
Ненавижу противогазы.
There's a great funny moment that happened in regards to that during the mid-80s. What, the farming thing?
Давай поболтаем позже.
I like, by the way, the old KGB flask.
Рад видеть. Как ты после ранения? Обнимался?
Oh, that's when they stopped doing it. Yeah, okay. There it is.
Твою мать! Какая сволочь здесь навалила кучу! Хватит прилипать с дурацкими вопросами.
Закрытие военный городок. Closed like military posts. Gorod is city. Gorodok, I'm not sure what the best translation of it is. I don't think that's the jail. That'd be a different word, I'm pretty sure. But I could be wrong. Officerski Korpus. This is the officers' building. Yeah, I had to restart, but I speed ran the first part of it because I got stuck in a wall. I hit a load zone right as I bumped up against the wall coming down a staircase, and it caused the funny to happen. Ah. Old friend Kamaz. Beautiful. And this goes to the range here. Hey, buddy.
Майор, где тебя носит? Наши ребята уже почти все отстрелялись. Спускайся в подвал.
Where were
Дежурный
you? I
откроет
was
тебя оружейно.
restarting the
Ты
game.
сможешь выбрать себе
From
ствол.
scratch.
Действуй.
Okay, he doesn't want to talk to me anymore, so let's go down here. I was planning to play this whole thing through in one sitting on the stream, but I actually, thinking about it now, that's probably not going to happen. We might play through the above ground. I'm sorry for all the people that want to see me screaming like a fucking baby, but we might play through the above ground portion of the facility, and then we'll pick up the second half next time I do a stream, which hopefully shouldn't be too far in the future. Robbed. It is what it is. I'm sorry, but it's that or I stream literally all day and then can't sleep and then going to work all fucked up tomorrow.
Ваше оружие и боеприпасы там.
I did also want to get a little bit of DCS in today since they've generally unfucked multiplayer performance.
Вы мешаете. Радио барахлит, вечно с этим проблемы.
Okay, I think we want to go in there, and that's closed off. Here we go.
Обожаю запах оружейной смазки. Мой калаш будет блестеть как новенький.
Okay, I guess we can't pick up all those mags. There's no iron sights in this game. You just aim like this. But to be fair, you're wearing a fucking Altin and sometimes a gas mask, so iron sight usage is a fucking pipe dream to begin with. And it's not meant to be that turbo realistic. Who cares? We got an APS, one of my favorite weapons. It's like a Makarov, like a PM, except bigger and angrier and full auto. Favored by... I think it was initially designed for aircrew, but they didn't produce as many as they needed because it's kind of complex to do. So they ended up just shrinking the AKS-74 down and getting the AKS-74U, which ended up being issued to aircrew, and this ended up being a favored weapon of, you know, various, like, internal troops, Spetsnaz, all of those sorts of guys. So that's the story of the APS, the Stechkin. Automat Pistolet Stechkina. I've actually got the, like, the weapon manual for it somewhere, a translated version. And we got our basic bitch AK, AK-74, and then we've got this fella, a Groza, except it's got some weird optic on it. It's got a reticle pattern off a PSO, but it's not a PSO. It's maybe like a something else. So these are your basic weapons. I think there's one or two other weapons in the game as well, but these are the ones that you'll be using the most often. So you've got your short range weapon, your medium range weapon, you've got your sniper weapon covered. The mod had irons? No, it didn't. No, it didn't. I've got a playthrough of the mod on my YouTube from God knows how many decades ago at this point, and it didn't have irons. It was exactly the same. This is... The standalone isn't like a remake or whatever, it's essentially a straight just disentanglement of the mod from Half-Life assets to run separately. I think they probably did a few other things to make it run without being connected to Half-Life, but it's about as close to a straight port as you'll get. It didn't. It never had irons. Unless somebody modded irons in on top of it, which would be a very Russian thing to do because they love modding other people's mods. Aiming. The sighting system of the rifle allows the shooter to determine where his shot will strike. Such a system can be mechanical, optical, or electronic, but today optical sights are the most prevalent. It must be remembered that the sighting system in itself does not influence the overall precision in a combat situation, as it is only an addition to the weapon. It will only help the shooter see the target, and the rest depends on how well he handles the weapon and how it is aimed. Critical knowledge for gamers. Oh, but the weapon should be more accurate than it is. Yeah, but how well can you shoot a rifle? You want realism, then get fucking realism. Like, just because the weapon's mechanically accurate enough to put 2 rounds through the same hole at 100 meters, show me you can do it. After you've had, like, 48 hours without sleep, you're carrying 30 kilos worth of shit around, and you've got a minor case of dysentery. Like, there's a whole conversation to be had there, which I better not get into, or it'll be another hour added onto the stream. Military shooter and the hunter encounter different problems in aiming. The chief difference between combat and hunting situations consists in the fact that a hunter's target usually has 4 legs and its silhouette is oriented horizontally. The hunter is supposed to submit to a much stricter self-discipline than the soldier, inasmuch as he is under the obligation to hit his target with a rapid, precise, and humane shot, while the soldier rarely actually worries about what happens to his enemy, if indeed he's even aiming to hit his enemy and not just putting some go-away bullets in his general direction. Most shooting that soldiers do is go away rather than please die. Okay, so that's that. We now go back through here, behind the entry post. Back again, welcome back. We have a gun. Ho ho ho. It's upstairs. World's saddest firing range. It's an AK. What do you want from it? Okay, I'm happy. The actual rate of fire of an APS is much higher than that, as you might imagine. It's just slowed down because the game has no select fire mode, so, you know, you want to be able to select fire, so they slow down the rate of fire. Can I? Yes, I can. Ho ho ho, now I have a machine gun! Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Just grab whatever ammo that we expended. Now we run. And hopefully not get stuck in a wall. Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, there you go. We're gonna have to come back and get it anyway. Oh, hello. Hey, buddy. We might be flying one of you a bit later. КПП, that's gate control post.
Точно не знаю, что случилось, но не стоит ждать чего-то хорошего.
And that's command punkt, command post. And this is Stab, staff offices.
На время проведения совещания в штабе приказано усилить посты на КПП и выставить дополнительный караул по периметру.
Идите вперед.
О ситуации докладывать каждые
Hello,
15 минут. Задача ясна?
Ставила вчера прививку солдат, а он, как увидел шприц, свалился в воду.
She seems very into that tale of the soldier fainting when he saw the needle. She might have some interesting inclinations, I reckon.
Товарищ майор, скорее проходите в конференц-зал. Совещание уже началось.
So, we are part of the FSB, as you saw from the signs around the base. We are part of Alpha, which is the anti-terror group of the FSB. These are the, like, serious business boys.
Укрепиться на территории заводских помещений. Сейчас там ведутся ожесточенные бои. Внутренние войска оцепили район и ждут помощи от спецназа. Наша основная задача — ликвидировать противника и защитить гражданский персонал. Подробные инструкции вы получите от командиров групп уже в пути. Удачи вам, товарищи офицеры. Господь Бог храни спецназ.
So, play through the first part of this, then I'm going to have lunch because I'm really hungry and I probably should have eaten before the stream, and then we might do some DCS. I don't want to stream like all night though, so we'll probably get a couple hours DCS tops. Finish up in like the sort of mid-afternoon, early evening. I don't want this to turn into a 10-hour stream. It probably will, but I don't want it to. Obligatory gearing up on the way there scene.
Я хочу, чтобы все прошло как обычно, гладко и без происшествий. Территория объекта оцеплена внутренними войсками. Наша основная задача — зачистить местность и ликвидировать сопротивление со стороны
See,
противника.
there's also the ASVAL,
А что из себя представляют силы противника?
which is the more assault rifle ergonomics version of the VSS.
Группа боевиков из 30-40 человек. Рано утром они прорвались через все блокпосты и сейчас укрепились на территории промышленного комплекса «Удар». Нам
And we
придется
brought the negotiator with us
там
down the end there.
полно гражданских лиц. Они должны быть эвакуированы под нашим прикрытием.
Да, чую, будет весело.
Night 11 AM, Udarnik Industrial Complex.
Я открою эту дверь. Прикройте меня.
Don't like that open door being there. Okay, he wants to come down here. Uh-oh. Log for checking passage and registration of entry and exit of items. Do you really need that many words? 1101, entry of 2 boiler room installations on a cargo truck. A46. 1211, set of new individual protection systems was delivered to the boiler shop. Registration BA44. 1432, exit of closed containers, sealed under the stamp top secret, Совершенно секретно. Signed for exit AN Gunin. Man's down there Gunin, what can I say? 1820, entry of equipment for packing cargo, NK31. 2041, exit of defective building materials, SC95. Cool, so, you know, they're doing something spicy here, but we don't know what. But that doesn't narrow it down much, because that's common. You know, factories will have civilian production, they'll also have military-related production. Especially in the Soviet Union, most factories serve the dual purpose. Because it makes sense to do that, like, in terms of optimizing production and just keeping things rational. A little bit of a hitch there. Guess I'm going in first. Maybe? Did I go the wrong way? I think we want to follow these guys. They probably know where we're going. Yeah, they do. I do appreciate the way the AI post up and cover each other. That's a really cool like feature of this mod, considering what it's built on and when. That's quite cool. Check left. It's clear. This is the front entrance, I guess. Udarnik. Which is like a punch. Strike. Strike is probably the more correct translation, I guess. But it's the word you would use describing punching something as well.
Очень хорошо подготовлен и вооружен. Все наши бойцы мертвы. Мы не смогли задержать. Они захватили эти склады и держат оборону. Эти подонки должны ответить за содеянное.
Майор, ты проникнул в складские помещения через подвал и отвлечешь их. А мы в это время атакуем с этой стороны.
They've got a machine gun covering this. We're going to go through the basement and do some flank and shank.
Выполняй.
So we need to get in through here. Is it this door?
Давай поболтаем в другой раз.
This door. We're going to do this. And I'm gonna take my time with this a little, because you die rather quickly in this. Plus, we want to go for the whole high-speed, low-drag, fucking professional look, right? The, movement speed for strafing while you're sighted in is so slow. Actually, movement speed in general while sighted in is kind of slowed down, so we don't need to hold down walk anymore. Now, sleep absolutely robbed. You can catch the next stream when we do the scary part. Or, you know, you can catch the VOD of this part as well. Basements don't exist. Basements are a conspiracy. We'll come back to this door. I just want to clear the rest of this room. I doubt there's anything else down here. Oh, I was wrong. That was a factory worker with a hard hat. We're actually going to check the door. We're going to check the door. Just, I don't think we can open it, but... Yeah, okay. So this is a dead end, and we want to go this way. I just feel like I should turn my mouse sensitivity up while aiming, but there's no separate one for aiming versus normal. Fuck, this is a bad angle. Worker came from this direction. He's probably hiding in behind here. Yep, okay.
Все еще стреляет.
So there's another worker hiding here in the basement. He's gone non-verbal on us, understoodable. Got a door there. Small blind spot right. Stairs left. Okay, stairs clear, so we'll watch the door. You're about to see this is very much a product of its time. Very much a product of its time. Once we encounter some angry men. Got an angle there to go around. Door. A med kit there. We can't pick it up because we don't actually need it. So you can't carry spare med kits, I think. Or, well, I think you can carry AI2s, but you can't carry the big ones from memory. Swimming pool. Empty swimming pool. Closed door. This is the exit, so this is the open door. Change rooms. Door right. Wall left. Closed door right. Showers. I want to grease pencil that on the fucking cabin window of my Mi 8. Given how good I am at flying that thing. Good in air quotes. Swimming pool is not working. Out of order. Talk, this is entry team, civilian secured. Uh-huh. Люди, сохраняйте территории... Oh, тепло, sorry. I almost fucking made up... I misread that. I thought that was just faded, but no. So, сохраняйте тепло в доме. Закрывайте дверь. People, keep the heat in, basically, that says. Keep the heat in, close the door. You see that warning sign in Stalker as well. Some of the doors in the bar. Не открывать, работают люди. Don't open, people working inside. Or like, don't leave the door open. Oh, that sounds bad. No time to wait. Okay, we gotta speed things up a little. Door right closed. Opening left. Body. Okay, there's something in there. I heard another voice. I forgot they did that. There's one there. Gonna pull back and reload. They're clearly very dead, so nothing we can do for them. Oh fuck, this is sketch. A lot of hiding places in here. Dressed like uncons from Shock Force 2. Wait until you get one with some light on them. And the deep lore we got into earlier will make more sense. Okay, these guys don't... I wonder if they changed it, or if they were... I don't remember if there were varieties of the way they were dressed. But, okay. Don't want to hang around the middle of this room, so let's keep going. Door right. Window left, but we cleared that. Closed door right. Door left. Opening right. Really, when you have to cover multiple angles by yourself, it's not fun. Okay, that's closed. You could absolutely speedrun this, but I don't want to... Didn't see if that was a worker or a hostile. So we're not going to shoot. We're going to take our time. That's hostile. Don't really want to lurk in the doorway, so let's get out into the room. Should not be standing in doorways as much as I am. Okay, that's closed. There's no leaning in this. That guy had a machine gun. We don't want to be in front of him. Oh, shit. Whoa, fuck! They are very aggressive. They are extremely aggressive. It is Half-Life AI after all. Are you... Oh. I see what's happening here. Okay. Secret area. Okay, so they do... Yeah, they have variation in the way they're dressed. You won't see it because his head's clipped through the wall, but he was one of the ones that makes it obvious what's going on here. They drop grenades at their feet just like Heku grunts. It also ties in with the identity of these guys. Yeah, there's one. I'll just make sure we're not going to get popped in the back while we're standing here. They are very, very plainly Chechen militants. Very, very plainly Chechen militants. Cleared that. Okay. Now I've got to remember where I need to go from here. I think open this door? No? Oh, one of those ones behind the machine. Oh, no, wait, those are fucking transformer boxes. Where was it I meant to go from here? I've got myself lost already. Am I meant to jump up somewhere? Oh, yes, I am. Okay, I see. Is this open? This does open. Worker in here. Painkillers picked up. Ooh. And then we climb the ladder. And then we traverse a fucking high wire obstacle, which is hilariously funny to navigate with Half-Life default movement speeds. Just absolutely hysterically funny to navigate stuff like this when you whiz around at 50 miles an hour. And then we bypass this door through here. Some kind of switch room. Drop down facing the door. Oh, it's a control room. That's a different room, I think? Yep, that's the loading bay. Staircase. Door left. I'll fall back and reload, because I heard another one. Some of them explode, some don't. Oh. Okay. So that goes down to that room. Old mate triggers suicide bomb a little early. Oh, that's a chair. Well done. Whoa! Bitch, I was picking up ammo. Notice your armor degrades when hit. You have to pick up new vests to replenish it. So there's health and armor as distinct, like, metrics. Fuck that. I think I'm gonna have to actually push that. I don't think there's a way around it. Maybe? What we'll do is we'll cross quickly and come in from the... Oh, shit. That actually exposed me even worse. But that was the machine gunner there, so we should be good. Oh, we have an RPK, apparently? No, we don't have an RPK. We're just picking up ammo for it. I think we get one later. Alright, open this. Hello? Oh, I've got to jump through here. Right. Back outside, I can hear the rain. Friendlies.
Отличная работа, майор. Мы ликвидировали всех боевиков, которые удерживают почти помещение. Сейчас наши ребята...
Yeah, he's got the fucking bandana and everything.
Продвигаемся дальше. Не нравится мне это.
So we're evacuating staff now. Okay, I think we're safe to walk around here. He's covering us. I just want to look at this stuff. A lot of cool little details in this. Friendly. Okay, I think we go left here. Maybe. We'll find out soon enough. Oh, this is where they cleared through. Okay, I see. So this is where we were held up by that machine gun on the way in. So we've just done a big loop around all of that. And now they've got a BTR. Curiously, a BTR with a BMP-2 turret on it. Interesting choice. I'm sure that existed as a prototype or something, but I don't think that ever entered service. We've got a RPK-74, which is in fact a PKM. So now we have a big boy machine gun. But I usually just stick to the AK in this, to be honest. Oh, although we're nearly out of ammo for it, so we're gonna have to restock soon enough.
Разведка сообщает, что там фактная группа боевиков в количестве 10-15
BTR 90, maybe.
двигается в промышленного комплекса по железнодорожным путям. Мы должны остановить их и избежать потерь среди гражданских. Задача ясна. Продолжаем движение.
Alright, let's go. How do we... Oh, he's gonna open the door for me. Staircase, wonderful. Dead worker. To the left. Okay, gunfire upstairs. We are actually getting low on ammo for this, so I need to grab some mags. Might need to switch to the PK just because I'm low on AK ammo. Oh. Doesn't help that I can't aim. Give me some ammo.
Берегите патроны.
Bro.
Отойди в сторону.
Get out of the way. The pickup zones for the ammo are kind of janky. There we go. You don't pick up much either. Are you? Yeah, you are. Your enemy. Oblivious enemy, but enemy all the same. Grab your PK ammo. Hello? 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 I guess I can't. Must be full. All's clear. One round. I think you only pick up what they've got left in their mag. You don't pick up any extra mags. Or it's randomized, maybe. But you don't pick up a lot of ammo. That's closed. Can't get up there. Opening right, opening left. We've got a friendly with us at least. Door open on the left, open on the right. Oh, for fuck's sake. At least there's two of us now to cover it. Armor and painkillers. Just gotta keep an eye out as well, because sometimes there are still like readable bits of lore scattered around this facility, and you kind of do want to get an idea of what's going on by reading them.
Дай пройти.
This is gonna be spicy.
Майор, двигайся вперед, мы идем сразу за тобой.
Right, we're gonna actually go down this end before we go through the door. I don't want to walk all that length exposed. That's clear. Oh, fuck this. Okay, friendly's covering. I'm gonna go for the ammo. Oh, maybe not. Where's his body? Fell into fucking the void. It's clear. Got ammo. Good, good. This side's clear.
Отойди.
PKM. Clear the left. Got him with the last round.
Это база. Кулак, подтвердите уничтожение противника.
Hello,
База, это
Hammer.
Кулак. Подтверждаю, цель уничтожена. База, жду указаний. Прием. Отлично. Кулак, обследуй территорию. Есть. Выполняю.
Всем занять позицию. Майор, откройте эту дверь, давай, я прикрою.
Not that one, this one. Yeah, we'll do the above ground section, I think, and then I'll get something to eat. We might be able to play through this whole thing in the one day. I kind of don't want to get too stuck into it, though. I can't remember how long the entire game is. It's not super long, but it's enough to... Especially because I'm a fuck-up and I'll probably have to do a lot of quick saving and quick loading. Slava Trudu, and glory to labor. Obviously a Soviet-era factory that is still in use. I think Yeah, we gotta wait for these guys to catch up. Close doors. Take the left. Brilliant. Oh, okay. Friendlies in here.
Ты мешаешь мне пройти.
Cheburashka! Oh. Look, it's Cheburashka. And then here's all the good shit. So that I don't know why they have the Groza and the Val. They basically fulfill the exact same role, but they do. They have both.
Я вижу все в сборе. Теперь мы можем начинать. Мы уничтожили большую часть противника, а те, что остались, забаррикадировались в доме напротив. Ситуация осложняется тем, что враг успел захватить заложники.
Has been good, yes.
Турн неизбежен, потому что переговоры бессмысленны. Совок молот и карась.
Haven't been able to get many streams in because I've been busy with work, so the schedule's going to be a bit fucky for probably a few more months while I settle in and move to a new place. But it's been good. Window of the middle room. Middle room, this one. Ah, the room with the file in it. Can't really kneel, I'm gonna have to stand. Trying to figure out how I can minimize the obstruction by the window frame. But I think I'm just gonna have to deal with that. I am not doing the best job of covering these guys, hey. There is some violence going on in there. Shit, there's one up there. Who just got copped by the other guy, I think. Barely watched Twitch at all for the past couple of months. I've mostly been using it for background music when I'm doing stuff. I haven't been watching it as much either myself. Okay, I think we have to get in there now, or shortly. Gonna have to get a replacement for my armor as well at some point, because I just lost all of it standing around like a dipshit getting shot. Yep, okay, this is the loading zone. This is how we get out here. We're gonna go back to our AK, since we'll be in close quarters. Bit of a mess, but you know.
Смотри лучше по сторонам.
Я подслушал их разговоры. Знаете, что мне показалось странным?
Oh, here it is. Remember what I was saying earlier about the neurosis of who's really being fought?
Мне кажется, они направляются туда.
Common trope, both for the Russians and for the Americans. It's never actually just terrorists or, liberation fighters or whatever that they're fighting. It's always a proxy for the other guy, even when it's actually genuinely not. Jesus Christ. You know what? Actually, we might be able to... I'm gonna have to take a break for lunch shortly, but we might play through the whole thing, or at least through most of it. So I'm just trying to remember how much longer there is before the actual underground section. I think we're coming up to the point now where we'll switch over. We'll see. Yeah, we're just coming up to the underground part now. Alright, what I'm gonna do, chat, is I'm gonna pause the game here. I'm gonna take a break to grab some lunch. Probably about 10-20 minutes, and then we will play through. We'll continue from here. So, I will be back in a little while, and here's my... This is my bingo sheet for when I'm discussing Soviet aviation with people who are, shall we say, not read into the topic yet. Just so you don't see what a truly disastrous fucking mess my actual desktop is. Alright guys, I will be back in a little while. Once I remember to actually set up my BRB screen. Where's the bingo from? I made it. I think I did, but it would have been ages ago. Because I made it like start of last year. No, last year. Start of 2022. It might even be pinned, I'm not sure. becoming a very intense, quick launch because of the background music. It's the menu music. It doesn't pause when it's when the window is not in focus. I kind of like it though. It's kind of a vibe. Mm-hmm. Pretty cool. Fingers crossed we get a fairy firefly that I can fly in it. I've actually sat in a firefly. I mean, I've sat in a saber as well, but it's quite cool. The fucking 21 cockpit at Avalon, by the time we found where it was closed off. So I got to walk around the outside of it, and even from the outside it's fucking tiny. But I didn't get to sit in it. I'll have to try and catch it next time I go to an air show or something like that. I think the guy that owns it is down in Melbourne somewhere, or like near Melbourne somewhere. So maybe next time I'm down there I can do some hunting around and see if I can get in contact, but I don't know. Might just have to wait for next Avalon. Yeah, fair. I would love to get into a voodoo cockpit, see what it's like. It would be very interesting. Okay, I think we're about ready to go again, so bear with me. I think this is the right scene. Yes, that is the right scene. Okay, then we move this over here. Then we tab into the game, and you guys should hopefully be able to see the game. Paranoid now. Haha, playing Paranoia and getting paranoid. I did the funny by accident. Right. Whee! I better quick save here just in case I get fucked by the load zone. Right.
Наша группа немедленно выдвигается к входу в 7-й шлюз. Майор, мы не можем ждать тебя. Забирайся до бункера своим ходом. Двигайся прямо к вашему крану.
There's a plane.
К 7-му шлюзу. Если там.
This looks legit. And there's... Is that the crane they were talking about, or is that the power line? That's a power line. I don't think there's anything down here, is there? There is? Okay, well, we'll check this out. I don't remember if this is the way we're supposed to go, or if this is like a side area. It might be another secret area. This is fine. Secret area. And then I think this goes, yeah, that goes down to the same room. The other route down here goes to a blocked off door. We go back up. So we wanna... Oh no. No. Okay, there we go. We briefly got stuck. There's the crane. Big hole in the ground. This is where we want to go. Opening left, locked right. To the right. Move around the back of the truck. Entry prohibited, that said. Hold on a minute. What the fuck? Man just fucking phased into existence.
Майор, мы ждали тебя. Наконец-то ты вернулся. Теперь мы можем продолжать. Начали.
When you leave, turn off the light and close the door. See, I'm getting better at this. He's covering.
Это база. Совок, ходите по флангам двумя группами. Уничтожили высунули. Выполнять.
Okay, he's going to come open up the door for us, I think. Or do I...
Я слышу какой-то шум.
He opens it, right.
Майор, проверьте подвал. Давай, я прикрою. Заразил мне путь.
Dead rat, lovely. Locked right, open left. Open right. Oh, this is excellent.
Похоже на
Love
утечку
it.
газа. Майор, на спуск проветрить помещение.
I've got to go get a fucking gas mask. Shit. Probably through here. Maybe, maybe not. Oh, fuck! I saw him at the last moment. Shit. He's coming. Winston aim. Flak jacket. We're not doing too well on health. One of those med kits I picked up earlier. I think I used them all, maybe? That's the way I came up, right? Yeah, that's the way I came up with some med kits there. Oi, 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 that could have been spicy. There's a gas mask, there's the med kits. That could have been very spicy. Alright. Pull this bad boy on, and down we go. I love the extremely pixelated edges of the alpha mask for this. It's beautiful. Soul. It is really picky about where you stand to pick up the ammunition. Not that I really desperately... I kind of do. Need some. There we go. We'll reload now. Open on the left.
Дай пройти.
This doesn't look sketchy at all. I'll make catch up.
Майор, осмотрите грузовик.
truck indeed. Can I get in there? Nope.
Входы в 7-й шлюз. Здесь чисто. Эту дверь нам так просто не открыть. Нужны коды доступа. База, что указание прием. Это база. Кулак, примите код доступа. 348-39Б, А11.
Всем занять позицию. Майор, откройте эту дверь, давай, я открою.
Ammo situation could be better.
База, мы внутри. Здесь чисто. Веду наблюдение.
Three on the right. Door left. This portion's longer than I remember it being. I don't think they actually added anything when they standaloned it. I think it's just my memory is not 100% on this.
Солдата. Он мертв. Как им? Удалось проникнуть в бункер раньше нас. Это просто невозможно. Ничего не понимаю.
Because the other parts of the game blotted out this part. Is there anything down there? I'm kind of hesitant to jump down. There might be secrets, but there might also be broken ladders that don't let me get back up. Nope, there is absolutely nothing down here. One of these guys opens
Я
it, I
открою
think.
эту дверь.
Yeah,
Начинаем
okay.
на счет 3. Раз,
Sometimes you need to
два,
move slightly
три.
to prompt them.
Майор, двигайся вперед. Мы идем сразу за тобой. База, мы продвигаемся вниз. Похоже, здесь все тихо. Внимание, вижу противника. Осторожно, справа за углом.
Все уничтожено.
Open on the left. Across this. Hear them talking to each other. Whoop. Old mate's lucky. Lost my line of fire there. Beep beep. Kit. The ammo's full for that. Don't want to fall down there. Whoop.
Мы только что ликвидировали группу противника у грузовых лифтов 7-го шлюза. База, что указаний? Прием. Это база. Кулак, проверить шахты и лифты. Выполнять. Вас понял. Будем работать.
Wonderful. Hello?
Похоже, что два лифта находятся на нижних уровнях. Нам
Yeah,
нужно
I'm gonna
разделиться.
pump
Капитан остается здесь,
Telling me
чтобы
to
блокировать
split up.
входящие лифты. Майор, ты используешь второй лифт, а я спущусь на третьем. Встретимся внизу.
So he wants to go to the other one. Yeah, it's protection versus situational awareness. I think it adds to your armor rating. I don't know if you'll get one hit kill if you get headshot without it. Like, I don't remember. I don't really want to experiment with it. But, yeah, like, it's additional protection, but you lose situational awareness. We have finally obtained grenades of our own. Can't pick up ammo from him. Friendlies are controlling this space. There's a freight elevator for vehicles there. Which is interesting, but it's not useful to us.
Они были здесь совсем недавно. Нам нужно как можно скорее остановить их. Продолжаем движение.
So there's two of us now because the captain stayed upstairs to cover. This looks clear. This is clear. Freight elevators while the iron's hot. God damn it.
Похоже, здесь все тихо.
It's an elevator, but big. For trucks. There you go. Described. Done. Can the enemies even headshot you in this? I don't remember, man. I honestly don't remember. Pretty sure, like, I can headshot them because I was dropping them in one shot occasionally. I can't aim for shit in this, but I was able to drop a couple in one here. Oi!
Майор, закидывай гранатами.
The grenade physics in this from memory, they move slowly. Yes, they do. They're Half-Life grenades, of course they do. And they've got long fuses. Did that get him?
Похоже, что противник ушел вперед по тоннелям. Ворота заблокированы из лифтерной, доступ к которой только с той стороны. Если верить плану, все тоннели связаны между собой, системой вентиляции. Нам нужно использовать ее, чтобы попасть в лифтерную и открыть ворота.
If you say so, Chief.
Майор, попробуй пробраться туда, а я тебя прикрою.
Brilliant.
Я спокоен, а ты?
Time to do some Gordon Freeman shit. Wow, chat, what do we think's gonna happen here? Hmm? What do we suspect is gonna happen here, chat? Am I... Oh, right, I'm meant to go up there, but I don't... There we go. I was gonna say, I don't know if I can jump onto there without falling, but we can. Used to open the gate. Right.
Возвращайся назад, я жду тебя.
Come back! I'm waiting for you. Oh, we can read a thing. Log for checking passage and registration, blah 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 blah. We saw something like this before, but for a different thing. Exit of load 200. Load 200! At least some of you will know what Cargo 200 is. For those who don't know, so there are certain number codes for different types of cargo for like Russian military logistics. This is a Soviet thing too. I think it started with the Soviet military and the Russians kept it. No, Cargo 200, Gruz 200 is corpses, bodies. So, exit of load 200, 2 vehicles, means they're transporting 2 vehicles worth of dead people. Entry of medical supplies. New cages delivered for test subjects. This sounds totally legit. So we've just had 2 trucks worth of corpses leave, and there's medical supplies and cages involved, and test subjects. best try. Any transport of dead bodies is Grus 200, cargo 200. It's used as a reference in a lot of songs from the Afghan war, like, you know, they'll say, or Grachi Priliteli, the song about the Su-25s in, you know, fighting over the Caucasus Mountains. One of the lines he says, not to drop my 200th payload, and he's, you know, kind of sideways referring to not to get killed by dropping my own cargo 200 into the fucking dirt. 2 North Med Farms Company containers delivered with biological mass, and this sounds fine. Exit of 4 zinc coffins with dead test subjects. Now we're just not even concealing it with cargo 200. Exit of cargo 200, 1 vehicle, entry of 4 monitors, 4 computers, 2 medical resuscitation units. Exit of damaged organic mass. Signed for exit DA Golovchenko. Zinc coffins, yeah, that sounds good. Hey, that's totally reassuring. Zinc coffins. And damaged biomass. Ah, we got faked out, chat. You thought we were going to fall through the vent where it was bent down and coming apart at the seams, but we actually fell through the vent there. Yes, it's loud, isn't it? Does the zinc actually have some purpose? It's like, I think they usually use zinc for just general military, like, dead, and then they, you know, maybe transfer them to a proper coffin for the funeral. If they were radioactive, it would be lead coffins, but zinc, I think, is just general purpose, like, preventing any bits dripping out and infecting stuff. Somebody in chat might know better. I just presume that's why they use zinc, because it's relatively, like, simple and quick to build a zinc coffin, and it probably has at least some kind of anti-bad stuff leaking out properties, like, you know how copper kills fucking bacteria and stuff? Or copper kills most things in large enough doses. Yeah, they do. Or did, at least. I don't know about now, but they certainly did last time I spoke to them. Okay. And notice we lost all our heavy shit on the way down. So all those grenades, our AKM, our fucking PK, everything that we had, we've lost it, and now we've got an APS with 1 mag loaded and 2 spare. This is fine. We'll get up there, so mild jumping puzzle, I think. Am I having a monkey moment? I probably am having a monkey moment. I should have not fallen down here. This is... oh, I see, yeah, the jumping puzzle's free if you do fall down here and you need to get back up. You go from there onto there. So let's do that. Up, up, up. That's where we fell. How's the game handle ammo despite it being gold source? I think when you reload it just, like, it uses a... I haven't been paying attention, to be honest. I think when you reload it, it just reimburses you. But I might be wrong. We'll find out soon enough next time I do a reload. I don't want to do one fire shot here and reload, because, like, ammo is fucking precious right now. The last time I did play this and got stuck for, like, ages, it was because I was in this part of the game and I foolishly wasted a bunch of ammo. Yeah, I think it has a universal thing by default. I don't think they changed a lot of the basic mechanics like that from Half-Life 1. Biological contamination almost 26 years ago and shut down. Uh-oh. The explosion in numerous cables on the lower levels.
своим бойцам. Приказываю следовать на уровень К4, чтобы встретиться с группой ученых и защитить их.
I don't know, Max. This is all kinds of stuff you want to hear, right? All stuff you want to hear.
База, это дирижер. Я как раз нахожусь на уровне К4. Продвигаюсь к лаборатории. Отлично. Периодически докладывайте обстановку.
I need to try and remember. I think I... Don't open that. Can't go in there. I didn't take the wrong turn. And I don't want to try and bust down the door with my fucking pistol, but I might need to. Because it's not going to let me... I don't think I can actually break the door with it. Well, let's find out what it does with ammo. Yeah, you keep the ammo. There's gotta be something here. Control panel, maybe? These are all fucking fuse boxes and shit. Fire extinguisher? There is noise coming from in there somewhere. I don't know if I'm meant to jump down. Because I don't think I can... Oh yeah, I can. Okay, I can get back up if I jump down, so let's do that. Let's jump down here, because I think, yeah, I have to go down here for something. Or maybe I don't. Maybe I'm a monkey. Oh, I got the other side. I see. I see. It's about to. Super. It's a mirror image, except I didn't notice because the pipes are in the way. More vehicle tunnels. Yeah, we've just been told that there's a bio lab down here that was shut down 26 years ago due to an outbreak of something. And they've lost contact with the team that was dispatched down there to seal it off. You fall down a big hole, yes. You get jump scared with gravity. Gravity jump scares are really surprisingly effective as a game mechanic. Quarantine. I'll let you figure out what that means.
Я внутри. Работает система аварийного освещения. Жутковатое местечко.
Box around that door. Cantina, it's time to eat some 200. God damn it, go. Broken wood shaft. Shovel? Cool. Can't get down there. So I guess where we're going, chat. We're going through here.
Вижу тело ученого. Он мертв. Следов пулевых ранений нет. Такое ощущение, что его со всего размаха ударили об стену.
So Dirigeur is one of the other guys who got in to another part of the complex. I think our call sign is Kulak, from memory. That doesn't open. We're in the ventilation system, it would seem. Won't look down. Derizzler on the comms probably gonna die. Yeah, Derizzler's in for it. I'm actually, I think, slightly trailing behind him. Because remember he... Oh, there's a live rat there. First live rat we've seen, I think. Remember how he said he found, dead scientists? I think we're going to bump into some up ahead. Not sure.
Я в большом круглом зале. Здесь так классно стены расписаны. Прямо храм науки.
Yep. Gotta send it to Alberta. Minecarts? Cool.
Еще тут тело. Слышу сильные глухие удары по металлу. Продвигаясь по лестнице наверх.
I actually want to check out what's in this side area. Probably nothing. Yeah, nothing. Just ventilation. And then this goes into another ventilation room. Doesn't lead anywhere. Go ahead and quick save here.
Какие-то помехи в радиоэфире. Вы тоже это слышите? Я в лаборатории.
Good noise.
Всё в крови. Я слышу шаги.
Very good noise.
Я не понимаю, что происходит. Эти люди, стой, или я буду стрелять. Стоять, я сказал. Что там у вас? Где вы?
Good noises. Very good noises. Stand by, chat. I want to see if these lifts actually offer the, like if they work. I don't think they do. I'm just curious because yeah, okay, they don't work. Still have your helmet? Yep. We might actually pop it down here. Stop, prepare your documents, or produce documents. Proverka is like, you use it to... Proverka is like proving a system works or producing documents or something like that, so that's what that says. You see that sign a lot in different games that are set in like former Soviet, territory. It's like a standard security checkpoint thing. Krot Adien Laboratoria. So he said it was the Krot 1 laboratory, right? Well, this is the Krot 1 laboratory. Strong blows on metal? I hear strong blows on metal. And this can go nowhere good. Some sort of side generator room or whatever in here. Oh, fucking rat jump scared me. Jesus fucking Christ. The metal pipe falling SFX. Yep. Oh, he said a mural, a fucking mural to science. Yep. Yep. This is fine. This is all good. It's fine. K4. We're on level K4. It's coming from inside there. The banging is coming from inside the fucking tube. Not quite high enough res to read. Beautiful fucking mural. Beautiful fucking mural. Another dead scientist. Oh! A gurney. I'm sure this is not foreboding at all. These are like soda machines, by the way. Gazorovania voda is like carbonated water. There'd be like a glass cup on a chain, which is probably not the most hygienic thing on earth, but these are like, you find them all over the former Soviet Union. It's kind of like vending machines, but slightly like more kind of cutesy old school. Probably don't want to actually open that. It's heard you do not have the village soda cup. Oh man. Yep. Well, This is... Something's not right here. Oh, hello? Hello, sir? You don't look too healthy. Sir? Sir? There's Dirigeour. And whatever got him is strong enough to break his helmet and bend his fucking... What did I just pick up? Oh, a knife. Bend his fucking rifle and break it all up. At least he had some ammo. Also tore a chunk off him. Holy shit, he's not doing too well. Oh, I gotta go in there. Isn't that wonderful? Hello? Oh fuck! Oh fuck! At least this one doesn't appear to be about to jump back up. Fuck, 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 fuck. These guys hit really hard, by the way. You do not want to get hit by them. He says as he almost gets hit by one. That was the closed door from the other side. Oh fuck. Oh Jesus. No 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 no. Fuck! And I don't have any fucking medkits. Shit. There you are. Really can't afford Winston aim right now, or that. Fuck. You can kind of cheese their attack animations like a Half-Life zombie, but you want to be quick about it because they do hit really hard. And I don't have medkits to fix it. Yeah, I lost everything except my helmet and my fucking sketch pin in the fall. Oh no, dude. No, not two at a time. I can snag him on the doorway, maybe? Yep. They hit hard. I need to quick save. Hello? I go here and they bust it open, I think. Yeah, when you're standing next to it. Oh, he does get back up, yeah. I don't remember if headshots do extra damage against these guys, but because they fucking lumber like that, it's hard to even hit them in the head. You're best off just going for fucking torso. Center of mass. Ow. Sometimes they get stuck in doorways, I've noticed. no. Oh, we bamboozled him. Maybe not. Okay, headshots do seem to do more damage, but good luck hitting them there. Okay. Ow! From there? Really? Fuck that, fuck that, fuck that, fuck that, fuck that, fuck that, fuck that. This is always what happens. I end up stuck with no ammo. And like 3 of them coming. And no health, because I'm bad at timing. I'm not going to quick save there, because I've got no health to quick save with. Oh, there's a thing there, we'll have to read it. Once I've dealt with this lot of shitheads. Now we have health. Now we're going to quick save. I think the helmet guys might hit harder than the non-helmets. Certainly one hit killed me from like half health before. Yeah. Yeah, they fucking kill you harder. And they have good reach, too. Jesus. Ow! Bitch! Fuck, where's the door? If I can get him kind of stuck on the door without getting myself killed, maybe, maybe not. Probably should have saved some bullets for this one. Ow! God damn it. Mistimed it. Finally. Okay. Just gonna go back the way we came. For a minute, see if there's anything I missed. Here we go. Log of Crot 1 team's research, observations and laboratory experiments. 13th of May 83. Patient number 35 Zub is tooth. 36/whatever. Has died, an extensive cerebral hemorrhage, a unique bone shell squeezed the skull too much. Patient 46 Bobrov has fallen into a trance again. An increase in muscle mass affected the muscles of his stomach. He threw up violently and the x-ray shows a decrease of the abdominal surface area. Apparently the very same fate awaits him in a few days, just like patients 28 and 35. Too bad. We have to do something with the compound in order to better control the cell growth. 21st of May 83. Patient number 38 Kotz, cat, has successfully undergone another operation. At this time the test subject has no longer needs emergency resuscitation. Condition has stabilized owing to the steady introduction of Group 34B steroids and the removal of part of his internal organs. As you do. 24th of May. What a shame. 24th of May 83. Would like to emphasize the successful implantation in test subject number 38 put of the eyes of a cat, hence the name, I guess. Initially, we thought he became permanently blind. On the third day after the operation, he began to indicate that he could see with the new eyes. His eyesight still has not stabilized. He shakes and he cannot touch his nose with the finger of his outstretched arm, but nonetheless, he sees the plate and spoon and is able to eat. So they're doing all sorts of wonderful fucking live experimentation on humans with transplanted animal parts and cell growth stuff. I'm sure this is fine, and totally nothing to do with the, like, reanimated corpse-looking motherfuckers running around the place, killing everybody. (11th of May 83). Patient 46 is Bobrov. Rapid growth of muscle tissue on the arms and back occurs under the influence of a second dose of the 35BL2 mutagen. It resembles a cancer formation in its final stage, temperature 38.2. He can't strike at us. He's unconscious practically all the time. His swearing is unprintable when he's lucid. He refuses to cooperate and talk about his condition. 12th May 83, patient 46 Bobrov. He broke his restraining belt but was very weak in the legs. He couldn't walk. Orderly Volkov and I succeeded in giving him a trank shot and laying him down again. Found him with the sheets. Temperature has fallen to 35.5. His temperature was normal in the evening. He ate everything brought to him, and when he... and demanded a second helping. He tried to commit suicide while being fed by trying to swallow a spoon. Don't blame him from the sounds of things. 14th of May 83. Research has shown that the 34BBL2 mutagen leads to extremely aggressive mutations that are observed as soon as a week after the first injection. Vaccines that we gave to 3 pregnant women led to a stimulation of the growth of the fetus muscle system and caused premature births as early as the 6th month. Wow, okay. So they're really, like, going for the full bingo sheet of fucked up, like, science stuff down here. Really just making sure they hit every single not again. Every single fucking one in the book. It takes so many knife hits. And if I get stuck for 1 second, I'm dead. Oh, go around it? Wow. We've got a fucking big brain here. Except then I'll probably get surrounded instead. That's closed. Oh, please. Oh, please. Painkillers that do almost nothing at this point. I told you! 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 I don't think I can progress until this guy is dealt with. Can I not get stuck, please? Oh, here we go. Please open faster? Please open faster? Please open oh my god. You bitch, open faster! Okay, I've gotta kite him away from the door a bit. Hey, Dumbo! Over here! Fucking fake me out. It'd be funny if more were in there. There probably would be more in there. I'm gonna drag him in here. No, I'm not, because this is where I literally just ran out of. Fuck, man. Can this lift go any fucking slower? Got him! Fucking finally. Come on, man. Come on, man. Inspection of the Crot 1 laboratory determined that the team of scientists was killed by an unknown enemy under mysterious circumstances. No trace of the terrorists. Find the freight elevator and get out of the Crot 1 laboratory. I'm probably gonna have to take a short break pretty soon because my guts are starting to play up on me. Which will teach me to eat lunch so quickly. Maybe the real terrorist was the biological aberrations we made along the way. Okay, I know where I am. Now we're on level K3. This game has a sequel, by the way, which I will also play on stream at some point. Probably for too long. Hey, this guy's moving like a soldier. He is! He's one of ours, thank fuck. Hello, dude.
Майор, рад тебя видеть. Я думал, ты погиб в завалах на нижних уровнях. Мы потеряли троих наших ребят. Я слышал по радио про эти старые лаборатории и группу ученых. Что за дерьмо там творится? Я думаю, тебе нужно обязательно поговорить с заведующей местной лабораторией. Она руководит всеми этими генетическими исследованиями. Срочно найди ее и выясни, что ей нужно. Кстати, нам удалось захватить одного из боевиков.
We were able to capture one of the combatants. Our guys were already interrogating him. When he says combatants, I assume he means the Chechens. I think he does. Because it would be a little funny if he meant the other dudes. Plot 3 laboratory. So we're on the K3 level. This worker's up here. Hello. Last time they let us on the surface was 6 months ago. Jesus.
Наш персонал занимается техническим ремонтом всех коммуникаций. Что бы здесь ни случилось, я должен
So this is some turbo secret shit. There's your connection to Stalker. Secret labs that were meant to be abandoned and closed down, but actually they, you know, they had their fingers crossed behind their back. There you go.
Пожалуйста, не убивайте меня, я всего лишь наемник. Я буду сотрудничать. Наша группа атаковала ударник, чтобы отвлечь внимание ваших основных сил и обеспечить наземное проникновение наших покрывателей в эти надземные бункеры. Мы готовили эту операцию почти 2 года. Наши покровители, представители иностранной разведки, которые хотят выкрасть информацию о ваших секретных разработках. Они используют эту заварушку, чтобы оставаться незамеченными. Сейчас их группа разведки находится на вашей территории. Это все, что я знаю. Пожалуйста, не убивайте меня.
Мы проверим твою информацию. И если ты нам врешь, то можешь пенять на себя.
Внимательнее смотрите по сторонам.
Майор, не забудь, тебя ждут в лаборатории.
Пожалуйста, не убивайте меня. Я буду сотрудничать. Мамули, клянусь, правду говорю, а? Я всего лишь наемник.
Я работаю здесь уже несколько лет. Скучновато, конечно, но платят хорошо. Ребята из лаборатории настоящие трудоголики. Я до сих пор не могу поверить в то, чем... Я работаю здесь уже несколько лет. Скучновато, конечно, но платят хорошо.
Deco chamber.
Дезинфекция завершена.
Wait, I missed that. It's like a voice recording telling you whatever you see in here is like, don't fucking speak about it ever or some shit. I don't know. Prot 3 Core Department of Genetic Engineering Research Observations. This sounds legit. From April this is, from Professor Shilov's personal correspondence with the Central Institute on Research into the Behavior of the Human Body in Extreme Situations. From Shilov at server.com to Inmez at life.med. Procurement of improved breathing organs. Hello, Victor. We received the organs in good order. Very soon I'll report to you on the results of the test implantation. Then coming back the other way, adrenaline intoxication in the blood supply system of test subject A225. Hello, Alexander. Please report on the results of the experiment on the one-time injection of adrenaline into genetically modified specimen A225. In particular, we're interested in the behavior of the digestive system after intoxication. Going back the other way. In reply, hello Victor, unfortunately I must report to you about an unsuccessful conclusion of the experiment since this outcome was lethal. The patient died during an unexpected sharp rise in pressure which was accompanied by abundant hemorrhaging throughout the respiratory tract. As was expected, the muscles had hardened, but I venture to propose that only a premortal spasm had set in. Please report when the Group B samples will be delivered for further experiments. With regards, A. Shilov. Well, this lab looks a little less fucked up, hey. Hey, dude.
Слушай, майор, мне некогда.
I don't have the time, he says, as he sits there with his fucking feet on the desk. Can't go in there. What's in here? Hello.
Я пока побуду здесь. Извините, я занят. Мне некогда с вами
Can I read over his
разговаривать.
shoulder? Guess not. Really did just remake Black Mesa in Russia? Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. With about as much regard to fucking health and safety as well. Oh. Wonderful. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that.
Сложные ребята, правда? Вы будете удивлены, но они все абсолютно одинаковые. Эти ребята спецназ будущего. Современная генетика творит чудеса. В этих контейнерах очень холодно. Я должен поддерживать низкую температуру в этих помещениях.
Yeah. Yeah. Jorpo tried to warn us. But we didn't listen.
Современная генетика творит чудеса.
Millet dog program? Millet has a dog program? What? What? I'm not familiar with this law? I'm not sure if I want to be? Let's go through there. We'll do some exploring.
Подождите, когда я освобожусь. Извините, я занят.
Whoops. That was a legitimate misclick. I'm glad it didn't, like, kill him or something. That would be bad. "25th of July, 2008. Professor Lagutin is keeping the record. That towards which we've strived for so long, it seems, is beginning to come true. Many things which earlier seemed to us to be no more than scientific theory now evidently are being confirmed by practical experiments with only few exceptions. At the present time, we practically have completed the experiment with the increase of haloperidol level in a man's blood, with the subsequent release of a liquid which was contained in the cerebral cortex, so that I think the present time is most suitable to begin documentation of the experiment's process. Test subject, Vitaly Rusinov, age 23. Test supervisor, Professor Gorgy Smirlov. Goal of the experiment, to increase muscle activity thanks to the artificial stimulation of the thyroid gland and perform rectothermal cryptanalysis of components of the sphincter tissues. Man's literally getting probed. Description. Begun 23rd July at 12:35 Moscow. I know, right? 12:35 Moscow time and Gregorian era. Gregorian calendar, I guess they mean. Weird that you would cite Gregorian calendar to specify which one you're using. We used 25 milligrams of hemoglobin as the first dose, which allowed bringing the subject out of a lingering depression. Second and subsequent doses contained an additive 5 milligrams of haloperidol. and the doses were given at 15-minute intervals. A strikingly expressive reddening of the cheeks and swelling of veins is present. Toward evening, the test subject's muscles had increased, an average of 35%, and we conducted a short test, which concluded in a simulation of arm wrestling with a gorilla that was sitting in the adjacent cage. The result was the award of a disability to the gorilla of the third group and the injection of the test subject with a sedative, which had been increased 14 times. Continued the experiment on 27th of July, but we lowered the hemoglobin to 12 milligrams in the dose because of a frequent rash which appeared on the body in the area of the armpits and neck. Wonderful. Interesting notes, yes, very. Well, he had a pet dog he loved so much, but it died, so he got 4 dogs. 4 clones of it as follow-up pets, all named after liberal. Oh my fucking god. I already knew he was, like, actually unhinged, but that's just genuinely impressive. We've been in there. What the fuck? Most normal fucking liberal economics fan? Jesus Christ. Log of patient autopsies for investigation of reasons of lethal outcomes. It's a very Russian sentence structure. Statistics. Dead subjects over the last week. 5 dead subjects over the last month. 30. 1 a day. Well done. Subjects with deformed internal organs. 22. Majority of subjects being cloned, in particular from groups 4N, 5N, and 5M, died from cirrhosis of the liver. So, really an outcome probably not altogether different if they just weren't test subjects in the first place. Oof. Employee D.A. Klemenka had added a medicinal spirit to the organic solution as an experiment. He's been fired and sent to Unit DM34 where he will face prosecution. But on the whole, death often is observed because of the deficiency of both lungs. Our attempts to breed a cloned subject with modified DNA have not met with any successes up to now. From the information we obtained from the laboratories at the upper level, in particular CN12 and CN13, it seems that we have been working on low-quality materials which generate subjects with a high tendency to spontaneous mortality in the first 2 weeks of the fetus development. In the autopsy of subject number 56, alias Alexei, and about the most unordinary case in the last month, 12th of the 5th, 2008. Condition... Yeah, that would get him tried for scientific misconduct, not the other shit. Yeah. That's just beyond the pale. Adding a bit of fucking hand sani to the fucking solution, absolutely fucking haram. Not allowed. Off to the ICT with you. The condition of the internal organs literally shocks this professional. It's always a sentence you want to hear. Half the organs were mutilated and really can be tossed into the surgical waste, but the remaining organs, like the heart and lungs, are so changed that the subject would be able to support a load comparable only with loads on an unprotected body during a spacewalk. The lungs had increased 1.5 times, the thickness of their walls had increased more than 30%. The heart is a strange artifact in itself. Cutting its porous material with a scalpel is as complicated as cutting shriveled tendon material. Wonderful. Yum yum. Oh, there's fun stuff in here. Cool. Radiography lab. I think that's who we're supposed to talk to, so I'll come back down here. I just want to see what's at the other end of this hallway, because there's an open door here as well. Something similar, probably. Yep. And some more notes. And some painkillers, which we will absolutely be needing. Log of patient condition established 12th of 3rd, 2008. Preserved for 5 years. Entry 560 for 28th of 4th, 2008. Condition observed number 55, alias Grisha. Condition of the clone subject is stable. At the present time, he is at the 3rd stage of development, after which he will finally be ready for implantation of a memory chip into the frontal cerebral nodes with a subsequent transfer to section N2528 for learning specific motor skills. Entry 561 for 30th of 4th, 2008. Unusual event. Ooh. Number 58, alias Vanya. In the last 2 days, we have observed an extremely unstable condition in him, obviously caused by the testing of hormonal drugs on the subject. It is expressed in unjustified outbursts of hatred for the observers. Unjustified outbursts of hatred for the observers. You're really gonna go for that one, bro. You're really gonna go for that one. Extremely restless behavior and 2 suicide attempts. I wonder why. At the present time, the possibility of an earlier transfer of the subject to Section K2596 for use of stabilizing drugs and procedures is being examined. This will permit establishing communications with the subject, bringing him closer to getting acquainted with the co-workers around him, and make it possible for him to endure more easily the so-called second period crisis, which is often reflected in the clone subjects attempting to commit suicide. Note, we are trying to cheat Mother Nature and she's taking revenge on us. There might be some conclusions to be drawn from that last statement. Yeah, I know, right? It's great. I love it. It's even better when you find out that that's actually logic people have applied in the past during extremely unethical fucking medical experimentation. Why are you fighting us? We're only doing horrific fucking, you know, unholy things to you. Without any fucking consent. Okay, so these are the dead fuckers. These are the lucky ones. Center for Extreme Medicine.
Официально он называется Центр экстремальной медицины. Наше правительство всегда было заинтересовано в создании и подготовке бойцов с идеальными боевыми характеристиками. Так, в начале 80-х группа военных ученых...
Of course it's a family business. Small family business, please understand.
Лаборатория просуществовала всего несколько лет, и виной тому стал неудачный эксперимент. Лаборатория была заражена, и командование приняло решение о ее полной консервации вместе с персоналом. Но несмотря на это, проект не был закрыт, и работы по его развитию продолжились в новых лабораториях Крот-2 и Крот-3. Мы пошли другим путем и используем новейшие достижения генной инженерии. Все эти эксперименты с вирусами и мутациями в прошлом. Мне страшно подумать, какие ужасные мутации произошли за 20 лет с персоналом законсервированной лаборатории.
Oh, wonderful. Now she's telling us we breathed in the fucking zombie juice. And now we need a fucking chest x-ray. Excellent. Oh wow. Cool! This looks healthy. Fuck me. Oh. Mrs. Fucked up, unethical lady. Yeah, I thought so. Did I read this? Yeah, I did. This is the morgue here. No neck specimen, yep. Oh. Oh. Wonderful. Wonderful. These fuckers are quick. Should probably do this. It's funny, you can pick up ammo for the weapons that you don't have yet, but you can't pick up the weapon from the body. Cannot use the ballistic face shield and the sniper scope at the same time. Fuck! Someone tell, like, every other fucking game that has all-tin helmets in it. Or night vision. I'm gonna go down here and just... Attention all personnel. Quickly something. I can't catch the rest because it's too loud. Nemedliners, like, quickly, not slowly, literally. Nemedliners, not slowly. Or without delay. Come on, come on. Fuck. Hey, buddy. Wait! Wait! Fuck. Jesus. How's your miracle of science going, buddy? Your fucking future Spetsnaz. How's that working out for you? Did I grab his ammo already? Apparently not. Hello? There we go. Ibuprofen. These are AI 2 kits, man. It's morphine. Yeah, those are the clones. Where was I meant to write down there, probably? No, I came this way, didn't I? That's what she said. Yeah, okay, I go this way. Okay, we definitely want to try to hit these guys in the head, because it saves us a lot of fucking bullets. Yes, now I'm on the receiving end of the unjustified hatred, and they do look like Overwatch soldiers, yeah. Same general theory, I guess, just different mechanism. Oh, fuck, that one's... something spicy's going on there. That might not get him. That should. Nope! Fuck. That got him. He had a grenade land, like, right next to him and it didn't fucking finish him. Jesus. Through the airlock. Yeah, it's... they mixed up the PKM and the RPK, I know. Okay, here's the boys. Now I can get my AK back. Good shit. In hit. Oh, oi, fucking Jesus. Okay. From that. Mounted PK there. Thought that would happen. Heads up! Throwing the others a bit short. Armor. Got a fucking mounted gun here, but we don't really have much use for it at the moment. Now we got a big boy gun. Probably still stick with the AK. fuck! That was a bad time to reload. You're still up? Jesus. Mostly zombies at this point. Well, they're not even really zombies anymore. The zombies were the fucking fucked up guys from Crot 1. These guys are fucking Ubermensch. Angry Ubermensch that didn't fucking provide informed consent before they were experimented on. Scientists were able to trace back the signals controlling... That's a nice picture. Controlling the minds of the clones. Signals originate from the lower levels of the abandoned Crot 1 laboratory. Get in there, find, eliminate the source of the signal. Oh, yeah, bro. I'm totally happy to go back to the fucking zombie place. Alright. Let's go. Yeah, let's use the elevator again. That'll be fine. Okay, we're gonna take the big boy gun out, because we are gonna want it for this. No sleep experiment looking at us. Yeah, it's probably the same fucking source for the image. So I have played this a couple times through over the years. I have never played the sequel, never. So when I play that on stream, whenever that happens, probably like within the next month or two, that will be my first playthrough of it. So you guys will get to see the authentic Ross reaction. Which you could probably imagine, considering this is my reaction to a game I've played several times, and it still fucking gives me the heebie-jeebies. That's a good noise. Maturing finals week. I love this mural. And the overall design of the place with the big atrium like this with the lift in the middle is so cool. It's just awesome. Can't get on there. Yet. Oh. We'll go then. This man's remarkably enthusiastic, considering the fucking eldritch horrors lurking down here. That's probably where we're going. This is generator room, propane tank. Propane and propane accessory. Oh, we're going through here, right? Okay, I see. We're not going through the big fucking door. That's where we came in. I'm not standing next to that. Okay, I have to, I guess. Let me go first. I got the big gun. I got the negotiator, the problem solver. Hello? Open? Health faculty at my uni looks like just for winter break. And yeah, the mural probably is real. I don't know where they took it from, but they would have sourced it from somewhere. It's not like there's a shortage of very, very cool Soviet-era murals for, like, different science and research and medical fucking themes. And military ones. I really like... Please die! I really like the way the AI do actually stop and post up on corners and doorways and stuff. It's obviously scripted, but it's quite cool. And having said that, the original Half-Life AI was really good for its time, and it still holds up to a large degree. What? I just paused for thought. Why are there windows? Aren't we underground? Maybe they changed the plans, like the level plans at some point. the happy noise. Me when I'm woken up before fucking 10 AM. Yeah, I know. Coming from through here. Oh, there's another book here, and there's some more meds. April 83. Please ignore the screaming. I just realized... I didn't mean that reference. I genuinely did not do that intentionally. Jesus Christ. New test subjects were received today and finally can continue the experiment F-15. God's Plane 1040, which was halted in June because of the death of the initial test subject. It's interesting to note how little effort was required to regulate the acidity of the mutagen, so as to prevent its negative effect, which was the destruction of mucous membrane in the test subject. This is like a test of attention span for you guys, being able to listen to me while this is going off in the background. This is me trying to go, like, anywhere in public during the school holidays. Like, this is just... This is my existence during the fucking school holidays. On the regeneration of extremities, it seems things are going quite well. I remind you that the 2-month-old kitten on which they had amputated all the paws and the tail in August underwent a subsequent constant gene modification with a steady replacement of the modified ectoplasm in the blood in hope of allowing its organism to regenerate new limbs. Up to now, the steady blood transfusions have put the experimental creature into a coma from which we rather successfully had been able to bring it with the introduction of the NR2OD biochemical. All its hair had fallen out and its eyes had grown dim, but now small growths are forming on the stumps, which resemble a cat's feet with tiny soft claws. Lovely. You're now blocking my way, bucko. I'm gonna have to go the long way around. Yeah, not the kitty. Like, all the people, like, all the humans, and even the whole pregnant women thing, like, whatever, but the cats? Come on, man, that's too far. Oh, yeah, of course. Just him, I think. Right side's clear. Is there anything in here? Like any notes or anything? No. Yeah, I know. Lots and lots of animals have. And fucking lots of people have too. Oh, I see where it's coming from now. And then when somebody does fucked up experimentation, everyone's like, oh, that's unethical and bad and evil and we're going to prosecute you for it. But we're definitely not going to, you know... We're gonna keep the research. I mean, I guess I'm not going to get into that on stream. There's like a whole fucking philosophical, ethical debate to be had there, but it's probably not stream material. And there's probably at least some of it which is based on some of my relatives, so... Okay, that's where we're going next. Hey buddy. Fuck, is there a gun in here? I know, Chief. Here, I'll fix it. There you go. Oh, Jesus, look at this fucking unit over here. Absolute fucking unit. What the fuck is that? Jesus! That's the magnum opus right there. Fuck me. Sometimes people and animals at the same time.
Эти твари словно взбесились. Уровень сигнала растет. Мы почти у цели. Майор, откройте эту дверь, давай. Я прикрою.
Stuck in the rave cage. Open both sides, but more open on the left with a doorway. Anything behind here? Yeah. Oh, that's a good noise. That's a really good noise. Oh, I think I remember. Yeah, okay. I remember this. I remember this. I remember now. Leaf! I didn't remember that bit. I did not remember that bit. I definitely didn't remember that bit. Fuck. Ooh. Spaz 12. Interesting choice for a Russian secret laboratory from Soviet times. I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, what? Okay, I'm not going to complain about the provenance of this shotgun. In fact, please give me more of
Двери
them.
заблокированы с другой стороны. Давай попробуем проникнуть туда через вентиляционные шахты. Следуй за мной.
Oh yeah, dude, let's just... Yeah, let's Gordon Freeman this shit after what I just saw. Good idea, Chief. Fucking love your work. I'm gonna go ahead and quick save here. I like also how the floors of the ventilation shaft chamber are just like covered in poop. Poop sludge.
Дай пройти.
Just like fucking turbo Legionnaire's disease. Ah. Okay. Yep, okay, and I don't have any grenades left. Oh, it's gonna... Oh, no. No. Get out of the fucking way, dude! My guy! My guy! Whoa! Yep, okay. Target fixation.
Загородил мне путь.
Well, fucking go then! Alright. I'm gonna... You deal with that one. I'll deal with this one. Hey, bud. You might wanna... Yep, you might wanna check 6. Fuck, did you see it just, like, leap at me? They move quick. Oh, medkits. Could you, like, not die for 2 seconds, man?
Цель уничтожена. Не время для болтовни.
Okay, would you like to, like, not be in the way? Would you like to try that? Yeah, okay, good. Thank you. This bro really needs to cut back on how many fucking Wheat Bix biscuits he has for breakfast. Jesus Christ. Double the limbs, double the speed, yeah, real. Block schist. What the fuck does it say? Sistema ochlaj... Oh, cooling system, probably. Yeah, cooling system, refrigeration system. Ochlajdenio, or whatever the fuck the word is. I couldn't make it out, but I know what it is. Okay. Airborne reconnaissance. Воздушная разведка. Wait! What the fuck? Get out of my way! Get out of my way! He's blocking me. You stood behind me. Fucking prick. Jesus.
Оружейная комната. Отлично. Бери столько патронов, сколько сможешь унести. Давай, я прикрою.
Just grenades, yes please. Please grenades, more grenades, all the grenades. And then shotgun ammo, because this thing seems pretty adept at blowing away the big guys. But we might... Have I got PK ammo? Yeah, 1 belt. We'll fall back on the PK for a bit. Yeah, this is made 2008-ish. It's set in 2008, and I remember it being a thing in the late 2000s, because that was when I first played it. I recognize both words individually, that's how. My Russian vocabulary is, like, probably the same number of words as a fucking toddler, but it's all, like, really highly specialized military-related shit. So I have the vocabulary of an extremely fucking militaristic toddler. Bro, are you real? Let's just split up in the fucking biological horrors fucking theme park. Good idea, Chief. I'm here for it. Oops. Squished a rat. And another one, Alberta mode. We're out here squishing rats. Good noises. PK fucks these guys up. The basic ones, at least. There's a lift shaft there. I'll double check it, but I bet you it won't work. No. Metro? Yeah, I played 2033. I don't think I played Last Light, but I don't recall. I played Metro, like, long ago. And never got around to playing the newer games in the series. So I'll have to do that at some point. I mean, I could use a refresher on the original, too. God, they're quick. They're actually quick. Hello? Let's just... Okay, that's where we're going. And the spooky noises appear to be coming from that direction. Splat. There's another rat. So... Oh boy, I guess this is it. Cry of Fear. Cry of Fear, I watched a Let's Play of, from two people who have since been very heavily cancelled, but yeah, I watched the fucking Let's Play that Lotax and Schmorky did of it, and it was less so scary than it was just funny. Partly because it was those two playing and I was just constantly tearing, like, you know, tearing the shit out of it, but still. Like, a lot of it was just so over-the-top monster closet that it ceased to be scary and became funny instead. What the fuck? Could you not? Could you, like, actually not? Which terrifying dark hole do we go down first? That's what he said. Okay, this one's blocked. But I did find some ammo. That's a plus. Hey, Tizzy, cheers for gifting the subs. To, is that 5 of them? Roundabout, Lightfoot's, Super, Sour Monkey, and Hot Dog Water. Cheers for that, appreciate it. Okay, this is the way down, I guess, because the lift shaft's fucked up. I'd say probably, I don't know if it's just a, well, it probably is a common horror trope, right? The thing with many legs, because it reminds me of one of the enemies in Cryostasis as well. It was very much like that, and also springs out of a fucking hole in the ground. What the fuck? Could you... Fuck. There we go. Oh my god, it's Captain Keys. Where did you come from? Should I stand in the doorway, or I might get another one of those behind me. Okay, I think it's a safe bet we need to do something about Captain Keys here. And I'm gonna guess that probably the doing something part involves explosives. Considering we just picked up a bunch of grenades. Lovely. I mean, it might not. We might actually be supposed to just shoot it, but gonna. Doesn't like that.
Это профессор Пирогов. Майор, у вас получилось. Наши подопытные больше не опасны и пришли в норму.
Отличная работа, майор. Возвращайся назад, я жду тебя.
Horrors beyond human comprehension. It stopped wiggling, but I don't feel safe turning my back on that thing. Let's give it another, just in case. Okay. Paper Sky's video about the drinks. The one where the fucking entire command structure of the Pacific Fleet got fucked over? Or was that? No, that wasn't drinks, was it? That was something else I was smuggling. It's toilet paper or some shit. It was the drinks one. I don't remember. Yeah, single grenade. I thought it might take a bit more than that, honestly, but apparently not. Yeah, you can put links here. I'll have a look after the stream. Cheers. I'll check that out after. Now, how did I get in here? I want to go this way, I think. So the Spetsnaz clones are apparently back under control, but remember we're in the fucked up 80s lab full of like zombies that have been kicking around down here for a very long time. So that doesn't provide us with much much comfort.
Внимательнее смотрите по сторонам.
What the fuck? Huh?
Смотри лучше по сторонам.
Huh? Huh?
Берегите патроны.
My man's become one with the bricks? What? What the fuck?
Здесь нам больше делать нечего. Давай найдем лифт и будем выбираться отсюда.
Find the elevator, yes. I'm not sure I trust the fire hydrant. I'm not sure I trust the fucking elevator. But whatever. Football helmet. I mean, I guess you could use an Altin as a football helmet. Probably wouldn't be very comfortable. For you or for anyone that, like, gets headbutted by you. MiG-27 gun video? Yeah. This is where we want to go. Well, I mean, I want to go far the fuck away from this place, but...
Тихо. Похоже, это то, что нам нужно. Жми кнопку мою.
Gotta wait for them to actually trigger the thing so I can press the button, I guess.
Внимание бойцам, находящимся на уровне А1. Мы только что обнаружили группу противника, которая с боем прорывается на поверхность. По нашим сведениям, это иностранная диверсионная группа, которая под прикрытием террористов занималась сбором секретной информации на территории исследовательского комплекса. Приказываю остановить их любой ценой. Они не должны уйти живыми.
What do you think they have? Yeah, they're doing a full fidelity MiG-29. I mean, they confirmed it in the trailer, and there's been a few hints dropped. And there's not really other than just wanting to avoid the Eye of Sauron for, you know, the laws about portrayal of the armed forces during wartime, there's not really anything stopping them from doing a MiG-29. It's just, you know, literally trying to stay under the radar in case they do get slapped for something else like Black Shark 3. Because there's nothing sensitive or, like, secret about it. It's all well-documented, well-known info. The manual's been out there since forever. The aircraft's been retired, at least in that variant. I think in most variants from Russian service, so... Wonder what foreign group this could be. Oh, yes! It's the boy! It's fucking Maz. Based. King of trucks. She was on the forums team say it was going to be a Soviet 912. That's the most likely, yeah. The least likely to cause any problems, the easiest to source documents for, keeps the Cold War people happy. Okay. Hello. Jesus. Fuck! Hold on, buddy. Sound like Counter-Strike characters? I mean, there's probably a reason for that, especially since it is a Half-Life mod. Half expecting machine gun around that corner. Hello? Ammo? Come on, man. Okay, I can't pick up any more ammo for this, it seems. We're fighting Sam Fisher. Jesus. Someone got chunksed. Wait, did my buddy get chunksed? No, he didn't. He's over there. This guy did. Bits of fucking meat all over the place. Jesus. What a cheery scene! Oh, and I'm down to my last mag for this as well. Because I can't aim, apparently.
Внимание! Разведка сообщает о присутствии неопознанного вертолета К-50 в вашем квадрате. Экипаж вертушки не подчиняется приказам штаба и ведет огонь по своим. Судя по всему, он прикрывает отход диверсионной группы. Будьте готовы к атаке с воздуха.
They've hijacked a Car-50, apparently. Cheers to the sub, man. Appreciate it. Oi! Oh! Okay. Right. So we don't want to let him die. Quick save here. I don't know if we can kill the helicopter with small arms. We might just have to push through the infantry. Shit, shit, shit. There he is. Shit. Come on, man. There we go. Let me show you a little trick all those Chechens taught me. Shit, really? That didn't kill it? Didn't kill it. I only have one shot for this? Oh no, I don't. There we go. Okay, that's better. Save here. Oh god, my aim. That was a hit, I think. Yeah, that was a hit. That wasn't. Yes. Come on, come on. Of course. I think that missed too. Ah! This is going to take a few attempts, I think. Timing on the RPGs is a little difficult, especially when it's moving. Oh, come on, man. I don't think it actually stops moving. Hopefully at least the RPGs replenish. It's 2 hits. Yeah, they do replenish. Good, good. And it's smoking constantly now, which I'm going to take as a good sign. There we go.
Отличная работа, парни. Противник ликвидирован. Наша задача выполнена.
Yeah, defense module. Yeah. Don't Boishiki. No, I don't. Uh-oh. Looks like somebody forgot Paulina. I guess that sucks. Maybe her dad shouldn't have been like an evil mad scientist and she shouldn't have picked up his work. So yeah, that's Paranoia. I do have, like I said, the sequel to it. I will play that on stream at some point, maybe next stream, don't know when that's going to be, but hopefully not too far into the future. And it will be the first time I played through that one. So unlike this, it'll be going in completely blind, because I played this like 2 or 3 times already. So yeah. Hope you guys enjoyed it. I'd been meaning to replay this for a while, so now I've checked that off the list. I'm going to take a short-ish break, and we might do a little bit of DCS. We'll see if like there's people on the Ligma server or one of the World War II servers, and do a little bit of flying. And then I think that'll be it for today. I don't want to stream for too long today, so maybe a couple sorties in DCS and that'll cover us. Send you a video for later if you don't mind. Yeah, by all means. By all means, send it. What's the sequel called? Paranoia 2. It's pretty straightforward. But yeah, it's just Paranoia 2. And I think from memory the sequel was built like from scratch as its own game, not a mod. Ally must have like 500 times your hit points. I think he does, yeah. He certainly needs them. They got a website there, so if you want to grab the mod, it should still, and this as well, the standalone. I think they're both still on ModDB on their page there, and then assuming that website still works, because remember this is quite old, they probably have it up there as well. And on that note, I am going to... I just realized I can't do this without actually tabbing back in. Hang on. So go to this scene, and I've got a game capture, and kill the display capture. There we go. Otherwise I'll forget next time I use that scene. And I'll be back in a little while, probably like 10 minutes tops. I return. We'll do some ECW, I think. Just as soon as I actually get the right scene. I want to do some more World War II stuff as well, because it's been a while since I've done much Warbirds. I got like one single sortie in the other day. I shot Robbo up pretty bad. Don't think I downed him, but I shot him up pretty bad. But then the server emptied out, which is kind of the problem with a lot of the World War II servers. Their population's kind of fickle. It's the same issue that we had on Albans, where like people just kind of arrive and leave in chunks, and so it can kill the population pretty quick. Helps if this actually shuffles. There we go. Okay, so teams are pretty close to even. Red Force stuff. What if I might do some line stuff, I think. So I'll just quickly adjust my pedals. I don't think I need to turn the damper up at all. I think I've still got it set for helicopter flying. I just didn't bother to reset it last time. I don't know how well this is going to go with a very, very populated server. It's usually in helicopters, the busier the server is, the harder your job is, but we'll see how how we go. I might actually take off from a proper FARP. The roads are a little iffy. Well, actually, the FARPs are easy to spot from the air, but I don't know. And it's snowing. Ooh. New SPO tend to protect me. I'm not sure protect is the word I would use, but sure. This one. We might bump up the fuel load slightly as well, just because I have a habit of overextending in this thing. You don't realize how long you've been airborne for. And now I gotta remember how to start it up. So yeah, I'm strongly tempted to pick up one of these for my desk. Really, really strongly tempted. Yeah, I saw that. Okay. No, we don't need that yet. So then we come back here. I'm probably going to forget something important. We'll get rid of the rotor brake now, because I always forget that. Okay. We're good so far. Let me just check my zoom is actually set up right. All of them except the air data probe to DIS, because that will fuck our DIS up. Get the annoying noise generator turned on. Actually, we want that down, and then Zapusk for the APU. And fuel pumps help. There we go. We don't need to worry about the dust filters because it's snowing, so I don't know if they actually even do anything really, but even less reason to care about them at the moment. APU is not running. Probably false started because I didn't have the fuel valves open yet. Come on, Chief. There we go. It's building pressure. Set up the lighting. Although I won't flick on until the gens are running. Let's get the left engine started. Needles are split, that's good. We come over here and Put these on. We will want to make sure the anti-icing is running, and in my experience, leaving it in automatic is a good way to ice up. So, you know, manual, put on all our heating. We'll put like mild heating on for the glass. We probably don't need it full bore. Don't forget the moving map. I won't. There we go. And then I usually put the map light on as well. Although I probably don't want it full brightness. Dim. Right engine start. Oops. The thing I often forget is the fucking autopilot. Until I take off, at which point I become painfully aware of the fact that I forgot the autopilot. I feel like I'm sitting closer to the front of the cockpit than usual. Might just be because I haven't flown it for a while. That's why we have checklists, yep. Unfortunately, I am lazy, so... Gen's on... Once it spools, we'll kick the transformers over to main. Those can go off. I think we probably should have had that on, but it doesn't really matter. I don't remember if that actually feeds voltage or if that's just to measure the voltage. Oh yeah, it's just to measure the voltage. Okay, never mind. Have my Mi-24 checklist. I will be honest with you, I don't like bother reading checklists more often than not. Okay, that's for the APU. Like, I should read checklists, and if I was an intelligent person, I would use them, but I'm the kind of guy that will just start the thing from memory. And if I can't remember how to start it, I'll futz around for a couple minutes until the, you know, until my brain turns on. Don't want to forget the fan. So we want tangage, kren. We don't want направление because I don't want to be fighting the autopilot on course changes. Ядро, I don't usually set it up because no one uses it in most servers. I used to on Alpin's server because they would actually use it from time to time, but in ECW, like, you're lucky if people use the radio at all. Okay. Hello? There we go. And, here, best feature. Which way is the wind coming from? Behind us, I'm guessing. Because the problem is the FARP spawns aren't set up with respect to the wind, so quite often you've got a fucking tailwind. How do you look at it? It's the keybind. You gotta set it up because it's not bound by default. Now, I always forget which direction it is. It's back, and I think back and right or back and left. It's opposite the Huey. That's what I remember, but I don't remember what the Huey is either. It's right pedal, and I think back and right. Okay, back and right. Back and right. And I'll just settle this stuff up too before I forget. Turn the brightness down on the reticle so I can see a little easier past it. And then we'll figure out where the fuck we even are. That's a good idea, hey? We're here, so we want to go southeast. Oh, shit, I was a little abrupt with that. Oh, I fucked this up already. There we go. Well, mystery solved. That was a tailwind. I don't think we broke anything. Miraculously. Certainly not my most graceful takeoff. At least I don't think anyone was there at the FARP to see it. Oops, no, that's not what I wanted to do. There we go. That's what I wanted to do. And then it was, well, let's say southeast, so we're going more or less the right way. We can dial back the collective a little. I don't want to thrash the engine too hard. I don't think he's got the weapons running yet, but he should have them running by the time we start getting into range to kill things. And I forgot to kill the APU. There we go. Control W. What does the Control W bind do in this? There we go. Weapons ready. It's an aircraft off the nose. Way off in the distance. Not sure what though. No, I didn't put anything into the disc because I'm not actually navigating with the disc at the moment. I've just got it running, so if everything else breaks, I know roughly how far I've gone from my start point. If I was flying a planned route, oh, I'm going the wrong direction because I'm a dipshit. Helps if I read my compass. I want to go 150-ish, not 210. If I'm flying a planned route, especially like if I'm dropping troops in the Mi-8 or something, I will set the disc up for the specific distance and bearing and everything, and fly from the disc. But in the Hind, I usually don't do that. I'll just start it up, zeroed out when I spawn in, so then I know roughly where I've tracked from my spawn point. I'm very much not a checklisting sort of person. I don't do shit properly at all in DCS. Like, it's a bad habit, but I don't have the patience. Yeah, I know it is, but, you know, I'm pretty good, especially on Caucasus, at navigating by, like, landmarks. I know where I am. And then with this map as well, I can just use that, and if I'm a little off position, I can always tune it later. The main issue I have on ECW is figuring out where the front line is relative to landmarks on the map, which is why you'll still see me using F10 from time to time, so I know that, like, okay, this is a frontline sector. So once we get past these rivers, basically past Zugdidi, just past Zugdidi to the southeast is frontline. Oh, it's on. It's just quiet at the moment because we're not getting painted by much. I leave the sound on because the sound actually doesn't bother me too much. I get worried when it's quiet. Like, even in this, but especially in the MiG-21, if the SPO is quiet, I get really worried. So I leave the sound on for it. So we should be near the front line now. There we go. Something's painting me from back there. It's probably friendly. Turn the brightness back up on the side a little bit. Trim the pedals. I have like the auto trim for the pedals turned off, so I'm just moving my feet with them. If I had micro switches in the, like if I had a way of making it work the way it does in the real helicopter, where any pressure on the pedal will disconnect the course autopilot, I'd actually use that and like use the course autopilot when I'm flying, but I don't, so let's do it the old-fashioned way with the pedals and trim everything else. I use crosswinds. I've had them for a couple of years now. They're really, really good. And they're excellent for helicopter stuff because I can just take off the centering spring very easily. It's like a 5-second procedure to reach down and pop the spring off. No, MFG crosswinds. I do not get along very well with Thrustmaster. I've had nothing but negative experiences with their products. Right around these rivers should be part of the front line. That's a fart there. Don't know whose it is. I'm gonna turn a little northeast. Oh, that is a logistics hub. That should be an enemy logistics hub. Looks like someone's already had a go at it. I'm just going to double check F10, but we should be, yeah, we're in an enemy sector. So we're going to do some work. That's concerning. This is where I find out there's an F5 right behind me, because I didn't have the EWR display on. It's an F1. We're good. That's friendly. There might be... yeah, there's jets all around us. Why is it in Imperial? What the fuck? Bro. Yeah, I've heard the VKB ones are good. Am I right in thinking those ones don't have toe brakes though, or was that a different set of pedals? Because that was part of the deciding factor for me. Even though I don't fly stuff that requires toe brakes as often, I like having the option. Yeah, I already switched it to metric. Usually though it defaults to whatever your aircraft's instrumented in, so I don't have to switch it flying Red 4, unless I'm in the Mirage, and it defaults to metric and then I've got to switch it to Imperial. I guess I should say it defaults to whatever your coalition uses. Okay, try not to fly into the guy wires that hold the tower up. There's, ooh, there's a pilot over there. We're not going to pick him up just yet, though. I want to deal with this target, and then we might consider it. I'm also pretty heavy, and I'm not the best at landing this thing when it's fully loaded, so... we'll consider picking the pilot up. I think it's... I can't make out what kind of jet that is. It looks almost like an A-10 wreck. And if I can abduct an A-10 pilot, that's always a funny thing to do. Try not to get too high above the ground or I'll be easy target for the F5s, they'll spot me. On the other hand, it seems like we do have a bunch of our own guys around this sector at the front, which is good news. Beautiful. God, that's so satisfying. Keep an eye on that FARP in case it is an enemy one and somebody spawns in. It'd be very funny. Oh, I forgot to change the game to DCS. Remind me when I land, I'll have to do that. Or actually, I don't know if the mods can do it, maybe? If you put !game DCS, or Digital Combat Simulator, it might change it, but I don't remember if that works on my channel or not. So I think there's something you got to do to enable it. If it doesn't work, I can always set it when I land. Oh, that is a substantial fire. That's going to attract attention. Didn't work? Okay, I can sort that out later. Fuck, that left a hell of a fucking mess. Oh yeah, Max can do it, because Max is a editor, I think, but... Yeah, it might not work for you. Oh, really? Okay. Gotta use the gun for this one. I already used the last of my rockets. Once I'm done hitting this logistics target, I'll flick on the auto, or like I'll level off and trim it and tab out and change it myself. Assuming this F5 doesn't kill me first. Because this is the early missiles Caucasus scenario, it's kind of a little more difficult to defend yourself from fighters because you don't get the R60 in the hind. I usually don't carry the R60s anyway unless I'm escorting another helicopter, but having the option's always nice. Oh yeah, this F5's got a massive burner for me. Yep, there it is. We're toast. Can I avoid the tree at least? Maybe? We're gonna lose the rotor sooner or later, so I need to... Yep, there it goes. F.
Пожар левого двигателя. Отказал насос расходного бака.
That's unfortunately the downside of helicopter stuff on a crowded server, especially ECW, is as soon as a jet spots you, you're fucked. We'll try another flight in this, and then we might jump in some fixed wing. You'd think the weather would help out helicopters, but I almost feel if one catches you from the right angle, the contrast against the the distant haze actually helps them spot you. We'll just stick with 60% fuel. I don't want to overload it too much. Not like I'm going to survive long enough to use it. Where is it? USSR Air Force.
Request rearming. Copy.
Отказала основная.
Probably not supposed to turn all of this stuff on before you get the electrical system up and running fully, but whatever. I can get away with it, so... Until someone stops me from being able to get away with that, I will probably continue to do it, to be honest. Okay. I think I've got them all. Because that's just for testing, right? I assume that label's applying to both of these switches. So that's fire extinguishing on, and then master switch for the fire extinguishing system on. And before I forget, anti-ice and heating. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do at all. It's there. Huh? Oh, we're getting strafed. Excellent. There's a Huey. And also, it appears I cannot do anything with my throttle. What have I missed? Anything? I think so. Sometimes I have this issue, and I'm not sure what causes it. I can't even scroll it with the mouse. It's like it's stuck. Maybe there's a bind that locks it or something, which I've accidentally turned on. We're gonna have to respawn here anyway. Yes, I noticed, Petro. Someone already at the road slot. Not sure what I did to it. Alright. Try it again. I don't know if that's an actual bug or if I'm sequence breaking the startup somehow, but it only happens sometimes, and when it does, I can never figure out how to unfuck it. Okay. Batteries.
Отказала основная гидросистема. Отказал насос расходного бака. Отказал генератор.
Flexible radio check.
Loud and clear.
Is there a different, like, AWACS channel?
For the AI, yes, but I don't remember it off the top of my head. It's like 127 or something. No, it's not 251 for us. It's 251 for, well, no, 251 is general blue. And then for blue, the AWACS is like 257. For us, it's 12 something, I'm pretty sure. Or 13 something. Unless he's changed shit, which is possible. It'll be in the briefing anyway, why don't people read? Okay, APU. Low blue one on the right. Oh, there's both of those. She bitches if I do that. I think I usually get away without those on. Oh, I see. Yeah, it's because it's running. So the way I start up, I'm lazy and I always forget to turn the inverters on. And so everything comes on, it just does it later when I spool the engines and get the gens running. So yeah, I should be doing that when I started, is actually turning the inverters on first. So I've got power earlier in the startup. There we go, now she's making power. But I didn't do anything different from last time. Well, like the time before when it started, so I don't know. Smooth brain strikes again. Okay. Autopilot. And then sort out those. Reset them. Still red on the left console. Yeah, it's the wheel brake. Oh, on the autopilot, right. There we go. Okay. Just do the same thing as usual and flick that on without actually setting it, because lazy. Maps on. Gun sight. Is not, because I forgot to turn the weapons controls on. I was about to blame Petro for that. Oh, no. That's not what I wanted to click. That's what I wanted to click. And this time, we're going to gently turn the helicopter around into the wind. Ish. Hello? Wheel brakes? Okay, well, that's not going to play nice with me, I guess. We're just going to uppies. And then we're going to give it too much. Come on. There we go. They're still... They were green before. I mean, they would have just gone out briefly then because the generator went out, because I gave it too much, but they were green when I looked at them. Okay, gear up. And now we turn a little to the left. Dial back the power a bit. Well, not the power, but the blade pitch. No, just same as last time. Not setting it up, like, properly. Because there's not really much need. Like, I'm flying such a short distance over terrain I'm relatively familiar with. There's not a lot of point, and I'm going to be flying around in circles while I'm running attacks on things. I use the disc mostly for point-to-point, because it's really good for that. We reached Zugdidi, a bit past it. So Zugdidi is just on our side of the front line, and then just past it is the enemy territory. No. Like, pass it to the southeast. So, between Zugdidi and Sanaki is where we want to be. Someone just got killed in front of me. Gudauda's further up the coast. It goes northwest from Zugdidi. You've got Sakumi, Gudauda, and then Sochi. We're going the opposite way, southeast. So we're going to Sanaki. Well, towards Sanaki. AAA 11 o'clock. IFV 11 o'clock. Shit, you got good eyes, Petro, because I can't see it. It's probably the front line here. I gotta figure out which side of the front line is which as well. It's also either a downed pilot or some ground troops that need pickup over there from the flares. I don't know whose these are. Looks like most of them are dead anyway, but get Petro looking that way. Holy shit! Okay, no, these are ours. So we're on the friendly side of the front line, so if I turn a little to the right, once we're past this group, probably anything off the nose should be enemy. Helicopter 3 o'clock. Another hind. Ah, it's a Sabre. He's going for the other hind, probably. I don't know if he's seen me yet. It's tempting to try and take a pop at him, but without R60s and only using the gun or the ATGMs, I'd rather not give away my position to him. There's another one coming as well. Oh fuck, there's sabers everywhere, Jesus Christ. Maybe I picked the wrong part of the front line to come to. Oh shit, that one definitely saw me. Problem is, if I hug the ground too much, I can't see enemy ground positions, and then I'll fly right into one and get blasted by a Vulcan. Or a Bofors or something. So you've got to kind of balance, do I want to stay low and not be spotted by jets, or do I want to fly a little higher and actually see where the enemy ground targets are? There you are. There's at least 2 or 3 of them here. They are, but if I don't chase these guys off, then I'll just get popped by them anyway, unfortunately. He might have lost sight of me in that turn, I hope. I'll just keep my eyes on him a little longer, and if he doesn't recommit, then I'll start looking for ground targets. Should probably turn the EWR warnings back on as well. That's just terrain texture, I don't think it's units. That's something. What's that, Petro? Looks like it's destroyed anyway. That's, oh, there's something there. That looks mostly destroyed. We do have other Hinds here, so there might not even be that many targets left in the sector. We'll just get him to check these out, and if we see anything that's enemy and still alive, we'll kill it. But there's another fucking F5 coming too. Fucking... Come on, Petro. You know what, I'm gonna break off. I'm too close to commit to that. And I am being shot at. Maybe by that bunker. If it is the bunker, then that's not too scary, because it's 50 cal, but one of my engines doesn't look very happy. It's actually surprisingly difficult to do helicopter stuff on ECW, exactly because of this. You've got to watch out for jets, then you've got to figure out which side of the front line you're on. Then you've got to make sure when you set up your attack runs, you aren't egressing over another group of enemy that'll hit you. It's, I'm not the most observant person in the world, which doesn't help, but quite often, like, I'll set up a really good run on something and I'll circle round, and as I'm circling around, I realize that I've just overflown something really angry. I think that was that bunker engaging me. So I didn't see anything else that could shoot at me in that area. And if it was, like, 20 mil or something, I would be dead. That's the other group over there. I think there's some vehicles still alive there. I don't have a good sight line here. There. Yep, that's what it was. Oh, shit. Okay. something very angry there. It looks like a Vulcan. Like I said, didn't see it. Catch you later, man. Thanks again for gifting those subs. And thanks for hanging out with us. Hopefully here I will not die to this Vulcan. I've got to figure out where it is and spot the thing first. Okay. Oh, and a helicopter. 12 o'clock. It's another hind. So this is where I'd like to lift up altitude a little and pop over the tree so I can see over the forest in front of me and spot things like that before I fly into them, but gotta compromise. Alright, Petro, where is it? So there's that group. It's down there. That's the position I just attacked, I think. And that other one was over there. Ah, right there. I see it. Where are you looking, Petro? I've got to break this off. He's nowhere near aligned. Oh, this is not good. I've got synchronization turned on? I do, don't I? Yeah. Don't know why he was looking so far off of where he should have been then.
Отказал генератор.
It's like... There we go. Get off the fucking tree line. Oh, come on, Petro. I'm not the most stable at the moment, but... Yeah, I know. I think my right pylons are fucked. So we're probably not going to have any missiles on the right side. Annoying. Autopilot's still running alright. When they updated the pilot models, by the way, they redid the textures and stuff in the back compartment, so it's fully detailed now from the interior. Looks really good. I also forgot to check if I can remove the fucking night vision from the pilots on the ground, because in this server it spawns you with night vision on your helmet. Can I actually turn it on? Oh, I can. Oh my god. You move your head or your hand when you do it too, which is pretty neat, but kind of shouldn't really be on here. Not in this time period. Right. Where's the stuff we were engaging? That's a fucking Huey! Come here, you shit! He's probably gonna win this. That was a rocket? Oh! 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 Get fucked, son! Cheers. Yeah, I think I lucked out a little on that one. It's gonna be a pretty short range shot by the time he lines up, but gotta do what you gotta do. Yeah, the missiles on the left pylon won't go because we took that damage from the Vulcan. So we're down to the 30 mil, because we've also got a dead rocket pod on that side. I'm trying to work out if there's a Vulcan on that other group. I reckon there probably would be. It's not worth the risk, I think. We'll RTB to the FARP already and we'll just repair there, I think. It's not much point staying in combat with this much damage. Both engines are not too happy with us, and I don't want to risk them going out, so... Spear didn't pick up Vulcan lock, it might have just been the angle or something, or, you know, because there were trees obstructing us. The Vulcan might have just snapshot us before the SPO could react. There's another hind here. Hey, buddy. Got turn observe off. Oopsies. Hey, Cotty. Another fucking Saber. Although, he might be going... He's probably going to see the other hind, which is way higher than us, and we're in dead ground him at the moment because he's on the other side of this ridge, so we might get away with it. He's behind us now. Helicopter 12 o'clock. Where? All contacts 9 o'clock. This is fine. This is helicopter at 12 he's calling. I don't see it, but something is shooting at me. Both has gone. Let's get very much the fuck away from that. There's an F1. And another F1. Oh, there it is, it's a hind. Another one hiding in the trees. I didn't see him at all. It was pretty good hiding on his part. Don't remember the command to get Petro to turn the weapon system off, if you even can. I'm gonna have to shut the helicopter down to repair it. I don't know if you can repair the hinds. I've had trouble doing it in the past. I don't know if it's just because I'm doing it wrong or what, but we're gonna need a repair because we took some damage to the engines and some damage to the left wing. It's funny that the hind has caused so many fucking arguments and so much bitching and moaning about balance in this server, but when you actually fly it, especially when the server's busy, it's quite difficult to get shit done. Because you've constantly got to hide from jets, you've constantly got to deal with taking damage from ground targets you didn't see because they were behind a tree line or something until you flew right over them. It is genuinely easier and faster to do things in the Su-25. The Su-25 will just wreck shit. Yeah, this doesn't appear on early warning radar and the Su-25 does, but Like, the Su-25 is generally going to get a lot more work done before it gets fucked by ground fire. And if a jet goes after it, it's much more capable of defending itself. Yes, it is, Cotty. Yes, it is. It's snowing. Hopefully this time I don't fuck up my landing. 7 contacts, 1 o'clock. It's probably a FARP. Don't know whose. Oh, it is a FARP right there. Whose sector are we in? Are we still in blue? No, we're in a red sector. That might be one of ours. Oh, they've changed the fucking sectors up. Holy shit. I didn't notice that. They've changed the shape of them. I'm gonna fly near it. If the towers shoot at me, it's a blue FARP. If the towers don't shoot at me, I can land there and rearm. EDT, something about AH-1S? When? I didn't see anything like that. But then again, I haven't been keeping up as much. Back after a bit, how the flight's gone so far? Disastrously. Due to a combination of my own incompetence and just, you know, the enemy getting the drop on me. Is there someone landed there? Oh no, it's a air traffic control vehicle. Well, the towers aren't shooting at me, so I think I might be okay to land here. Now comes the fun part, because I've never really got very good at doing this, especially in a hurry. Maybe, I don't know. I haven't seen that, but like I said, I haven't been keeping pace as much with DCS related news. That'd be cool, an old Cobra. I think the one I sat in, I think, was the 1S. It's pretty cool. Cockpit still has a fucking ashtray in it. Not joking, the part has an ashtray by his fucking left hand. Okay, 3 greens, well 4 greens technically. So the nose wheels are double. Really the way to be doing this. If you mean like a module that's developed enough that it's actually functional, then yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they do. Because they've been kind of saying, you know, on and off that they want to do it for a while. And it wouldn't take them a huge amount of time to develop a 29, probably, compared to the, like, NATO stuff. NATO jets take ages to do because of all the bullshit systems in them. And because they've got to translate documentation and stuff. I don't know, we'll see. We will see. I'm gonna fuck this up so badly. One of the problems I have in the Hind is that your visibility downwards is so bad, it makes it very hard to land on a pad. I'd rather be operating this from an actual runway or like a short section of road or something, so I can see what I'm doing and just like land forwards in a glide slope. Because if I'm trying to land on a pad, I end up doing this descending spiral type of thing, and it's very, very easy when you're doing this to just briefly dip below that allowable descent rate and you end up smushing into the ground. The other thing is it's quite easy to lose tail rotor effectiveness doing this as well, which is not good. reduce pitch too much and cause the blades to sag, because then you're definitely done. And we rolled off the end. I think we can still repair and stuff when we're sitting on the ground in front of it. I think, so we're just going to sit here. We'll hook that up, so I'm going to turn the engine off and then all the gens and shit will go out. Okay, we can't do that apparently. Will they rearm me, actually? We'll see if they refuel and rearm. They probably will here. I just guess the FARPs don't have ground power. Yeah, they'll do that. Okay. So, we're gonna... Well, we can't have the APU on, actually. We've got to shut the whole thing down, I think. Web streaming Need for Speed Underground 2. I have not played that since I was in high school, I think. It was fun, though. We're just gonna start killing electrical systems. It's probably gonna blow a fuse or start screaming at me, but I don't really care. Okay. And we'll also... Oh, we can't, because I just turned the trimmer off. Big brain. Turn all that off. We'll let that spin down, and then we'll pull the rotor brake, and then we'll see if they'll let me repair. Pink Cube trolling about AH1F? Yes. Yes, Pink Cube trolling, many such cases.
Request repair. Unable to comply.
My engine is shut down.
Request repair. Copy.
There we go. Cool, so we can repair. I wonder actually, if you press the watch bind while you got the pilot body turned off, yeah, it doesn't work. I thought so. It's like, I wonder if anyone thought about that, and if anyone tested it. But apparently they did. Oh, really? Fucking Christ, man. Where's our fucking fighter cover? By a Saber with his air brakes out. At least I'm repairing anyway. Hopefully he'll get bored and go away. No, he's going to come back and kill me. He's absolutely going to come back and kill me before I can repair. Here it comes. Yep, and now he's going to crash. We'll do some fixed wing stuff, because helicoptering's a bit frustrating when you don't have any fighter cover. We outnumber them too, by a significant margin. How the fuck do we not have air superiority? Jesus Christ, alright. Sakumi... Make 21. The FARP defenses got taken away. FARPs used to have AAA and man-pads, and they got taken away because people fucking cried about it. I sincerely wish that FARP still had air defense. I wish some of the frontline targets still had, like, big boy air defense. And, like, depots and industrials and shit absolutely should. But, you know, that's the problem. When you kind of... When you take input from the gamers, you end up dumbing things down. The best advice I could ever give to game developers or mission developers or whatever is ignore your player base. They're fucking stupid. They don't know what they want. And even if they do know what they want will fuck up the game, so don't listen to them. KS-19 trolled too many people? Or maybe they shouldn't fly straight and fucking level near it. Or dive directly towards it with no evasive maneuvers. Like, maybe people should just not suck, and they wouldn't have a problem. Hey, Proof, good to see you. Actually, I'm almost thinking, with the amount of sabers around, a fucking MiG-15 run would be pretty good, but we're in 21 now, so we'll just roll with it. I'll probably only do 1 or 2 sorties, because I don't want to stream too much longer. It's getting around dinner time already. We don't have R13s in this weapon set, so I'll just use that to get the fuel tank, and then... there we go. And no R3Rs, because they cried about that, so just R3S. Right. I feel like my camera position's changed in this. Maybe not. I don't know. Something just doesn't feel right with my setup. I don't know why. Nothing's changed as far as I can tell. Nothing should have changed. Time open that combat mode, even though we're not even using R3R, so technically there's no point. Whereas on that unlatched. Hit the starter.
Rearming complete.
Get the fuel pumps going before I run the lines dry. Then there's no RSBN at this airport, so I may as well just not bother setting it. Usually I would set it for home. I mean, I could set it for Sanaki as like a don't get close to this because it probably has SAMs 14. Okay. Yeah, removing flares would be cool. I mean, there's probably a way to do it. In fact, I almost guarantee there's a way to do it. Maybe not for the AI, but certainly for players. You could probably even script it for the AI. Did I not? Oh no, I didn't. Wrong button. It's working. Didn't turn the SPS off either. I mean, probably it doesn't actually matter, but... am I forgetting anything? It's been a little while since I MiG-21'd. SBN set, SPS on, flaps set. Boosters on, should be on because it spawns on. Cockpit lighting. And I think that's it. Maybe crank the brightness on the gun side a little since the snow is going to glare it. So we already aligned the course there, so off we go. Warehouse? Maybe. There's probably other ways to do it though. Like, you could probably do it through scripting. Or editing the actual, the thing in a text editor. Maybe you could do that? I don't know. What kind of wreck is that? Oh, it's a pair of... It's a MiG-21 and a Mirage, I think, or a pair of Mirages that kissed. Wonderful. Really instills confidence in my teammates' abilities, seeing that. It's good. I mean, it's a piece of shit, but like in a good way. I feel like I've done something to my track IR and it's not quite right, but I can't quite figure it out. Just an uncanny sort of feeling. Yeah, now if you still see all 4 lights going at once, you know something really fucked is about to happen. Relatively smooth takeoff for having not flown this for a couple weeks. Usually the first takeoff of the day is a lot fucking messier than that. There are a few things that DCS doesn't tell the RWR, because you got to remember as well, the RWR has to interact with the other aircraft's radar, which means that if the third-party aircraft, or even some of the ED aircraft that are older, do something in a fucked way, it's going to fuck with how the SPO processes it. Like, this is the problem with trying to do things like proper RWRs and DCS, is you've got to figure out how the fuck everyone is doing their radars, and how to actually convert that to something you can use without it becoming like an absolute disaster, or like really performance intensive, or whatever. It's a shame all the jets are still going to be flying in the weeds with this beautiful weather. Come up to high altitude, fight up there. But no, they're all on the deck. In fact, they're flying even lower than usual. Probably should have brought a bigger fuel tank. I don't usually bring the 800 if I'm really close to the front line these days, because I don't want to be heavy when I get engaged, but might be better for climbing up.
Lonely H is back.
Hey Num Num. Don't get too used to it. My schedule's still going to be fucked for a while because I'm still adjusting to, you know, not having as much time at home, but I will try and squeeze them in where I can. And once I move, it should be easier to do, because I'll have more spare time through the week. I'm gonna have to dive down for this Saber. He won't come up to play with me. Oh. Fives as well. had all the radar stuff synchronized. Yeah, it would be nice, but good luck getting that to happen. Because even once ED put out an API for something, a lot of the time it just doesn't get integrated into the older modules anyway. Either due to, you know, just genuine time constraints, or because, you know, maybe someone decides they don't like the implementation, whatever. Like, look at the state of some of the systems and weapons and stuff on this and on the vegan as well. They haven't been updated even though APIs are out that support them now, so... Standardization would be nice, but unfortunately, it's not really something you're likely to see to the level that DCS really should have. Okay. Oh, no, that's the wrong button. That's the one I want. And now he's probably turned hot on me, knowing my luck. I almost wonder if there's... It feels like the radar's not locking stuff as easily, especially at low altitudes. I almost wonder if something was actually fixed with it, so that it's not quite as cheesy down here. Then again, it's a cold A10, so that could be why. It's just literally so slow it doesn't want to grab him even in low-speed target mode. Where is he? 131 for 5. Flank right. 136. It's right off my nose. I don't see him. A10. There's another hostile further out as well, but we'll stick with the A10 for now. Since he's actually going to be fucking up our front line. Oh, uh-oh. Okay, that's not looking too great. It's a fucking Huey. Was a Huey. Fire. Overflying like half their front line at the moment. Just don't want to be too close to that incoming Saber or the A10. Oh shit. 062. I really don't want to be dogfighting a Saber in this thing. Especially when I'm so rusty. I used to be able to do it, but now not so much. Two, 3, 8. Okay, he might have blown past me. Stuff behind to the left. That's a bad sign. Please don't notice me. That's the Saber. The other thing's the F5. I'd rather get the Saber with a missile though. Get him out of the fight. Please don't fly to the sun. Like, really, please don't. Drag towards the friendly 098. It's behind. I'd like to keep dragging him a little further to those friendlies, but I suspect they might be engaged already. And I don't want to Sit with my tail to him for too long. Oh my god, there's shit everywhere. .101. Slight right in the nose. Be masked by terrain, probably. Got a friendly on the other side coming in as well, so we should have some help, hopefully. Oh, he's going for the friendly. Okay, well that simplifies things. Fight's going up. Oh yes, I don't think he's seen me. Just don't lose sight. Do not lose sight. Okay, he's seen me. Maybe. Oh, that was way too close. No way. Oh my god! Fucking based R3S. Holy shit. No way that fucking hit. What the fuck was that? Alright. Peace out, nerds. I am fucking going home for some more missiles. I'm low on fuel too. I went through fuel way faster than I expected. Just 1.5 for 6. That's a Mirage, so he should provide a nice distraction. Oh, 3x, yeah, I know, right? Because the same guy that shot your chopper? Yeah, likewise. Fucking likewise. Alright. So I'm only carrying 2 missiles. When I've got to carry the larger missiles, the AIM-9 derived ones, like the R3S, R3R, whatever, or the R13s, I carry 2. Unless I'm very confident I'm not going to get in a dogfight, I carry 2. Because this aircraft with 2 missiles instead of 4, or god forbid 6, is like a whole other plane. I'd rather get 2 kills and fuck off before anyone can catch me with my pants down. If I can get a gunshot, I'll take it. Like, without slowing down and getting myself in danger, I'll do it. But otherwise it's 2 missiles, then home. Trying to keep my speed up as much as possible and avoid slow turning fights, because that's when you get third-partied. I think it was... he actually would have survived if he hadn't turned, because I think he turned into it. I think he actually helped the missile there. Because if you shoot that close with an R3S normally, it'll actually either miss because the controls don't unlock quickly enough, so it'll try and turn, but it just won't do it. Or it will oversteer, and then it can't correct in time. So I think him turning the direction he did at the time he did actually brought him, like it was gonna miss, but it brought him back into its path, and it just proxy fused on him. That's my headcanon anyway, for what happened there. No idea if it's accurate or not, but that's what I reckon. Wait for people to get confused between Mirage and Phantom at some angles, or they're going to get confused between all sorts of things in the Phantom. I reckon some angles they might even mix it with the 21. I think I was actually a little overzealous when I dialed back the fuel gauge. We're still probably actually just slightly under 1,000 litres, maybe even slightly over. So we're good. I'd rather dial the fuel gauge back too far and go home early than not dial it back far enough and run out of fuel. Sakumi should be just over there. Because there, right about there, should be the long, straight stretch of road that is usually used as a road base, or was when we had road bases. Yep, there's the airfield, and there's one of the FARPs. That's a blue FARP, I think. The red one's by the airfield. But they can't spawn, or they shouldn't be able to spawn there, so not a big deal. We'll land from down the other end, come in over the water. Doritology, yeah, really. It's one thing with the 23 is even in full sweep, there's still that gap between the wings and the tailplane. Whereas, like with the Tomcat or an F-111, there's no gap at all. It turns into a Dorito. The 23 won't. It'll just have very, very, very highly swept wings. It's why the 23 actually like looks more like it's Naruto running than something like an F-14 where it fully sweeps into a delta. Just makes it all the more appropriate how fucking fast it goes. Oh, my track eye had a bit of a... Around this time of day it gets distracted by the sun reflecting through the window. Watch it do that as I'm about to touch down. I'm sure it will. Yep. Thought so. Losing a bit too much speed there. Probably because I popped full flaps before I went into my base turn, which is not really what you're supposed to do, but I do it out of bad habit anyway. Pop the takeoff flaps on base and then full flap on final in the 21 is what you're meant to do. But often I'm coming in so hot, I just pop everything right as I crank the nose around to just kind of do a hairpin. So you look now, I'm actually still too fast. So we'll come off the power a bit, not too much. Actually, I can bleed this speed on the way in, because I'm kind of low as well. I should probably start actually setting up the fucking PRMG and practicing using that when I've still got visual conditions so I can confirm I'm pointed at the runway. A little fast still. About half the angle of attack I actually want. You want to land with about 10 degrees AOA. Any more than that, you risk a tail strike. And 10 degrees also gives you the optimal descent rate. Oh yeah, this is going to be a hot landing. It's alright, we got plenty of runway to play with. There we go. Out of practice, unfortunately. Shuffle myself over a bit so I'm not getting my track eye off fucked up as easily. Right about there, we want it to be roughly in the middle of the neutral range for the stick trim. That was a decent sortie, I'll take it. 2 easy kills and then RTV with no incidents. 6 aircraft kills. Oh, right, no, because I got the Huey as well. 3 kills. Yeah, 3 kills. But then I didn't get... I only got 1 in the hind, so maybe it's carrying over my last session. I wonder if that bug's back. Or, like, I don't know if it's even a bug. What time is it? 4:41. That's not too bad. I might go until, like, 6 o'clock or something. 6 or 7 at the latest. Yeah, this is multiplayer. I pretty much only play DCS in multiplayer. I don't know, I might try and get into some of the single-player campaigns sometime, because at least with the campaigns, it's you know, more immersive and scripted and everything. But yeah, I mostly do multiplayer. Makes the enemy a little less predictable, so it's a little more fun. It has its frustrations though, like people min-maxing and shit like that.
Refueling complete.
I think if the AI was just a little bit smarter, I'd play a lot more single player than multiplayer, but until then, multiplayer is the go for me. All fun and games, still mission scripting, Grayson calls you fly... because you flew 1 mile too far north. Yeah, and with how, you know, wonky my navigation and flying is, that's pretty likely to happen, so I don't know. We'll see. No, this is Red Rider. The other reason I want to stream for too long is I don't want to lose my voice, because I've got a meeting tomorrow afternoon, which I kind of need to do some talking in. Hopefully nobody takes off into my face as I taxi back the other way. Something to watch in the MiG-21 is when you are trying to keep your speed up so you don't get third-partied. Notice I pulled nearly 9.5 G without realizing it, because when you're transonic, the ARU isn't operating because it, you know, the pitot-static shock fucks with it. It doesn't know actually what your speed is, so it just has to go, not my problem. And there is a very kind of small speed range, but it just happens to be the speed range this thing flies at in full afterburner at low altitude, where if you give it full stick, or if you pull the stick in the right kind of, you know, with the right kind of rate of onset, it will break itself, so... You can especially tell if I've been away from the MiG-21 for a long time, because I will snap wings by doing that. And then once I get used to the aircraft again, it doesn't really happen as much.
Mic check. 251.
Not even on 2... Oh, well, I'm listening on 251, but I'm not transmitting on it. I don't know why Red 4 is obsessed with using fucking 251. I know why. It's because they're lazy, and the FC3 stuff defaults to 251, and so they don't change it, they just leave it on that. And then they expect everyone else to use it too. It's legit, like, DCS players only know how to use one frequency. It's always fucking 251. Whereas all the full fidelity Red 4 stuff, or most of it anyway, defaults to 124. And if this server had the realistic option set where you only have the radios in the aircraft, the MiG-21 has a single radio that can't even hear 251, so I wouldn't be able to talk to them. But ECW gives you all these extra imaginary radios so people can, like, talk to all the other aircraft. Like, you know, MiG-15 can only talk to itself, basically. So they add, like, imaginary radios that can communicate with that, stuff like that. But it is annoying that every time somebody hops on Red Comms, it's on fucking 251 and not 124 or something like that. 251 is Blue's general chat frequency. You can actually make the FC3 stuff default to 124, by the way. It's as simple as just making a text file and putting it in part of the DCS folder. It's like a 2-line text config file. I even told them how to do it in the ECW Discord, and it got pinned, and they still don't do it. I don't know if all of it is. I don't know if I've seen anything about that, but yeah, I'm glad the MiG-29's getting full fidelity. Finally. It's going to be funny watching people fuck up in it because they don't know how to turn on the dampener and or the damper and all the stuff that it does automatically for you in FC3 that you have to do manually in the actual jet. The sensor modeling being actually done properly is going to fuck with a lot of people as well. We're going good for MiG-21 takeoffs today. My fucking Hind takeoffs are abysmal, but my MiG-21 takeoffs are really smooth. Way more than usual. I guess I really can only fly one thing a day. Player count? Good question. It was over 50 when I joined. It's probably down a little now. Oh no, about 50? 60, sorry. 60. I would not worry about anything like that, Nucleus. Like, very unlikely that buying stuff off ED is substantially contributing to the Russian war effort. And even if it was, the Ukrainians were buying natural gas and various things off the Russians, even during the war for a while. I don't know if they still are. So it's literally pissing into the ocean compared to what everyone else is doing, resource-wise. I'll tell you a secret, most companies' finances are mega dodgy, like, most of them. Small, large, it doesn't matter. If you spend more than, like, 5 minutes looking at any given company's finances, they're fucked. There was something of a scandal here just recently because of tax dodging, specifically a consultancy firm that were hired to do some work with Treasury. Well, one of their employees decided they would do some leaking of information to business about upcoming changes to tax code that were planning to close loopholes. It's great how you look at any of like the large financial institutions, accountants, accountancies, banks, any of them. You look into their history for like 30 seconds, and there's just like a list of controversies and legal, legal cases and shit like that, longer than the Wikipedia articles for most fucking countries. They're all fucking dodgy. Which is why I fucking laugh anytime somebody tries to suggest corruption is a problem that exists in other countries, but not in Western countries. Like, we're probably more corrupt than most fucking countries in Africa or the Middle East or whatever. It's just more overt there. Like, they're honest about being corrupt. Okay, we are getting sorted on by an F5, so I'm going to pull out the fangs. Don't say that when you don't live there. Well, true, but I mean, I can say that with fairly good confidence here. And believe me, there is so much corruption, it is not even funny. Not just, like, government corruption that everyone's worried about, but day-to-day business is just fucked. And it also doesn't help that any actual government corruption cases are treated as a partisan thing, so if there's an election involved, they might not even get investigated, depending on who ends up getting power. Wonderful. I thought I saw him for a second there. This is a little sketchy, because there's two of them in the same area. 148... It's an 810 here? Oh, he'll be attacking that target. I'm going to go for the more distant target. I don't want to tangle with the A10 if I can't see him straight up. It would help if I could lock this guy, though. It's probably cold. Maybe not. 312. 095 for 8. Big one. There's a lot of them around here. Right there. That's not a big one. It's a saber, which I really don't want to get into a fight with, and he's already seen me. I'm just gonna sprint away. We don't want to fly straight and level, because he's gonna have AIM-9s pointed at us. We want to zigzag just enough. You're kidding me. That was fucking negative G? That was negative fucking G? You've got to be shitting me, man. Now I'm in trouble. Come on, man. This is a really bad situation. Now I've got an F5 behind me as well. Excellent. At least I'm more confident dogfighting one of those than a saber. Saber's broken off. See how I'm barely pulling the stick now, and I'm pulling 6.5, 7G? Gotta be very gentle with the MiG-21 at high speed. Even with the ARU, it's not bulletproof. Come on, man. This radar is really not playing nice with me today. There you are. It's another 21. Well, that's good news, actually. That's less good news. Shit. And my gun's defense skills are atrocious because I'm so out of practice with them. Think someone got him? Can't tell. Nope. Shit. We might be able to at least... I don't think I'm in friendly territory anyway, but... set it down in a field. That was annoying. But it is what it is. Once an F5 gets behind you in the 21, there's not really anything you can do about it, and vice versa.
Nice job getting landing clearance, guy.
Just kill the electrics with the... Oh! Killed them for me.
Yes sir, you're cleared to land. You're cleared to land.
Oh my god. Who let the blue players onto red? Can't be corrupt if you simply don't call it corruption? Yeah, exactly. Lobbying. Tax dodging in small businesses. Yep. I mean, you could really probably look at things like wage theft as a form of corruption as well. Nepotism, both in business and in government. The way that politicians will quit their position in public service, and then they'll mysteriously get a cushy position on the board of whatever corporation they just approved a massive contract for. There's corruption everywhere in the fucking West. Absolutely everywhere. Just nobody wants to call it what it is. Oops, no, I don't want two of them, I want one. The other thing is, if we actually admitted it, then we wouldn't be able to pretend we're better than everyone else, so can't have that situation develop, obviously. We don't want that on yet, we want that one. Stop blinking at me.
Rearming complete.
Yeah, I hope so, because so many things just get turned into political weapons sooner or later. You know what I'm gonna say, right? You know what that's a really, really common, common trait of. Oops, that's the wrong switch. We want that one, that one. Hey, Lush. Hope you have a good rest. Thanks for hanging out with us. And hopefully not too much of a wait before the next stream. We'll see how we go. Yeah, for like Cold War stuff at the moment, I play on Ligmas. I'd still like to get on Dogs of War, but the time zone issue is exacerbated now by the fact that, like, I'm very limited by work in terms of when I can actually play DCS. And I usually jump on Wolfpack for Warbirds. Check the runway was clear before hitting the burners. Hey, might have been an idea. Oops. Monitor off again, it's getting a bit grotty. I still want my MSAA back, man. So blurry ghosting issues like I do with DLAA, but also don't have jaggies like I do with fucking MSAA. Wait, did I say MSAA? I mean SSAA, the good one. One makes it too hard to spot dots, one makes it too easy to spot dots. Oh, okay, F5, you want some? We'll actually try and prepare a little earlier this time. Oh. Of course, after I punch off the tank. course externally with the NVIDIA control panel? I mean, maybe. Stream wouldn't pick it up then, and then when I'm like taking screenshots and stuff, it wouldn't pick it up either. And that's the other thing is, like, if I'm taking screenshots, that's usually when I want the really good AI on. Because it makes jaggies really fucking obvious on a still image, if you don't. Whereas something in motion, it's a little harder to tell. 09313. Oh, he's in fucking space! Finally, someone's at high altitude. God damn. And I just dived. Shit. Is he contrailing? Oh yes he is. Problem is, now I bled a bunch of speed to do this, I'm not going to catch him. He might drop on me. He probably will drop on me. Oh yes, I love seeing them pull that kind of turn at this altitude. That's gonna fuck him so hard. He's gonna have no speed. Not that I'm doing too well in speed myself. Do another one of those, dude. Watch another one have followed me up. What's the bet? .088. Huh? Yep, another one followed me up. So he's cold on me, the other one's hot on me. Don't see him yet though. Which is a problem. Oh, there you are. Okay. Now I see it. Now I don't. Pulling in behind me. I might have reversed that a little poorly. Yep, I'm dead. Fuck, man. God damn it, I got baited. I should have just stayed high. I should be staying high in general. If there's at least one of them that's going to be up there, I'm just going to avoid the ground. I guess I can kind of see why the helicopters didn't have enough air cover, because it's kind of crappy in this weather. You get ambushed too easily. No, not two tanks, one tank. Oh, not R55. As much as I wish I was that based, we're not going to roll with it.
Request rearming. Copy.
I think this might be the last sortie. I don't want to get too stuck into it. And also, probably going to have to have some dinner shortly.
Rearming complete.
Unfortunately, one of the consequences of not having as much time to play DCS, and you know, even when I do have spare time, usually like there's something else I want to play as well. So DCS isn't the first option anymore. Is it makes me really sloppy. Like I start just forgetting basics, like not to do what I just did, or like how much muscle memory I can, or like how much pull I can get away with at different speeds. Like muscle memory goes. It's kind of frustrating. Oh well, only way to fix it is play more. the other thing as well is I have not flown with a wingman for so fucking long, because it's so rare for that to happen on this server. And when you're flying alone, you can be, like, even... I'm not going to say I'm amazing, because certainly I'm not, especially after I get rusty, but, like, you could be the best fucking MiG-21 pilot in DCS ever to live, but you'll still get third-partied, or you'll still, like, get merged with 2 or 3 things at once, and then lose track of them. I think there may have even been 3 F5s going for me. The one that baited me, then the other one that I saw, and then maybe a third. I don't know if the one that I saw was the same guy. He's probably flying at a more appropriate speed for maneuvering than I was. That is on. I've still got some recordings of things I did off-stream over the past few months on Ligmas. The problem is that OBS doesn't... I hope the stream's been okay, because OBS does not like recording DCS for some reason, and so I think it's because TacView tries to run in the background as well, and I don't want to turn that off. But, yeah, either way, it results in stutters and kind of shitty frame rates, so I'm kind of in 2 minds about uploading them. We'll see. Okay, it's probably fine while streaming. It's most likely while recording, because it's trying to write it to the hard drive and record, and usually when I'm recording, I'm lazy, so I just leave it tapped out in the background recording from the game scene while I'm, you know, doing stuff. So I've got my gazillion Firefox tabs open. That's probably part of the problem, now I think about it. Since Wild Beta got me listening to other such themes... There really is a theme for everything? Yep. Yep, there really is. Stopgap. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Appropriate one for the weather in this mission. I have to turn the SPS back on. Not that I need it on for flight. I think typically you'd have it actually turned off during normal flight. You'd only turn it on when you're about to land, but I am forgetful, so... Now they're all on the deck again, of course. I swear to God. Also, Cotty, regarding the fucking high altitude thing earlier, it wouldn't matter anyway, because the angle of attack is going to be the same regardless. The angle of attack will always be the same for that wing, right? The indicated airspeed that you use as a reference might change. Maybe. I don't even think that would, to be fair. But yeah, no, it shouldn't change regardless of altitude. Yeah, there's nothing at altitude now. They've all dived, for fuck's sake. And if I go back down there, someone's going to climb. Just watch. Well, we'll transit in at higher altitude and then we'll dive if we have to, but it's annoying. I really wish that more high altitude fights happened. But as long as there's not really any threats to force people off the ground, it's not going to happen. Maybe the MiG-23 will solve that. Not the Phantom. The Phantom shouldn't be able to solve it, so it shouldn't be able to look down, but the MiG-23 might, to a degree. Maybe. MiG-29 hasn't stopped people from doing it, nor the Tomcats, so I don't know. Okay, so the textures are actually white, Cotty, but because it's still set up for specular maps instead of PBR, it means that it appears shiny in certain lighting conditions. In the correct lighting conditions, it is white. Like, it's kind of gloss white, but yeah, because the textures are fucked up, it appears silver in most of the lighting. Oh, we do have one coming in at altitude, thank fuck. And he only now pops up on EWR, which is very bizarre. Oh, there's this fucking contrail. Never mind. Hey, buddy. This will be interesting, because I cannot handle this thing very well at high altitude. I'm not used to flying it in dogfights at altitude. We're probably going to barb this pole down to the deck anyway. So we're both going to want airspeed. Just don't want to pull too hard. Oh, yeah, he's got his nose around already. I probably could have pulled my nose around faster, but I don't want to dump all my speed, and I don't want to risk overtaking the aircraft as we get too close to transonic. Cut under his nose here. Oh, but I'm going to lose him in the cloud. Friendly here as well, apparently. This is fine. Didn't want to see the guy anyway. Fuck. Two, three, four. Oh, of course. Hey, bud. Size again. How much do you want to bet that wasn't even him? 246 for 2.3. Seems off my right. And he's in the weeds. Right. Still don't see him. Zero 091 for 8. Hot. Oh, he's behind me. Of course he is. Why wouldn't he be? Oh, can I not stall, please? I'm gonna die here. I've already fucked this up. My defensive flying is so dog shit. Come on. Another 21 came through, but I bet he didn't get him. No, he didn't, because he's shooting at me. Yeah, there it is. Oh, I got third partied. Cool. Well, I think that'll do me for today. Clearly it's not a DCS kind of day. And I need to go get something to eat anyway. This is the frustrating thing with fighting F5s, and, you know, fighting 21s when you're in the F5, is if it ever gets behind you and he sees you, you're basically lost. There's not really anything you can do unless they're really, really bad. So, I'm sure there's ways I could force the overshoot better, or set the geometry up where they can't get easy hits on me, but I don't know, I can't work it out. If I try and get them into a, you know, rolling scissors out of phase, they just sit glued to me and hit me anyway. If I try to make them overshoot, then they won't. It's frustrating. I need a lot of practice on it. But, what I'm gonna do is try and get my face out of the fucking ground for a start. There we go. Get our face out of the ground. And I will see if I can find somewhere to send you guys. Actually, I'll tell you what. This evening, I think I'll just let you guys find your own way onto someone else's channel. I'll let you guys go wherever you feel like. Because I kind of don't feel like setting up a raid and having to, you know, make sure it goes through properly. So we'll raid out next time. But thanks for hanging out with me. Hopefully next stream will be not quite so far apart, and we'll do some Paranoia 2, play through that. And hopefully, I don't know, maybe more DCS then, or maybe something else. But either way, have a good one, guys. Thanks again.